Before the story begins, let us descend into a place where the grandeur of Rome casts its longest and darkest shadow. Let us walk past the gleaming marble of the temples and the triumphant arches celebrating conquest and venture towards the Forum Boarium, the cattle market, where the stench of livestock mingles with a far more profound scent, the odor of extinguished hope. Here, under the indifferent gaze of the gods, stands the Roman slave market. It is a theater of human tragedy, a symphony of sorrow, played on the strings of clanking chains. The air thick with the dust of the Appian Way, and the humidity rising from the Tiber carries a cacophony of languages, the harsh gutturals of Germanic warriors, the lilting melodies of Greek scholars, the soft whispers of Syrian merchants, all stripped of their context and reduced to the desperate pleas of the dispossessed. This is not merely a place of commerce. It is the final graveyard of identity. Here, a man is no longer a father, a farmer, a poet. He is fortis strong doctus, educated, or simply sanus healthy. A woman is no longer a mother, a priestess, a weaver. She is formosa, beautiful, fecunda, fertile, her entire existence condensed into a single brutal adjective on a wooden plaque the titulus hung around her neck. Imagine the catasta, the turning platform where human beings are displayed like pottery, their feet whitened with chalk to signify they are new imports stand stark against the stained wood. Their bodies oiled to a sheen are meant to highlight muscle and health, but instead they highlight every scar, every brand, every mark of the brutal journey that brought them here. The mango, the slave trader, is the maestro of this grim orchestra. His voice, a torrent of practiced flattery and callous appraisal, pointing out strong teeth, broad shoulders, and childbearing hips with the same detached professionalism he would use to sell an ox or a horse. The emotions that swirl in this place are a maelstrom. For the enslaved, there is the chilling, mind-numbing terror of the unknown, the profound grief for a life irrevocably lost, the burning shame of utter powerlessness, and the defiant flickering ember of a spirit that refuses to be completely extinguished. For the buyers, there is a spectrum of attitudes. The cold calculation of the latifundium owner seeking labor, the lecherous gaze of the wealthy citizen seeking a new concubine, the discerning eye of a matron seeking a skilled cook or weaver, and perhaps rarest of all, a flicker of something unreadable pity, curiosity, or a darkness that mirrors the market itself. This is a world built on a terrible paradox. The civilization that gave the world law, architecture, and philosophy was sustained by the systematic dehumanization of millions. Instrumentum vocale. The Romans called them a tool with a voice. In this story, we will listen to that voice. We will follow a soul stripped of everything but her memories and her will to survive. We will step onto the catasta, with her feel the weight of the chains, and journey into the heart of Roman society, not from the perspective of the conquerors, but of the conquered. This is a story of survival, of the enduring strength of the human heart, in a world determined to break it, and of the echoes of a lost life that can never be truly silenced, even in the heart of Rome. The last sunset Lyra witnessed as a free woman was the color of blood and honey. It bled across the peaks of the Carpathian Mountains, setting the ancient forests of Dacia ablaze with a fleeting golden fire. From her vantage point at the edge of the sacred grove, she could see the smoke of her village's hearths curling into the crisp evening air, a fragile testament to peace. She was 18 summers old daughter of the high priestess, and her world was woven from the scent of pine. the chanting of old hymns, and the intricate patterns of the stars she was taught to read. Her fingers, stained with the juice of elderberries she'd been gathering for a ritual dye, traced the rim of her basket. Inside, nestled amongst the dark berries, lay a small carved wooden bird, a gift from her father before he had fallen defending the northern pass 2 seasons ago. It was a foolish thing to carry a child's trinket, but it was all she had left of him. Her mother's voice, a low and melodious hum, drifted from the grove behind her, a prayer to Zalmoxis for protection. Lately, the prayers had become more frequent, more urgent. Rumors had been trickling in with the traders and retreating scouts for months. They spoke of a new emperor in Rome, a man named Trajan, with an insatiable ambition and an army that moved like a river of steel. They spoke of legions massing at the Danube, of bridges being built where no bridge should stand. They spoke of the eagle, the insatiable golden eagle of Rome, fixing its gaze upon the gold and defiance of Dacia. Lyra, however, had felt the change not in the rumors of men, but in the silence of the woods. The deer had become skittish. The wolves had retreated deeper into the mountains, and the air itself seemed to hold its breath taut with an unspoken dread. She closed her eyes, trying to summon the peace the grove usually offered her, but found only a disquieting image, a sky filled not with stars, but with the burning embers of a world on fire. A sharp cry shattered the evening calm. It was not the call of a night bird. It was human. Her head snapped up. More shouts followed, laced with a terror that clawed at her soul. Then came a sound she had only heard in the nightmare tales of old warriors, the rhythmic, earth-shaking tramp of marching feet, and the sharp, brutal clang of steel on steel. Smoke black and greasy began to pour from the direction of her village, a violation of the sacred sky. It was not the gentle smoke of hearth fires, it was the funeral pyre of her world. Her mother's prayer stopped mid-chant. A moment of chilling silence, then a single sharp scream from the grove. Her mother's scream. Lyra's blood ran cold. The basket of berries slipped from her grasp, staining the earth a deep prophetic purple. The wooden bird fell beside them. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to hide, to vanish into the forest she knew so well. But the sound of her mother's pain was a chain around her heart, pulling her back. She sprinted towards the grove, her bare feet flying over moss and root. The scene that met her eyes would be seared into her memory forever. Roman legionaries, their segmented armor glinting like insect carapaces in the dying light, were dragging the priestesses from the sacred circle. Their white robes were torn and sullied. In the center, her mother lay on the ground, a crimson flower blooming on her chest, her eyes wide and fixed on the blood-honey sky. Beside her stood a centurion, his sword dripping his face, a mask of casual brutality. He saw Lyra, his eyes cold and gray as a winter river locked onto hers. He barked an order in his harsh clipped Latin. 2 soldiers broke away and came for her. There was no rage in their movements, no passion. It was merely a task. They were reaping, and she was part of the harvest. Lyra turned to flee, but her legs were led. The forest, her lifelong sanctuary, now seemed a cage of closing trees. The last thing she felt before the world went dark was the splintering impact of a wooden spear shaft against her head. The sun of Dacia had set. Consciousness returned not as a gentle dawn, but as a brutal assault. A throbbing agony in her skull, the searing chafe of rough rope at her wrists, and a thirst so profound it felt as if her tongue had turned to dust. Lyra opened her eyes to a world of gray misery. She was part of a long, shuffling column of people, a river of human wreckage flowing south. Men, women, children, their faces etched with the same hollow shock that she felt in her own heart. They were all bound tied together in groups of 10 and prodded along by Roman soldiers on horseback. Her Dacia was gone. The rolling hills and verdant forests were now just a blur of passing scenery, a paradise lost. The days bled into one another, a monotonous cycle of marching under a merciless sun and huddling for warmth during the freezing nights. Food was a handful of hard, stale bread thrown at them once a day. Water was a few precious gulps from a stream when their guards felt merciful. Many fell. The old and the weak were the first to go, their bodies left by the side of the road for the crows, a stark warning to the rest. It was during the second week of this living nightmare that she truly became aware of the man bound behind her. He was huge, a mountain of a man, with hair the color of fire and a beard to match. His arms were as thick as tree limbs, covered in faded blue tattoos of Celtic knots and beasts. He had a deep gash on his forehead, and his eyes, the color of a stormy sea, burned with a silent, impotent rage. He never cried out, never complained. He just endured, his jaw set like a rock. One evening, as they were allowed a brief rest, an elderly woman in Lyra's group collapsed, her breath coming in ragged gasps. A guard, annoyed by the delay, raised his whip. Before it could fall, the big man surged forward, the rope snapping taut. "No!" He growled the word, a low rumble of thunder. His voice was thick with an accent unlike her own. The guard, surprised by the defiance, turned his attention to the man. A cruel smile touched his lips. He brought the whip down on the man's back once, twice. The man grunted, his muscles bunching, but he did not fall. He simply stared at the guard, his eyes promising a death he could not deliver. Later that night, huddled against the cold, Lyra felt a nudge. The big man was looking at her. "You," he rasped, his voice softer now. "Drink." He had managed to get his hands on a small, discarded water skin and was pushing it towards her. Lyra stared at him, then at the skin. She was parched, her lips cracked and bleeding. She took it, drank a small amount, and passed it to the next person. She looked back at the man, her throat too dry for words. "Kaelin," he said, touching his chest. It was not a question. "Lyra," she whispered back, the sound of her own name, a strange and foreign thing. From that day on, a silent bond formed between them. They were from different lands, he a Celt from a misty island to the west, captured in a tribal war. She a Dacian from the mountains. Their gods were different, their languages were different, but their chains were the same. They shared scraps of food when they could. He would use his large frame to shield her from the wind at night. She, in turn, would clean the wound on his forehead with a piece of her torn tunic when the guards weren't looking. They rarely spoke. There was nothing to say that their shared suffering did not already express. They were two embers clinging to a dying fire, finding a sliver of warmth in each other's presence on the long, merciless march to Rome. After weeks that felt like a lifetime, the landscape began to change. The wild, untamed lands gave way to cultivated fields, paved roads, and stone aqueducts that strode across the valleys like colossal skeletons. And then one afternoon, they crested a hill, and Rome lay before them. It was not a city. It was a wound in the world. A sprawling, magnificent, terrifying monster of marble and brick that covered more ground than Lyra had ever imagined. It seemed to consume the horizon, its temples and forums reaching for the heavens, a testament to the power, that had crushed her homeland and 1,000 others. The sight of it did not inspire awe. It inspired a profound and soul-crushing despair. This was the heart of the beast that had devoured her life. This was the place where her future, if she had one, would be decided by her enemies. The column of captives shuffled through the city gates, a miserable parade of ghosts amidst the vibrant, noisy life of the capital. The citizens of Rome stopped to stare their faces, a mixture of curiosity, pity, and contempt. They were a spectacle, a living trophy of the emperor's victory. Lyra pulled her gaze from their faces, focusing on the filthy cobblestones beneath her feet, unable to bear the weight of their judgment. The city was a sensory onslaught, the roar of 1,000 conversations, the rumble of cartwheels on stone, the smell of cooked meat, exotic spices, and the foul stench of open sewers. Their march ended in a dark, foul-smelling courtyard in what Lyra would later learn was the Forum Boreum. A man emerged from a doorway, a stark contrast to the uniformed soldiers. He was short and stout, with a fleshy face and small, shrewd eyes that darted over the captives like a fly assessing a piece of meat. He wore a tunic of a garish purple stained with wine. This was not a soldier. This was a merchant. He spoke to the lead centurion in rapid, colloquial Latin, gesturing at the captives. Money exchanged hands. The soldiers, their duty done, turned and left without a backward glance. The fleshy man was now their keeper. He walked down the line, his eyes appraising each of them. He poked at Kalen's biceps, forcing his mouth open to check his teeth. When he reached Lyra, his gaze lingered a slimy trail that made her skin crawl. He roughly grabbed her chin, turning her head from side to side. Dacian. He grunted, reading the tag a soldier had tied to her wrist. He pinched her arm. Scrawny but pretty enough. Someone will have a use for her. He said it not to her, but to his assistant, a lanky man with a perpetually nervous expression. The man's name, they would soon learn, was Gavros. He was a mango, a slave trader, and this was his domain. He looked at them not as people, but as inventory. His casual cruelty was somehow more terrifying than the disciplined brutality of the legionaries. For the soldiers, they were the spoils of war. For Gavros, they were simply merchandise, and his only concern was their market price. He barked an order, and the captives were herded towards a dark stone building. It was a holding pen, and they were the livestock waiting for the auction. The slave pen was a cavern of despair. A large, stone-floored room, damp and cold, with only a few high-barred windows, letting in slivers of grimy light. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and excrement. Dozens of other captives were already there, huddled in groups, their eyes vacant with a shared unspeakable trauma. People from every corner of the known world were thrown together. Blonde, giant Germans, dark-skinned Nubians, lithe Greeks with eyes that still held the memory of philosophy and art. Lyra and her group were shoved inside, and the heavy wooden door boomed shut, the sound of the iron bar sliding into place, a final definitive punctuation mark on their lost freedom. The hierarchy of misery was immediately apparent. Those who had been there longer were listless, conserving their energy. The newcomers, like Lyra, were still vibrating with the raw shock of it all. The preparation for the market began the next morning. Gavros's assistants entered, their faces bored and impassive. They were slaves themselves. Lyra realized, with a jolt, their movements devoid of any personal will. They untied the captives, and herded them towards stone troughs filled with cold, scummy water. They were ordered to strip. A wave of shame, hot and sickening, washed over Lyra. It was the final, most intimate violation. To be stripped of her clothes was to be stripped of the last shred of her identity, her modesty, herself. She hesitated, her arms crossed over her chest. One of the assistants, a gaunt man with a dead-eyed stare, shoved her forward, his touch rough and impersonal. There was no choice. She stood naked, shivering, surrounded by strangers, feeling the cold air and the colder eyes of the assistants on her skin. They were washed down brusquely, the cold water a shock to their systems. Their hair was roughly combed, their nails checked. Then came the oil. They were rubbed down with cheap, greasy olive oil until their skin shone a disgusting parody of health and vitality designed to make them more appealing to buyers. Lyra caught sight of Calin, the Celtic warrior, a man who had faced Roman steel with a roar, now stood with his head bowed, his powerful shoulders slumped, enduring the same humiliation. Their eyes met for a fleeting second across the crowded, steamy room. In his gaze, she saw not just rage, but a profound shame that mirrored her own. It was an intimacy born of shared degradation, a moment of silent communion in hell. They were given simple, rough-spun tunics to wear, just enough to cover them. Then they were inspected by Gavros himself. He walked among them like a farmer, checking his livestock before market day. He ran his hands over their bodies, checking for blemishes, for signs of sickness or weakness that might lower their price. When he touched Lyra, she flinched, a wave of nausea rising in her throat. His touch was cold, clammy, and utterly devoid of humanity. He was not touching a person. He was assessing an object. "This one will do well," he murmured to his assistant, a glint of avarice in his eyes. The exotic look is popular this season, and the fear in her eyes. Some masters find that appealing. Lyra closed her own eyes, trying to retreat to the one place they could not touch her mind. She brought forth the image of the Dacian sunset, the scent of the pine forest, the sound of her mother's chants. She clung to these memories with a desperate ferocity. They could take her body, they could sell her, they could break her, but she vowed in the silent depths of her soul that they would never take that. They would never have the part of her that remembered the sun. The day of the auction dawned not with light, but with a deeper shade of darkness. The captives were given a meager breakfast of watery porridge, and then chained once more, this time in a single file line. They were marched out of the stench of the pen and into the chaos of the Forum Boreum. The market was a swirling vortex of noise, smells, and sights. The lowing of oxen, the bleating of sheep, the haggling of merchants, and rising above it, all the chilling sound of the auctioneers' voices selling off human lives. Wealthy Romans in their clean white togas moved through the crowd, their faces arrogant and assessing. They were accompanied by their own slaves, who carried their coin purses and looked upon the new captives with a mixture of pity and contemptuous familiarity. Lyra, Calin, and the others were led to a raised wooden platform, the catasta. This was the stage for their final degradation. Gavros shoved the first captive, a terrified young boy from Britannia, onto the block. The auctioneer, a man with a booming voice and a face like a ferret, began his sales pitch, extolling the boy's youth and potential for hard work. Lyra watched in a state of horrified detachment. It was unreal, a fever dream from which she could not wake. She saw a mother and daughter, clutching each other's hands, sold to two different buyers, their final agonized screams swallowed by the market's din. She saw a proud Germanic chieftain, his body a tapestry of scars from battles fought for his people, forced to display his muscles like a prized bull. He met the gaze of the buyers with pure, unadulterated hatred, a silent promise of vengeance that none of them took seriously. Then it was Caelin's turn. The giant Celt was shoved onto the catasta. Gavros made a show of his strength, forcing Caelin to lift a heavy stone block. The auctioneer roared about his power, his stamina, his suitability for the mines or the gladiator's arena. Men gathered around, prodding Caelin's muscles, slapping his back. Caelin endured it all with a terrifying stillness, his body rigid, his eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the faces of his tormentors. He was sold quickly to a grim-faced man with the cauliflower ears of a former fighter, a lanista, a trainer of gladiators. As they led Caelin away, he looked back at Lyra, his face a mask of stone. He said nothing, but his eyes conveyed a message: survive. Then the world narrowed to a single point of terror. Gavros's hand was on her arm, pulling her forward. "Now the Dacian girl," he said to the auctioneer. Her feet felt like lead as she was pushed onto the turning block. The auctioneer began his patter, but his voice was a distant buzz in her ears. The world swam before her eyes, hundreds of faces all looking up at her, judging, assessing, pricing. Hands reached out to touch her ankles, her legs. A man demanded she smile to show her teeth. She felt like a trapped animal, a deer surrounded by wolves. The platform was turned slowly, displaying her from every angle. She was no longer Lyra. She was an object, a piece of property on display. And the only sound she could hear over the roaring in her ears was the frantic, terrified beating of her own heart. Before the bidding began, Gavros's assistant came forward and hung a small wooden plaque around her neck. It rested cold against her oiled skin, its weight a physical manifestation of her new reality. The letters were painted in stark black. Lyra, who had been taught the Greek alphabet by a traveling scholar, could decipher some of the Latin. Lyra, Dacia, aet. Ciuspioito. Literata, lingua sua sana, ingenua. Lyra, from Dacia. 18 years of age, literate in her native tongue, healthy, freeborn. That last word, ingenua, was a particular cruelty. It was a formal declaration that she had been born free, a fact that made her more valuable, a novelty for jaded buyers. Her past freedom was now just another selling point, a detail listed to increase her price. Her name, her age, her home, her education, her health, her very birthright, all had been reduced to a handful of words on a piece of wood, a list of features for a potential owner, the essence of her entire existence commodified for public auction. The auctioneer pointed to the plaque. "See here, citizens of Rome." Not some common field hand, but a freeborn Dacian girl. 18 years in perfect health and literate. Imagine her uses. She is intelligent, trainable. A fine addition to a sophisticated household. A tutor for your children, perhaps, or a reader for your lonely nights. His words were a shower of filth, each one a fresh violation. He was selling a fantasy, a story woven around the shell of a person who stood before them mute and terrified. A wave of dizziness washed over Lyra. She locked her knees to keep from fainting, focusing on a crack in the wooden platform, a tiny, insignificant detail in a world that had become too large and too horrible to comprehend. She could feel the eyes of the crowd on her, their gazes dissecting her. They were no longer seeing a person. They were seeing the titilus. They saw a Dacian, an exotic creature from a newly conquered land. They saw literate, a rare and useful skill. They saw healthy, a guarantee on their investment. They saw freeborn, a confirmation of her spirit, which they intended to own and break. The plaque felt heavier than any iron chain. The chains bound her body, but the titulus bound her soul. It was Rome's formal declaration of ownership, a legal document that erased the priestess's daughter and replaced her with an item for sale. She was no longer Lyra of the Carpathians, a child of Zalmoxis. She was Lyra Lot, Chart 27, as defined by the words hanging on her chest. A profound hollow coldness spread through her, a coldness that had nothing to do with the morning air. It was the chilling realization that her life story, as she knew it, had ended. Any new chapter would be written by someone else. As the auctioneer's voice droned on a path cleared in the crowd, a man was approaching the catasta, and the other buyers parted for him with a deference that spoke of power. He was tall and lean, perhaps 50 years of age, with a face that looked as if it were carved from pale marble. His hair was iron gray, cropped short in the military style, and his dark toga was impeccably clean, adorned with the broad purple stripe of a senator. He moved with a quiet, deliberate authority that silenced the hubbub around him. He stopped directly in front of the platform, and his eyes, the color of dark, still water, rose to meet Lyra's. Unlike the other men, his gaze was not lecherous or crudely assessing. It was something far more unnerving, analytical, intelligent, and utterly unreadable. It was the gaze of a man accustomed to observing, to calculating, to owning. He studied her, not as a man studies a woman, but as a scholar studies a rare text, searching for its meaning, its value, its flaws. Gavros, seeing a wealthy and powerful potential buyer, scurried to the edge of the platform, his face wreathed in an obsequious smile. A fine specimen, noble senator, the very best of the Dacian captives, strong, healthy, and educated as the titulus says. The senator ignored Gavros completely. His attention remained fixed on Lyra. He looked at her hands, noting the berry stains that still faintly colored her fingertips. He looked at her eyes, and for a terrifying moment, Lyra felt as if he could see right through her fear, right into the memories she was so desperately trying to protect. Then he spoke. His voice was low and resonant, a quiet command that cut through the market's noise. He did not speak in the common Latin of the street, but in the pure, classical Greek of the educated elite. Theonomasi, what is your name? The question caught Lyra completely off guard. She had been taught Greek by the same scholar who had taught her letters, but she had not heard it since before the legions came. To hear it now, in this place, from this man, was a profound shock. Her throat was dry, her lips sticking together. She managed a single raspy word, Lyra. Lyra. The senator's expression did not change, but she saw a flicker of something in his eyes, confirmation perhaps. He had tested the claim on her titulus. He had tested her, and she had not failed. He gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. It was not a gesture of kindness or sympathy. It was the nod of a man who had appraised an item and found it to be genuine. He turned his gaze from her and looked at the auctioneer, raising a single finger. The gesture was spare, elegant, and final. He had made his intention known. He wanted her. The coldness that had settled in Lyra's heart deepened. To be sold was one horror. To be singled out, tested, and claimed by this powerful, unreadable man was another entirely more frightening one. She had been noticed, and she did not know if it was a curse or a death sentence. The senator's gesture electrified the auction. His presence and clear interest immediately elevated Lyra's perceived value. The auctioneer's eyes gleamed with greed. The noble senator, Gaius Valerius Corvinus, opens the bidding. He bellowed, naming a price that made the crowd murmur. It was a high opening bid intended to scare off casual buyers. For a moment, there was silence. Most of the men in the crowd were intimidated by the senator's station. To bid against such a man was not just a financial risk, but a social one. But the auctioneer's words had also highlighted her potential rarity. A wealthy merchant with a florid face and fat jeweled fingers, perhaps emboldened by wine, called out a counteroffer. "I'll not be put off by a purple stripe. She'd look fine serving wine in my villa." Gavros rubbed his hands together, his piggish eyes darting between the merchant and the silent senator. The auctioneer's voice rose in pitch, calling the new price, encouraging the competition. Lyra stood frozen on the block, a human prize in a contest of egos. The merchant's words made her stomach clench with revulsion. She imagined a life of servitude under his leering gaze, his fat hands always ready to paw and grope. The thought was so vile that for a fleeting moment she found herself praying that the cold, marble-faced senator would win. It was a terrifying choice to have a choice between two hells, one known and one unknown. The senator showed no reaction to the merchant's bid. He simply waited, his posture relaxed, his expression impassive. When the auctioneer had called the merchant's price 3 times, the senator calmly raised his hand again, his voice even and clear as he stated a new figure. It wasn't just a bid, it was a declaration. The new price was not an incremental increase. It was a sum so large it was intended to crush all opposition. A collective gasp went through the crowd. The merchant's face flushed a deep, angry red. He opened his mouth to bid again, then seemed to think better of it. He looked at the senator's cold, unwavering gaze and deflated, muttering a curse into his wine cup. He was a rich man, but Gaius Valerius Corvinus was something else entirely. He was from a different world of power, and he did not play games. "Sold!" The auctioneer cried, his voice triumphant, slamming his gavel down onto a wooden block. "To the most honorable Senator Gaius Valerius Corvinus," the word echoed in the square. Sold. A single word that sealed her fate. A legal pronouncement that transferred the ownership of her body, her labor, her future from one man to another. She was no longer a captive of Gavros. She was now the property of the senator. A wave of lightheadedness swept over her, and she swayed on the block. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, the faces of the crowd blurring into a meaningless smear of color. She had a new master. Her life in Dacia was a ghost. Her journey was over, and a new, more terrifying one was about to begin. The transaction was swift and impersonal. An aide to the senator, a grim-faced man in a plain tunic, stepped forward and handed Gavros a heavy pouch of coins. Gavros, his face split by a greedy grin, had an assistant remove the rough rope from Lyra's wrists. For a single fleeting heartbeat, she felt a sense of release, a lightness in her limbs. It was a cruel illusion. The aide produced a bronze collar. It was a solid, unadorned ring of metal hinged on one side. He snapped it around her neck. The click of the lock was the loudest sound Lyra had ever heard. It was cold and heavy against her skin, a permanent metallic brand of her status. Engraved on its surface, she would later see, were the words, Gaius Valerius Corvinus me possidet, fugiens revoca me. Gaius Valerius Corvinus owns me. If I run away, return me." Her brief, desperate prayer had been answered, and the answer was this cold circlet of bronze. She was pulled from the catasta, her feet stumbling on the hard-packed earth. Her eyes frantically searched the crowd, looking for a final glimpse of Kalen. She spotted him being led away in the opposite direction towards a different part of the city. He was being taken by the lanista, his new owner. Their paths, which had run parallel for a few brutal weeks, were now diverging forever. He turned his head at that exact moment, as if feeling her gaze. His eyes met hers across the chaotic square. "Lyra!" He shouted, his voice a raw, desperate roar. It was not a plea. It was a farewell. It was an acknowledgement of their shared past and a curse on the future that was tearing them apart. A guard struck him across the back for the outburst, and he was shoved forward, disappearing into the mass of people. Lyra's name, shouted in defiance by the only person left who knew her, echoed in her ears. A single tear, hot and sharp, finally escaped and traced a path through the grime on her cheek. It was a tear for Kalen, for her mother, for her father, for her lost home. It was a tear for the girl who had watched the sunset over the mountains, a girl who was now well and truly dead. The senator's aide gave the lead attached to her new collar, a sharp tug, pulling her attention back to the brutal present. "Come," he said, his voice devoid of any emotion. She was now a possession, a collared animal. As she was led away from the noise and stench of the market, she felt the weight of the senator's eyes on her back. He had not moved. He was watching his new acquisition being led away, his face as impassive and unreadable as ever. She had been bought, paid for, and collared. The finality of it was absolute, a door slamming shut on the world she had known, leaving her in a darkness whose depth she could not yet begin to imagine. The senator's aide, whose name she later learned was Bassus, led her through the teeming streets of Rome. He held the chain attached to her collar with a firm, practiced grip, navigating the crowds with an efficiency that suggested he had performed this task many times before. Lyra stumbled behind him, a ghost in her own life, invisible to the thronging masses who paid her no more heed than they would a stray dog. The sheer scale of the city, which had been terrifying from a distance, was suffocating up close. Towering insulae tenement blocks, 5 and 6 stories high, leaned over narrow, crowded streets. The air was a thick soup of smells: baking bread, roasting meat, human sweat, and the ever-present stench from the gutters. The noise was a constant roar. They moved away from the commercial heart of the city, climbing one of Rome's famed hills. The character of the neighborhood changed dramatically. The cramped, dirty tenements gave way to sprawling, walled compounds, the private residences of the wealthy. The noise faded, replaced by a genteel quiet, broken only by the distant sounds of a blacksmith or the laughter of children from within a hidden garden. Finally, Bassus stopped before a set of imposing bronze gates set into a high stone wall. The wall was topped with sharp iron spikes. 2 guards, armed and armored, stood watch. They nodded at Bassus, their eyes flicking over Lyra with professional indifference before pulling the heavy gates open. They creaked open to reveal a world beyond. A paved walkway led to a massive house, a domus, its walls adorned with frescoes of mythological scenes. The sound of a fountain trickled from a hidden central courtyard. It was a vision of wealth, power, and order. To a Roman, it would be a symbol of civilization and success. To Lyra, it was simply a larger, more beautifully decorated prison. The bronze gates, which had opened to admit her, now swung shut behind her with a deep, resonant boom that echoed in the marrow of her bones. Bassus gave her chain one last tug, pulling her forward up the steps towards the main entrance of the house. He did not look at her. He did not speak. His silence was more damning than any threat. Lyra took the first step, then the second. Her legs felt heavy, uncooperative. She was crossing a threshold, not just into a new building, but into a new existence. She was leaving the last vestiges of the open sky behind. As she passed under the grand portico and into the cool, dim light of the atrium, she cast one last look back over her shoulder. But there was nothing to see. The bronze gates were closed. The world was gone. She was inside. The property of Senator Gaius Valerius Corvinus, and her story, the one that would be written for her in this gilded cage, was about to begin. The air inside the domus was cool and smelled of beeswax, polished marble, and a faint floral scent Lyra couldn't identify. The transition from the chaotic heat of the street to this ordered silence was jarring. She stood in the atrium, the formal entrance hall of the house, a vast, shadowy space. High above a square opening in the roof, the compluvium allowed a single perfect column of afternoon light to pierce the gloom, illuminating a shallow marble pool on the floor below the impluvium. The water was still reflecting the painted ceiling like a dark mirror. The walls were covered in vibrant frescoes depicting scenes from the Trojan War. Lyra saw Achilles dragging the body of Hector, his face a mask of rage, and the weeping women of Troy watching from the city walls. The irony was a physical blow. She was a captive from a conquered land, standing in a hall celebrating the conquest of another. History, she realized, was a story told by the victors painted on their walls. Arranged around the atrium were the busts of the senator's ancestors, their marble faces stern and unyielding, their eyes seeming to follow her every move. They were the silent, eternal guardians of this house, a lineage of power and conquest that now included her not as a member, but as a footnote, a piece of property. Bassus let her pass the impluvium, his sandals making no sound on the mosaic floor. He stopped before a man who seemed to rise from the shadows. This man was not a slave, but he was not the master either. He wore a simple but high-quality tunic and carried a set of wax tablets and a stylus. His hair was thinning, and his face was a web of fine lines, born from constant worry and calculation. He was the Villicus, the household manager, the man who made this vast and complex machine run. The new acquisition Decimus, Bassus, set his tone flat. From the Dacian front, the master paid a premium. She is to be handled with care. The last phrase was spoken with a slight emphasis, a warning that Decimus clearly understood. Decimus's eyes, small and sharp as a bird's, swept over Lyra. It was a different kind of appraisal from the market. It was not about her price, but about her utility. He was assessing where she would fit, what work she could do, how much trouble she might cause. He saw the bronze collar, the dirt, the fear in her eyes. Literate, the master said. Decimus asked, his voice dry as dust. In her own tongue, and speaks some Greek, Bassus confirmed. The titulus was clear. Decimus made a small, non-committal grunt. Literacy is a luxury. We will see if she can scrub a floor first. Vipsania will take her. He made a curt gesture with his chin, dismissing Bassus, and with him Lyra. He had already turned back to his tablets, his mind moving on to the next item on his endless list of household concerns. Lyra felt a chill. To these men, she was a problem of logistics, an item to be processed and assigned a place. The cold, analytical gaze of the senator in the market was reflected here in the practical, unemotional administration of his household. This was not a house of random cruelty, she began to suspect, but something far more chilling, a place of absolute impersonal order, where every person and every object had a designated function. And she was about to learn hers. Decimus clapped his hands twice, a sharp, authoritative sound that echoed in the vast atrium. A moment later, a woman emerged from a corridor leading deeper into the house. If Decimus was the brain of the household, this woman was its iron spine. She was tall, past middle age, with silver hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch the skin of her face. She wore a dark gray stola, the traditional dress of a Roman matron, but hers was plain without ornament, a uniform of her station. Her face was dominated by a pair of dark, intelligent eyes that missed nothing and forgave less. This was Vipsania, the Vilica, the female head of the household slaves, a position of immense power within the confines of the domus. She had been a slave in this house for 30 years, brought from Egypt as a girl, and had risen through the ranks through a combination of ruthless efficiency, unwavering loyalty to the master, and an iron will. She ruled the female slaves with absolute authority. Her favor could mean an easier life. Her displeasure could mean a living hell. Vipsania's eyes fell upon Lyra, and she took in every detail in a single sweeping glance: the foreign features, the torn tunic, the chalk-whitened feet from the market, and the new bronze collar. Her expression was one of profound, weary disdain. She had seen countless girls like Lyra arrive over the years, frightened, defiant, broken, and she had processed them all. "This is the new one," Decimus said, without looking up from his tablets. "Dacian. The master has plans for her, so see that she is not damaged. But teach her the rules. Start with the basics." "I always do," Vipsania replied, her voice low and steady with a faint musical accent from her native land that had been flattened by years of speaking Latin. She beckoned to Lyra with a single crooked finger. It was not a request. It was a summons. Lyra hesitated for a fraction of a second, an instinctive, useless act of defiance. Vipsania's eyes narrowed. "Here the first rule is obedience," she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, yet carrying more menace than a shout. "You will learn it now, or you will learn it in the cellar. It makes no difference to me. Come." Lyra walked towards her, feeling the weight of every ancestor's gaze from the marble busts around the hall. Vipsania looked at the titulus that still hung around Lyra's neck. With a swift, decisive movement, she reached out and snapped the cord, pulling the plaque free. She held it for a moment, reading the words that had defined Lyra at the market. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she tossed it into a nearby brazier where it landed on the hot coals. Lyra watched as the small wooden rectangle curled, blackened, and was consumed by the flames. The words AET, Sutate, Literata Ingenua, vanished into smoke. "Your past is ash," Vipsania said, her voice cold and final. "Your name, your home, your gods, forget them. You are a slave of the house of Valerius now. You have only one purpose to serve. That is all you need to know. That is all you are." She turned and began to walk away, expecting Lyra to follow. The floral scent was stronger here, and Lyra now recognized it. It was the smell of roses from a hidden garden. A beautiful scent in a place that promised nothing but ugliness. She took a breath and followed the gray-robed woman, her bare feet silent on the cold marble, leaving the ghosts of Troy and the ashes of her own life behind in the atrium. Vipsania led Lyra away from the opulent public areas of the domus and into the labyrinthine corridors of the service quarters. Here the marble floors gave way to worn flagstones, the frescoed walls to plain plaster, and the cool, scented air to the smells of cooking lye soap and the press of many bodies living in close quarters. This was the domain of the slaves, a city hidden behind the facade of the great house. Their destination was the bathhouse, not the grand ornate therme for the family, but a smaller, more utilitarian version for the household staff. It was a humid, steamy room with stone walls and a floor slick with water. 2 junior slave girls, their faces blank and obedient, were waiting. Vipsania issued a series of curt commands. Lyra was ordered to undress. This time, there was no hesitation, only a dull, resigned shame. She had already been stripped bare for hundreds of strangers at the market. To be naked before these 3 was a lesser violation, but a violation nonetheless. Her rough market-issued tunic was taken from her. Like the Tetulus, it was not to be washed, but burned. It was a contaminated object, a remnant of a former life that had to be purged. She was made to sit on a low wooden stool while the slave girls went to work. They did not wash her gently. They scrubbed her with a harsh lye-based soap and stiff-bristled brushes, their movements rough and impersonal. They scrubbed her skin raw, removing not just the dirt of her journey, but it felt a layer of her very self. The oil that had been applied at the market to make her look appealing was scoured away with a vengeance as if it were a taint. Her long, dark hair, which her mother had taught her to braid with prayers, was untangled with a sharp-toothed wooden comb that pulled and tore and then washed with the same stinging soap. Throughout the process, Vipsania stood watching, her arms crossed, her expression unchanging. She was not just overseeing a cleaning. She was overseeing an initiation, a breaking in. This was a ritual designed to strip away the wildness, the individuality, the very scent of the outside world. It was a baptism into servitude. When the scrubbing was done, they rinsed her with buckets of cold water that made her gasp and shiver. Finally, she was given a new garment, a simple, undyed wool tunic, coarse and scratchy against her raw skin. It was the uniform of the lowest rank of household slave. It was identical to the tunics worn by the 2 girls who had just washed her. "You are clean now," Vipsania said, though her tone implied Lyra was still something inherently soiled. "You will keep yourself this way. The master detests filth. You will learn the routines of the house. You will learn your duties. You will learn to be silent unless spoken to. And you will learn that I see everything." She turned to leave. "Amelia," she said to one of the slave girls, "show her where she will sleep. Give her the evening meal. Tomorrow her work begins." The cleansing was complete. Stripped of her name, her past, her clothes, and her dignity, Lyra was now ready to be absorbed into the machinery of the house of Valerius. She was no longer Lyra of Dacia. She was a blank slate, ready to have a new terrible story written upon her. The girl named Amelia, who couldn't have been more than 15, with wide, frightened eyes and a nervous habit of twisting a loose thread on her tunic, beckoned for Lyra to follow. She led her deeper into the service warren, down a narrow, windowless corridor, lit by a few smoking oil lamps that cast long, dancing shadows on the damp stone walls. The air here was stale and close. Amelia stopped before a heavy, rough-planked wooden door and lifted the simple iron latch. She pushed the door open, revealing Lyra's new home. It was not a room. It was a cell. A small, cramped space, perhaps twice the length of a person's body, and barely wide enough for two people to stand side by side. There was no window, no source of light save for the flickering lamplight from the corridor. The only furniture was a set of two wooden bunk beds built into the stone wall, each with a thin, lumpy mattress stuffed with straw and a single threadbare woolen blanket. A few wooden pegs on the wall served as a place to hang their single change of tunic. A girl was already sitting on the lower bunk, mending a tear in a piece of linen. She looked up as they entered her eyes, dark and resentful, flicking over Lyra before dismissing her and returning to her work. "This is where you sleep," Amelia whispered, as if afraid of being overheard even here. "That is your bunk." She pointed to the empty top bunk. "This is Livia." The girl on the bunk, Livia, didn't acknowledge the introduction. Her silence was more hostile than any insult. "You get two tunics," Amelia continued, her voice barely audible. "One to wear, one to wash. We wash our own things on the 6th day of the week. You will be given a portion of bread and stew in the kitchens for the evening meal. You eat with the others in silence. Vipsania does not permit chatter." Lyra looked at the cramped, airless cell. She looked at the hostile face of her new roommate and the frightened face of her guide. This was to be her sanctuary, her only private space in this vast, wealthy house. The contrast between this miserable hole and the sunlit, art-filled atrium was staggering. The wealth of the senator was not just in what he owned, but in the stark, brutal division between his life and the lives of those who served him. The gilded cage had a very dark and ugly underside. "Do you understand?" Amelia asked, her eyes pleading with Lyra to simply acquiesce, to not cause trouble. Lyra, who had not spoken a word since she'd entered the house, could only nod. Her throat felt tight, as if a hand were squeezing it. Words were useless here anyway. "Good." Amelia breathed, relieved. "Come, to the kitchens. It is better not to be late." As Lyra turned to leave the cell, she glanced back at the straw mattress on the top bunk. This was where she would lie at night. This was where she would dream, if sleep ever came. It was a space so small it could barely contain a body, let alone the vast screaming grief of a soul that remembered mountains and open skies. It was not a room. It was a tomb for the living, a place to store a tool when it was not in use. The kitchen was a vast cavernous space, a stark contrast to the tiny sleeping cell. It was a hellish inferno of heat and noise. The air was thick with smoke from the great cooking hearths, the smell of roasting meat, boiling vegetables, and baking bread. Slaves, their faces slick with sweat, moved with a frantic, practiced urgency, chopping, stirring, and carrying heavy platters under the bellowed orders of a corpulent, bald-headed head cook, the Archimagirus. Amelia led Lyra to a long, rough-hewn wooden table at the far end of the kitchen, away from the main rush of activity. This was where the lower-ranking slaves took their meals. Several others were already there, hunched over wooden bowls, shoveling stew into their mouths with a desperate haste. No one looked up. No one spoke. A silent, weary-looking woman ladled a grayish, lumpy stew of beans and barley into a bowl and handed it to Lyra along with a chunk of hard, dark bread. Lyra took the bowl, her hands trembling slightly. It was the first hot food she'd had in weeks. She sat on the bench beside Amelia, the rough wood digging into her legs. As she ate, she cautiously studied the faces around her. They were a map of the Roman Empire, a collection of peoples broken and brought to this single smoky room. There was a stooped old man with the sun-baked skin of a Syrian farmer, his hands gnarled and twisted from a lifetime of labor. Across from her, a young boy from Gaul, no older than 10, wolfed down his food, his eyes constantly darting around as if expecting a blow. Two people stood out. The first was the woman who had served her the stew. She was older, perhaps Vipsania's age, but where Vipsania was sharp and angular, this woman was rounded and soft, her movements slow and deliberate. Her face was a mask of profound sadness, her eyes holding a deep, settled grief that seemed beyond tears. This, Lyra would learn, was Cassia, a Greek woman who had once been a scholar's wife and was now a kitchen drudge, her past a ghost that haunted her every quiet movement. The second was a man who stood near the entrance, not eating with them. He was tall and well-built, with the arrogant posture of a man who knew his own worth. He wore a finer tunic than the others and a decorative leather belt. He was not a kitchen slave. This was Marcus the Senator's personal body slave, his cubicularius. He was Roman-born Averna, a slave born into the household, and he carried himself with an air of superiority. His eyes scanned the room, and when they fell on Lyra, they lingered for a moment, a flicker of something curiosity mixed with contempt in their depths. He saw a new piece in the complex game of the household and was already calculating her potential value or threat to his own position. Livia, her hostile roommate, sat at the far end of the table, eating quickly, her shoulders hunched, as if protecting her small portion of food and space. She was alone, isolated by her own anger. These were the people of her new world. A silent community of the dispossessed, each nursing their own private tragedy. There were no friends here, Lyra realized. There were only fellow prisoners bound not by affection, but by shared servitude and the constant watchful eyes of their masters. Alliances might be possible, but they would be dangerous, fragile things in a world where a careless word could earn you a lashing, and trust was a currency no one could afford to spend. Lyra had barely finished her meager meal when one of Vipsania's assistants, a sharp-faced woman named Helena, appeared at her side. "You're done," Helena stated, not asked. "Come, your work is not finished for the night." She led Lyra from the noise of the kitchen to a long, wide corridor, its marble floor gleaming in the lamplight. It was one of the main arteries of the domus, connecting the public atrium to the private family quarters. Helena pointed to a series of large bronze oil lamps mounted on ornate stands along the wall. "These are the lamps of the peristyle corridor," Helena said, her voice sharp and impatient. "They must be cleaned and polished every night. Every single night. Without fail. The mistress of the house, Domina Aurelia, notices any speck of dust, any smudge of soot. If she is displeased, Vipsania is displeased. You do not want Vipsania to be displeased." The threat hung in the air, heavy and real. She shoved a set of tools into Lyra's hands, a stack of soft woolen cloths, a small pot of abrasive powder made from ground pumice, and another of fine scented oil. "You will empty the old oil, clean the soot from the inside, polish the bronze until it shines like the sun, and then refill them with fresh oil. Do not spill a single drop on the floor. If you do, you will clean it on your hands and knees until the marble is perfect again." Helena demonstrated the process, once her movements quick and efficient, her hands sure. "Now you. Start here. I will be back to inspect your work. Do it properly." With that, she turned and disappeared, her footsteps echoing down the corridor, leaving Lyra alone in the cavernous silence. Lyra looked at the first lamp. It was taller than she was, its bronze surface intricately carved with images of vines and grapes. It was a work of art. Her job was to scrub it. She reached up to lift the heavy bronze lamp from its stand. It was heavier than she expected, and she struggled for a moment, her arms weak from weeks of near starvation and travel. She set to work, her hands clumsy at first. The soot was greasy and hard to remove. The abrasive powder was gritty and stung the raw skin of her hands. It was tedious, repetitive, exhausting work. The silence of the corridor was unnerving. Every small sound, the scrape of her cloth on the bronze, the clink of the tools on the floor seemed magnified. She worked for what felt like hours, moving from one lamp to the next, her back aching, her arms burning with fatigue. She focused entirely on the task, pouring all her concentration into the circular motion of polishing, into making the metal gleam. It was a way to numb her mind, to silence the screaming grief that threatened to overwhelm her. Here in this corridor, she was not Lyra. She was a pair of hands performing a function. As she was finishing the final lamp, she heard a sound. A man's voice, followed by the light musical laughter of a woman. They were coming down the corridor. Lyra froze, her heart pounding. She had been told the family was dining out tonight. She flattened herself against the wall, trying to become invisible. It was not the senator. It was a younger man, dressed in the height of fashion, his toga artfully draped, his hair scented. Beside him was a woman in a shimmering silk gown. As they passed, the young man's eyes fell upon Lyra. It was a casual, dismissive glance, the kind one might give to a piece of furniture. But then he paused, his eyes narrowing as he took in her foreign features, her slave's tunic. A slow, cruel smile spread across his face. "Well, well," he said to his companion, his voice dripping with condescending amusement. "Look what father has brought home from the market. A new toy from the wilderness." He didn't speak to Lyra, but about her, as if she were an object incapable of understanding. He looked her up and down, his gaze lingering in a way that made her feel more naked than she had in the bathhouse. This, she would learn, was Lucius Valerius Corvinus, the senator's only son and heir. And the look in his eyes promised a different, more personal kind of cruelty than the cold indifference of his father. The encounter with Lucius left Lyra trembling, a cold dread seeping into her bones. He and his companion had moved on, their laughter echoing down the hall, but the memory of his predatory smile remained. She finished her work, her hands shaking so much she nearly dropped the oil flask. Helena returned as promised, her inspection swift and critical. She found a tiny smudge Lyra had missed and pointed it out with a sharp jab of her finger. "Do it again. Perfection is the standard, not good enough." Lyra, exhausted and emotionally raw, redid the lamp until it met Helena's exacting standards. Only then was she dismissed, allowed to retreat to the darkness of her shared cell. Livia was already asleep, or pretending to be, her back turned to the door. Lyra climbed into her bunk, the straw mattress rustling beneath her. Sleep felt a million miles away. The next day, she met the true masters of the house. Her morning was a blur of menial tasks. She was assigned to the laundry, a steamy, back-breaking job that involved hauling heavy baskets of soiled linen and scrubbing them in massive stone tubs with lye that cracked and burned her skin. It was here, amidst the steam and the stench, that she first saw Domina Aurelia, the senator's wife. Aurelia was as different from her husband as a butterfly is from a hawk. She was a small, delicate woman, draped in fine silks. Her pale face artfully painted, her hair an elaborate construction of curls and jeweled pins. She swept into the laundry area, Her nose wrinkled in distaste at the smell, to give a sharp command to Vipsania about a specific gown she wanted cleaned. Her voice was high and thin like brittle glass. She did not look at the slaves who toiled in the steam. She looked through them, her eyes focused on some point in the middle distance. She was a creature of pure, unadulterated privilege, so insulated by her wealth that the people who washed her clothes and cooked her food barely registered as human. She was not cruel in the active way her son was. Her cruelty was one of complete and total indifference. Lyra was a tool, and one does not concern oneself with the feelings of a tool. Later that day, Lyra was sent to deliver a basket of folded linens to the main house. As she hurried down a corridor, a door opened and Senator Corvinus himself stepped out. Lyra froze her eyes wide and immediately dropped her gaze to the floor, her heart hammering against her ribs. She had been instructed that she was never to look the master in the eye unless directly commanded to. He stopped. She could feel his presence, a palpable aura of power and stillness. He was silent for a long moment. Lyra kept her eyes fixed on the mosaic pattern at his feet, a complex geometric design of black and white tiles. "You are the new one," he said. His voice was the same as she remembered from the market, low resonant and devoid of emotion. "The Dacian." "Yes, Dominus." Lyra whispered the word for master, feeling like a stone in her mouth. She could feel him studying her. It was the same analytical gaze, dissecting, evaluating. "Vipsania reports that you are obedient, that you learn quickly." It was not a compliment. It was a statement of fact, an assessment of his purchase's performance. "I try to be, Dominus." "See that you continue to do so," he said. "I have a purpose for you beyond scrubbing floors. But you must first prove you understand the fundamental nature of this household order. Absolute, unquestioning order. Do you understand?" "Yes, Dominus." He said nothing more. After a moment, she heard the soft sound of his sandals moving away. She waited until the sound had completely faded before she dared to lift her head. He was gone. The encounter left her more terrified than ever. The casual cruelty of Lucius, the utter indifference of Aurelia, those were things she could almost understand. But the senator was different. He was cold, calculating, and his words hinted at a future for her that was not in the laundry or the kitchens. "I have a purpose for you." The words were not a promise of a better life. They were a threat, a hint of some unknown fate that he was orchestrating for reasons she could not begin to fathom. She was a pawn in a game she did not understand, and the master's hand was moving her on the board. The domus was a living organism, and its lifeblood was information. It flowed through the corridors in whispers, in shared glances, in fragments of conversation overheard and passed along the chain of servitude. For the slaves, knowledge was survival. Knowing the master's moods, their routines, their desires, and their displeasures was essential. A slave who knew when to be invisible was a slave who avoided the whip. Lyra, silent and observant by nature, quickly began to learn the language of these whispers. She learned that Domina Aurelia was prone to fits of melancholy, and that the best way to avoid her notice was to stay out of her sight entirely. She learned that the young master Lucius was deep in gambling debt and had a vicious temper, especially after a night of drinking. She learned that the head cook was stealing wine from the master's cellar, and that Vipsania knew it, but allowed it, holding the knowledge as a weapon to ensure his loyalty. The house was a web of secret alliances and resentments. The slaves were not a unified whole. They were a fractured hierarchical society as rigidly stratified as the one outside the walls. There were the privileged few, like Marcus the Senator's cubicularius, who slept in a private room and wore fine clothes and who lorded his status over the others. There were the established, long-serving slaves like Vipsania and Cassia, who had found their own ways to endure. And then there were the drudges, the lowest of the low, like Lyra and Amelia, who did the hardest work and were treated as disposable. One night, as Lyra and Amelia were scrubbing the kitchen floors long after the evening meal, their hands raw from the harsh soap, Amelia spoke in a voice so low it was barely a breath. "Livia hates you," she whispered, not looking at Lyra. Lyra paused, her cloth stilling on the flagstones. "Why, I have not spoken to her." Her brother was a Dacian soldier. Amelia said, her eyes still on the floor. "He was killed in the war. She was taken as a captive before you were. She sees your face, and she sees the people who killed him." The revelation was a shock. Lyra had seen Livia's hostility as simple resentment of a newcomer. She had not imagined it was rooted in a grief that mirrored her own, twisted by the strange cruelties of their situation. They were both Dacian, both victims of Rome, yet they were divided by the very tragedy that should have united them. "She blames you," Amelia added. "It is not fair. But nothing here is fair." Later that week, working in the garden, Lyra overheard two of the older gardeners talking. They spoke of the master senator Corvinus. They spoke of his long career as a military commander on the northern frontiers before he turned to politics. They spoke of his ruthlessness, not just to his enemies, but to his own men. "He is a man of ice," one of them murmured. "He does not have a heart. He has a plan." These fragments, pieced together, began to form a terrifying picture. Her master was not just a wealthy politician. He was a hardened soldier, a strategist who saw people as pieces on a map. His house was not just a home. It was an extension of his will, run with military precision. And his interest in her, his purpose for her, had nothing to do with her well-being. It was part of a plan. And as she lay on her straw mattress at night, listening to the quiet breathing of her resentful roommate, Lyra was consumed by a single terrifying question. What was a Dacian slave girl, literate in a barbarian tongue, worth to a man made of ice? In the rigidly ordered world of the domus, punishment was as routine and necessary as the lighting of the lamps. It was the oil that kept the machine of servitude running smoothly. For the first few weeks, Lyra's fear and meticulous attention to her duties kept her safe. She saw it happen to others. A kitchen boy who dropped a platter was cuffed hard by the head cook. A stable hand who was slow to answer a call was struck by Lucius with his riding crop. But the reality of it had not yet touched her directly. That changed one sweltering afternoon. Lyra was tasked with serving watered wine to the family in the peristyle, the colonnaded garden at the heart of the house. It was her first time performing such a personal, visible duty. Her hands trembled as she held the heavy silver pitcher. Domina Aurelia was reclining on a couch, fanning herself, while Lucius paced impatiently. The senator was not present. "More wine, girl," Lucius snapped, holding out his goblet without looking at her. Lyra moved to pour her nerves, making her clumsy. As she tilted the heavy pitcher, a small amount of wine, no more than a few drops, spilled from the spout and splashed onto the pristine marble floor. It was a tiny mistake, but in this house, there were no tiny mistakes. Lucius's head whipped around, his eyes already bloodshot from the previous night's revelry fixed on the small, dark puddle at her feet. "You clumsy idiot!" He hissed, his voice low and venomous. Domina Aurelia sighed dramatically. "Must we have such incompetence?" Vipsania grows lax. Before Lyra could even stammer an apology, Lucius's hand shot out and struck her across the face. The blow was not a simple slap. It was delivered with the hard back of his hand, weighted with a heavy signet ring. The force of it sent her staggering sideways, the silver pitcher clattering to the ground. Pain, sharp and blinding, exploded in her cheek, and the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. "Look what you've done!" Lucius roared, pointing at the now much larger puddle of spilled wine. "Useless barbarian trash!" Lyra stood frozen, her cheek on fire, her mind reeling from the shock and the pain. Tears welled in her eyes, tears of shock more than sorrow. "Clean it up!" He spat, his face contorted with rage. "And then Vipsania will deal with you." The threat was worse than the blow itself. Vipsania arrived moments later, summoned by another slave. Her face was a stony mask, but Lyra saw a flicker of cold fury in her eyes. Fury not at Lucius, but at Lyra, for failing, for causing a disruption, for bringing the displeasure of the masters down upon her domain. Vipsania did not speak. She simply grabbed Lyra's arm, her fingers digging in like talons, and dragged her from the peristyle. Lyra was taken not to the kitchens or the laundry, but down a flight of stone steps to the cellars beneath the house. The air was cold and smelled of damp earth and old wine. Here in the darkness, Vipsania administered the punishment. It was not a frenzied beating. It was cold, methodical, and efficient. She used a thin, flexible rod that whistled through the air before it bit into the flesh of Lyra's back and legs. Each blow was precise, calculated to inflict maximum pain without causing permanent injury that would diminish Lyra's value. Lyra bit her lip until it bled, refusing to cry out, refusing to give Lucius or Vipsania the satisfaction of her screams. The silence seemed only to infuriate Vipsania more. When it was over, Vipsania threw the rod aside. "Let this be your only lesson," she said, her voice ragged with controlled anger. "This is what happens when you are careless. This is what happens when you forget your place. You are nothing here, less than nothing. Remember that." Lyra was left alone on the cold stone floor of the cellar, her body a constellation of fire and pain, the taste of blood and shame in her mouth. She had learned the house's most important lesson. She was not just a prisoner. She was an object that could be struck, a body that could be beaten, her pain a matter of complete indifference to her owners. The gilded cage was not just a place of servitude. It was a place of profound physical danger, and she had just felt its teeth for the first time. Lyra was not allowed the luxury of recovery. She was forced to return to her duties immediately, her back a tapestry of burning welts hidden beneath her coarse tunic. Every movement was agony. She scrubbed floors, her muscles screaming in protest. She hauled water, the strain threatening to split the skin on her back. She endured it all in a haze of pain and humiliation, her silence a thin shield against a world that had become unbearable. The other slaves saw. They noticed her stiff movements, the way she flinched if someone brushed past her. Most of them averted their eyes, their faces carefully blank. To acknowledge her pain would be to acknowledge their own vulnerability. It was safer to pretend they had seen nothing. Amelia looked at her with wide, pitying eyes, but said nothing, too frightened to offer comfort. Livia, her roommate, shot her a single glance that held a flicker of something Lyra couldn't decipher. Was it contempt or a bitter, grim satisfaction? That night, as she lay on her bunk, unable to find a position that didn't send waves of fire across her back, the door to her cell creaked open. Lyra tensed, expecting Vipsania or one of her assistants to have come to deliver some new torment. But it was Cassia, the silent, sad-eyed Greek woman from the kitchens. She carried a small clay pot and a strip of clean linen. She said nothing, merely gestured for Lyra to turn over. Hesitantly, Lyra did so, lying on her stomach, her face pressed into the lumpy straw mattress. Cassia gently lifted the back of Lyra's tunic, exposing the angry red and purple stripes left by Vipsania's rod. Lyra flinched as she felt a cool, soothing substance being dabbed onto her skin. Cassia's touch was incredibly gentle, the touch of a mother, a healer. The salve she applied smelled of herbs and lanolin, and it immediately began to dull the sharpest edges of the burning pain. They remained in silence for several minutes as Cassia carefully treated each welt. It was a dangerous act of kindness. If she were caught, she would be punished severely for defying Vipsania's authority and offering comfort to a slave under discipline. When she was finished, she gently pulled the tunic back down. As she was about to leave, she paused at the door and spoke, her voice a low, soft whisper, the first words Lyra had ever heard her speak. "In this house," Cassia said in flawed, accented Latin, "they try to take everything, your body, your work, your past, but there is one thing they cannot touch unless you give it to them." She gently touched her own temple. "What you hold in here, your memories, your thoughts, do not let them have that. It is the only part of you that is still yours." She slipped out of the room as silently as she had entered, leaving Lyra alone in the darkness. The physical pain in Lyra's back was still there, but it was overshadowed by a new, startling sensation. The salve soothed her skin, but Cassia's words and her selfless, risky act of compassion had applied a balm to a much deeper wound. It was the first flicker of humanity, of genuine kindness she had experienced since before the legions had come. A single tiny spark in an overwhelming darkness. Lying there, with the cool relief of the salve on her back and the echo of Cassia's words in her mind, Lyra made a silent vow. They had taken her freedom. They had beaten her body, but she would not let them have her mind. She would remember the sun. She would hold on to the girl who had watched the sunset over the mountains. It was, as Cassia said, the only thing she had left, and she would guard it with her life. A month passed, then another. The seasons in Rome began to turn the brutal heat of summer, mellowing into a golden autumn. Lyra's life fell into a grueling, monotonous rhythm. Her days were a blur of aching muscles, and the sting of lie her nights, a brief, dreamless oblivion in her dark cell. The welts on her back had faded to pale, silvery lines, a permanent reminder of her place in the household. She learned to be invisible, to anticipate orders before they were given, to move through the house like a ghost. Her silence and efficiency became her armor. She saw Cassia in the kitchens, and they would exchange a brief, silent glance of acknowledgement, a shared understanding that was too dangerous to be put into words. She avoided Lucius with a desperate animal cunning, learning his routines, the sound of his footsteps, and melting into side corridors or service rooms whenever he was near. The senator remained a distant, formidable presence, a god in his own universe whom she glimpsed only occasionally. Her world was the world of the service corridors, the laundry, the kitchens, the cellars. It was a world of stone, steam, and shadows. Then one afternoon, the rhythm was broken. Lyra was on her hands and knees scrubbing the mosaic floor of a minor passageway when a pair of immaculate leather sandals stopped directly in front of her. She froze, her gaze fixed on the floor. She did not need to look up to know who it was. The air itself seemed to grow colder more still. It was Marcus, the senator's arrogant body slave. "Get up, Dacian," he said, his voice laced with the usual contempt, but with a new undercurrent of something else, annoyance perhaps, or even jealousy. Lyra slowly rose to her feet, her eyes downcast, her hands clutching her wet rag. "Leave that," he commanded, gesturing at the bucket and brush with a flick of his wrist. "Vipsania sent me. The master wants you. Now." The words struck Lyra like a physical blow. "The master wants you." The other slaves within earshot stopped what they were doing, their faces a mixture of shock and fear. To be personally summoned by the senator was an exceedingly rare and usually terrible event. It meant either a punishment for some grave offense or a fate even more unpredictable. Where am I to go?" Lyra stammered, her voice barely a whisper. "To the tablinum." Marcus sneered, clearly enjoying her terror. "His private study, and you're to go looking like that." He eyed her tunic damp with scrub water and the grime on her hands. He said, "Now, not after you've beautified yourself." The walk behind Marcus through the opulent main corridors of the domus was the longest of Lyra's life. Her damp, coarse tunic felt like a beggar's rag against the backdrop of polished marble and fine art. Her bare feet, calloused and dirty, seemed to profane the intricate mosaics. Every slave she passed stared, their eyes following her with a mixture of morbid curiosity and undisguised fear. She was a condemned woman walking to her execution, and the entire household had turned out to watch. Marcus stopped before a pair of heavy curtained doors, flanked by busts of grim-faced philosophers. This was a part of the house she had never seen, the very heart of the senator's power. "He is in there," Marcus said, his duty done. He gave her one last look of disdain and turned, striding away, leaving her alone before the threshold. Lyra stood for a long moment, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The summons had finally come. The purpose her master had spoken of was waiting for her behind that curtain. With a trembling hand, she reached out and pushed aside the heavy linen drapery, stepping from the familiar world of physical misery into a new and terrifying realm of the mind. The senator's study was a room that smelled of old papyrus leather and power. It was nothing like the rest of the house, which was designed for display and comfort. This room was a fortress of intellect, a workshop of strategy. The walls were not covered in frescoes, but were lined from floor to ceiling with wooden cubbyholes, each one filled with dozens of scrolls. Lyra stared in awe. She had never seen so many books in one place. It was more knowledge than the priestesses of her entire tribe had possessed. A large table carved from a single slab of dark polished wood dominated the center of the room. It was covered with yet more scrolls, some open, revealing dense lines of Greek and Latin. A set of wax tablets, a bronze stylus, and several inkpots were arranged with geometric precision. On one corner of the table, a detailed map of the province of Dacia was laid out, held flat by polished stones. Red and blue markers were dotted across it, indicating she assumed the positions of Roman garrisons and rebellious tribes. The sight of her homeland reduced to lines and symbols on a conqueror's table sent a fresh pang of grief through her. Sunlight, softened by a screen of yellowing linen over the window, illuminated the room with a warm, scholarly glow. It was a quiet, intimidating space, the nerve center from which an empire was managed, and from which her own life had been casually shattered. Senator Gaius Valerius Corvinus was standing by the window, his back to her, looking out over the city. He did not turn when she entered. He simply spoke his voice, calm and measured. "Close the curtain." Lyra's hands shook as she pulled the heavy drapery shut, plunging the room into a more intimate, shadowy light. The sound of the household, the distant clatter and chatter, was completely cut off. There was only silence, thick and absolute. She stood by the door, her head bowed, waiting. The silence stretched on a deliberate tool of intimidation. He was forcing her to stand in the heart of his power, to feel her own insignificance, to let the weight of the room and its contents press down on her. She could hear the faint scratching of a bird's claws on the roof tiles outside, the sound of her own ragged breathing. Finally, he turned. His eyes, those dark, unreadable pools, swept over her, taking in her damp tunic, her bare feet, her frightened posture. He showed no sign of approval or disapproval. His expression was, as always, one of pure, detached analysis. "You were told at the market that you were literate." He began, his voice a low rumble. "You confirmed this. You read Greek, a little dominus," she whispered, "from a traveling scholar." "I am not interested in your Greek," he said, dismissing the foundation of Western literature with a wave of his hand. He walked to the great table and picked up an object. "I am interested in this." He held it out. It was a fragment of a bronze helmet, clearly of Dacian make, with intricate swirling patterns etched into its surface. But it was not the patterns he was interested in. Along the rim, a series of strange rune-like symbols had been crudely scratched. It was a script Lyra knew. It was the sacred writing of the Dacian priests, a secret language used for recording histories and rituals. This was taken from a chieftain killed at Sarmizegetusa. The senator said, his eyes never leaving her face. "My intelligence officers believe it is more than decoration. They believe it is a message, but none of them can read it. Can you?" He held the helmet fragment out to her. It was a test. And Lyra knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that her answer would change everything. Lyra took the helmet fragment from the senator's hand. The bronze was cold and heavy, its familiar weight a shock to her system. She had seen helmets like this her entire life, worn by the warriors and chieftains of her people. To hold a broken piece of one here in the heart of her enemy's home felt like holding the bone of a dead kinsman. She forced her gaze onto the scratched markings. Her heart pounded. Her mother, the high priestess, had begun to teach her the sacred script, the symbols that held the soul of their people. It was forbidden for most to learn it, a knowledge passed down through their clerical line. She had only been a novice, but she recognized the characters. They were clumsy, scratched by a soldier's hand, not a priest's, but they were legible. Her mind raced. What should she do? To admit she could read it would be to confirm her value to him, to become the tool he wanted her to be. It would mean helping him, her conqueror, decipher the secrets of her own people. It felt like the ultimate betrayal. But to deny it, to lie to this man, a man who seemed to see through flesh and bone. He had likely already tested her in some way she didn't understand. A lie would be perceived as defiance, and she knew from the scars on her back what defiance earned in this house. She looked at the runes again, her finger tracing the cold lines. It was not a grand message of war. It was something far more personal, more tragic. Dominus. She began, her voice barely a whisper. It is not A military order. The senator's eyes narrowed slightly. Then what is it? It is a name, she said, her throat tight. And a prayer. This name, she pointed to the first set of symbols, is Discibolus. Not the great king, but another, a common name. She looked at the second set of symbols, and this says, Son, guide my son home. The room was silent for a long moment. The senator took the helmet fragment back from her, his gaze resting on the scratched prayer of a dead Dacian chieftain for his son. His face remained impassive, but Lyra thought she saw a flicker of something in his eyes, not pity, but the satisfaction of a hypothesis confirmed. And the map, he said, his voice sharp, gesturing to the table. Come here. Hesitantly, Lyra approached the table, her eyes falling upon the dissected body of her homeland. The reports say the last pocket of resistance is in the Orashti Mountains near the old fortresses. He set his finger tapping a location on the map. But my legions find nothing. The rebels vanish like smoke. They are using hidden paths, old ways the Romans do not know. You grew up in those mountains. You were the daughter of a priestess. You would know of such paths. It was not a question. It was a statement. He was testing the breadth of her knowledge. He was not just interested in her literacy. He was interested in her memory, her culture, her very essence. He wanted to mine her for every last piece of actionable intelligence. Lyra looked at the map, at the area he indicated. It was less than a day's walk from her village. She knew those paths. She had walked them as a child, gathering herbs with her mother. She knew the whispering pass, which was invisible from the valley below. She knew the cave system that ran beneath the serpent's ridge. To reveal them would be to guide Roman swords to the throats of the last free Dacians. She looked up from the map and met his gaze for a fraction of a second before dropping her eyes. The mountains keep their secrets well. Dominus, she said, her voice carefully neutral. It was a non-answer, an evasion. A spark of defiance, but one cloaked in submission. She had proven she could read the script. She had not yet proven she would betray her people. The senator stared at her, his expression unreadable. Indeed they do, he said softly. But secrets have a way of being extracted. He let the threat hang in the air, a cold promise. He had what he needed for now. The test was over. Senator Corvinus turned away from the map and walked to his chair behind the great table. He sat the leather groaning under his weight and steepled his fingers regarding Lyra as a craftsman might regard a newly acquired tool. Your duties in the laundry and kitchens are at an end. He stated his voice, leaving no room for discussion. Vipsania will be so informed. From this day forward, you will work here, in this room, for me. The words hung in the silent study. Lyra felt a dizzying mix of emotions, relief sharp and immediate at the thought of escaping the back-breaking labor, the endless scrubbing the heat of the laundry. But it was followed by a wave of cold dread. To work here in this room meant being in constant proximity to this man. It meant isolation from the other slaves, from the fragile, unspoken solidarity of the service quarters. It meant being utterly and completely under his control. You will be my amanuensis for all matters pertaining to the Dacian territories. He continued laying out the terms of her new servitude. You will read and translate any captured documents that arrive. You will transcribe my notes from reports sent by the provincial governor. You will assist me with the maps. Your knowledge, which you will share freely and completely, will be put to the service of bringing order to your former homeland. The phrase, bringing order, was a chilling euphemism. She knew what it meant. It meant crushing dissent, punishing rebels, and solidifying the grip of Roman power. Her job was to be the native informant, the key that would help Rome unlock the last secrets of Dacia. It was a monstrous, impossible position. Impossible. You will require a better grasp of Latin. The senator went on, as if discussing the training of a horse. You will be provided with tablets and a stylus. You will practice. You will learn. Cassia, the Greek kitchen slave, was once a scholar's wife. She still remembers her letters. She will be your tutor for 1 hour each evening. It will be her new duty. Lyra's mind reeled. He knew about Cassia. Of course he knew. He knew everything that happened in his house. He was not just promoting Lyra. He was reassigning Cassia, weaving them both into his plan, creating a dependency between them. It was a move of calculated genius, granting Lyra a teacher, while reminding her that even acts of kindness were subject to his will. You will speak only when I ask you a question. He concluded, his gaze hardening. You will reveal nothing of what you see or hear in this room to anyone. Your loyalty, your obedience, your very thoughts now belong to this office. If you perform this duty to my satisfaction, you will be treated well. If you fail me or deceive me, he did not need to finish the sentence. The memory of Vipsania's rod was eloquent enough. Do you understand your new purpose? There was no choice. To refuse was to invite a punishment far worse than the last one. To refuse was death, or a life so miserable it would make her long for it. Yes, Dominus. She whispered the words tasting of ash. I understand. Good, he said, picking up a stylus and turning his attention to a wax tablet, a clear dismissal. Go to Vipsania. She will give you your new instructions. Lyra bowed her head and backed out of the room, pulling the curtain closed behind her. She had been given a new life, a reprieve from the drudgery. But as she stood in the corridor, her heart cold with dread, she knew she had not escaped her cage. She had merely been moved from the common pen into a smaller, more gilded, and infinitely more dangerous enclosure, where she was no longer just a beast of burden, but a songbird, and her master expected her to sing the secrets of her home. News of Lyra's new position spread through the slave quarters with the speed of a dropped torch in a dry stable. When she found Vipsania to report the master's orders, the Vilica's face was a mask of cold fury. The senator had countermanded her authority, removing a slave from her direct control without consultation. It was a slight, and Vipsania was not a woman who suffered slights gladly. So, Vipsania said, her voice dangerously soft, the master finds a new pet. You are to work in the tablinum. She looked Lyra up and down her eyes, lingering on Lyra's still grimy hands. You think this makes you special? You think this elevates you? Do not be a fool. You are still a slave with a collar around your neck. The leash is simply held by a different hand now, and it is a much shorter leash. Her words were a clear warning. Lyra had not gained a promotion. She had been marked. Vipsania would be watching, waiting for her to fail. The reaction from the other slaves was immediate and visceral. As Lyra walked back toward the kitchens, she was met with a wall of hostile silence. Faces that had previously shown her indifference were now filled with suspicion and naked jealousy. Helena, the sharp-faced assistant, glared at her with open hatred. Amelia, her once frightened guide, looked at her with a new kind of fear, as if Lyra were now a creature from a different, more dangerous world. When Lyra entered her cell to gather her single spare tunic, Livia was there. Her roommate's face was twisted in a sneer of pure contempt. The whisperer. Livia spat the first time she had initiated a conversation. Going to whisper our secrets to the master now, as well as your own. I have done nothing, Lyra said, her voice shaking slightly. You have done everything, Livia hissed, rising to her feet. You come here with the face of our people, and you climb into his bed of secrets. You are a traitor to the memory of everyone who died fighting them. My brother died fighting them. The accusation born of Livia's own deep grief struck Lyra with the force of a physical blow. It was the very fear that was taking root in her own heart. Was she a traitor? By surviving, by using the skills her mother had taught her, was she betraying everything she had ever loved? Even the privileged slaves viewed her with distrust. Marcus, the senator's body slave, saw her as a direct threat. He had been the master's most trusted servant, the gatekeeper to his presence. Now, this foreign girl had been granted access to the senator's most private sanctum. He passed her in a corridor and deliberately bumped her shoulder hard. "Watch where you are going, barbarian!" He muttered, his eyes full of menace. She was utterly alone. She had been lifted out of the communal misery of the lower slaves, but she was not accepted by the household elite. She was an anomaly, an outsider, a tool of the master whose purpose was unknown and therefore feared. The other slaves no longer saw her as one of them. They saw her as an extension of the master's will, a spy in their midst. The invisible walls that separated her from her fellow captives were now as real and as cold as the stone of the domus. As Vipsania had been instructed, Lyra's station in the household was formally changed. The transformation was swift and ruthlessly efficient, designed to physically and psychologically separate her from her former existence. First, she was taken from the cramped, airless cell she shared with Livia. Her new quarters were a small, windowless room, not much larger than her previous one, but it was private. It was located in a quiet corridor near the tablinum, far from the noise and squalor of the main slave barracks. The bed was still a simple cot with a straw mattress, but the blanket was newer, less threadbare. A small stool and a shelf were provided for her use. It was a profound luxury, the ability to close a door and be alone. But its isolation was also a form of imprisonment. Next, her clothes were changed. The coarse, undyed tunic of a common drudge was taken away. In its place, she was given 2 new tunics of a finer, softer wool, dyed a muted gray. They were still the simple garments of a slave, but the quality of the fabric was a clear marker of her elevated status. When she put one on, the soft material felt strange against her skin, which had grown accustomed to the constant chafe of rough wool. Her diet was improved as well. She no longer ate the thin barley stew with the other low-ranking slaves in the noisy kitchen. Her meals, simple but wholesome fare, of bread, cheese, olives, and sometimes a piece of cooked meat, were brought to her small room by a sullen kitchen girl who would leave the tray outside her door without a word. These changes were not kindnesses. Lyra understood this with perfect clarity. They were investments. The senator needed his new tool to be healthy, clean, and focused. He was isolating her from the physical hardships and social dynamics of the other slaves to ensure her complete attention was on her work. She was being groomed for her purpose, just as a prized hawk is kept in a quiet mews, fed well and trained for the hunt. And every change served as a stark reminder of her dependency. Her new room, her new clothes, her better food, all of it came directly from the master's hand and could be taken away in an instant. Her entire existence was contingent on his satisfaction with her work. The most potent symbol of this truth remained cold and heavy around her neck. Her bronze collar was not removed. It was polished. One afternoon, Vipsania summoned her, and with a chillingly impersonal efficiency, used a cloth and abrasive powder to polish the metal until it shone. The engraved words, Gaius Valerius, Corvinus me possidit, gleamed in the lamplight. The message was unmistakable. Her cage was now gilded. Her food was better, her clothes softer, her bed private. But the leash was still there, polished and bright, a constant chilling reminder that no matter how high her master raised her, she was and would always be his property. Lyra's new proximity to the senator's private quarters had an immediate and unwelcome consequence: more frequent encounters with his son Lucius. When she had been a laundry drudge, she could avoid him by staying within the service warrens. But now, her duties required her to be in the main part of the domus. The corridor outside the tablinum was a path Lucius often took to his own opulent rooms. His attention, which had been one of casual, arrogant cruelty, now sharpened into something more focused and predatory. He seemed to take a perverse pleasure in her new elevated status. It made her a more interesting target. The first time he found her alone in the corridor, she was waiting to be summoned into the study. He came upon her silently, his fine leather shoes making little sound on the mosaic floor. The little barbarian scholar. He said, his voice a low drawl. He leaned against the wall, blocking her path, his body uncomfortably close. I hear you are my father's new pet. Reading him bedtime stories from your savage little homeland. Lyra kept her eyes on the floor, her body rigid. The master has given me work to do, Dominus Lucius. Oh, I'm sure he has. Lucius purred, his eyes raking over her. Her new finer tunic, while still modest, did little to hide the shape of her body. My father always did have an eye for useful assets. Tell me, does he find your other talents as literate? The insinuation was vile, unmistakable. Lyra's stomach churned with a mixture of fear and revulsion. I only do the work the master commands, she said, her voice tight. Of course you do, he chuckled, pushing himself off the wall. All of his slaves do exactly as he commands, for now. He let his fingers brush against her arm as he passed a touch that felt like the trail of a slug on her skin. She flinched, and he smiled, pleased with her reaction. These encounters became a new form of torture. He would seek her out, appearing in doorways, his presence a constant low-grade threat. He never did anything overtly violent, nothing she could report to Vipsania or the senator, even if she had dared to. It was a campaign of psychological warfare. It was in his lingering gaze, the way he would say her name, drawing out the syllables, the knowing, cruel smile that played on his lips. He was the serpent in her new small garden. The senator was a cold, impersonal danger, a hawk circling high above. Lucius was a more immediate poison, a snake hiding in the grass at her feet, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lyra learned a new kind of vigilance. Her senses became acutely attuned to his presence. She could distinguish the sound of his footsteps from a dozen others, the scent of his perfumed oil. Her gilded cage, which already felt so small, was shrinking with every encounter. The threat of the senator's displeasure was a distant storm cloud. The threat of his son was the humid, oppressive air before the lightning strike. Lyra's work in the tablinum began in earnest. The senator was a demanding, methodical master. Her days were spent in the silent papyrus-scented room, a ghost at a small table set in the corner, while he worked at his great desk. Couriers would arrive from the north, bringing leather pouches sealed with the governor of Dacia's mark. Inside were reports, captured documents, and hastily drawn maps. It was Lyra's job to sort through them. The Latin reports from Roman officers she would set aside for the senator. But anything written in the Dacian script, any scrap of parchment or piece of inscribed pottery, was hers to decipher. The first time she unrolled a captured Dacian scroll, her hands trembled so much she could barely hold it. The familiar symbols, the words of her own people, felt like a sacred violation under her eyes. The scroll contained a list of grain stores hidden in the mountains, meant for the rebels. With a sick feeling in her gut, she translated the locations onto a Latin tablet, her stylus scratching against the wax. She was handing a map of her people's sustenance to the man who starved them into submission. Each translation was an act of betrayal. She read missives between rebel leaders, messages of hope and defiance that she then rendered into the cold clinical language of her masters. She transcribed the senator's own notes as he dictated them, his voice a dispassionate drone as he outlined strategies for pacification, for rooting out resistance, for imposing taxes that would break the back of the Dacian farmers. She learned of the destruction of her own world through the detached bureaucratic prose of its destroyers. An entry might read, Zone 7, Iron Gate Pass region, resistance neutralized. 200 combatants eliminated, 450 captured for labor allocation. Local shrine to Zalmoxis dismantled. The shrine to Zalmoxis. That was her shrine. The grove where her mother had prayed, where she had been captured. It had been dismantled, erased. The words were like a hammer blow to her soul. She kept her face impassive, her hands steady as she wrote, while inside she was screaming. Her evenings were spent with Cassia. The sad-eyed Greek woman was a patient teacher. In the quiet of Lyra's small cell, Cassia would guide her through the complexities of Latin grammar, using an old copy of Virgil's Aeneid as their text. They rarely spoke of anything but their lessons, but a deep, unspoken bond formed between them. Cassia knew, without asking, the torment Lyra's new job inflicted upon her. Sometimes, when Lyra's hand would falter while reading a particularly patriotic passage about the founding of Rome, Cassia would place a gentle hand on her arm. It was enough. The work was changing Lyra. The physical exhaustion of the laundry was gone, replaced by a profound mental and spiritual weariness. The words she was forced to process, to translate, were a poison seeping into her soul. She was becoming intimately acquainted with the machinery of oppression, and she was one of its cogs. She was a weapon being used against her own people, and the weight of every word she translated, every secret she revealed, was crushing her. Several weeks into her new duties, a special courier arrived. He was a legionary, not a regular messenger, his armor caked with the dust of a hard ride. He delivered a sealed wooden cylinder to the senator, who dismissed Lyra for a short time while he read it. The air in the study was tense when she was called back in. The senator was standing over the map of Dacia, his face grim. The cylinder lay open on his desk. It had contained a rolled sheet of high-quality vellum, which was now spread out beside the map. The governor is a fool. The senator muttered more to himself than to her. He uses a hammer where a scalpel is needed. He looked at Lyra, his eyes sharp and penetrating. Another chieftain has risen, a man named Drusus, though he is Dacian by blood. He has united several of the northern clans. He is charismatic, cunning, and he is becoming a serious problem. He gestured for her to approach the table. The governor plans a major offensive. He wants to march 3 cohorts into the Apusini Range to burn them out. He tapped a mountainous region on the map. He will lose half his men in the ambushes and accomplish nothing. The Dacians will melt into the hills. He then pushed a smaller, cruder document toward her. It was a piece of scraped animal hide captured from one of the rebels. It was covered in the familiar secret script of the Dacian priests. This was found on a scout. I need to know what it says. Every word. Lyra picked up the hide, her hands cold. The script was precise, clearly written by a trained hand. As she began to read, the blood drained from her face. It was not a battle plan. It was a list of names. Beside each name was a symbol. A moon, a star, a river, a serpent. Her mind raced back to the lessons her mother had taught her. These were not just symbols. They were the secret signs of the most powerful priestly families, the keepers of the old ways. And then she saw it. Near the bottom of the list, the symbol of the soaring eagle. It was the sign of her own family line. Beside it was a name, Lyra. She felt a wave of vertigo, as if the floor had dropped away from beneath her. They knew she was alive. The rebels, this new leader, Drusus, knew that a daughter of the Eagle clan had been taken to Rome. The list wasn't just a list of families. It was a list of assets. A list of people who held the old knowledge, people who might be useful to the rebellion. They were looking for her. Or at least they were accounting for her. What is it? The senator's voice cut through her shock. Does it detail his forces? Lyra stared at the hide, at her own name, written by an unknown friendly hand. This document, if she translated it truthfully, would be a death sentence for every family on it. It was a map to the very heart of the Dacian resistance, the spiritual leadership that gave the rebellion its strength. And it would identify her, Lyra, as a person of significance to them. It would make her infinitely more valuable to the senator, but also infinitely more dangerous. He would never trust her. He would seek to extract every last drop of information from her by any means necessary. She had to make a choice, and she had to make it now under the unwavering analytical gaze of the man who owned her life. Lyra's mind worked faster than it ever had before, fueled by sheer terror and a desperate instinct for self-preservation. She could not reveal the true nature of the list. To do so would be to betray the last hope of her people and to sign her own death warrant. She had to lie. But the lie had to be convincing, something that fit the context of the rebellion, something that would satisfy the senator's strategic mind. She took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing her face into a mask of concentration, as if the text were difficult to decipher. She stalled for time, her finger tracing the symbols, her eyes scanning the hide again and again. Dominus. She began, her voice a carefully controlled whisper. It is not a list of warriors. It is a list of grievances, a kind of proclamation. The senator's posture did not change, but she could feel the intensity of his focus. Grievances explain. This chieftain Drusus, he is rallying the clans by reminding them of their losses. Lyra improvised the words, feeling clumsy and false on her tongue. She pointed to the symbols for the families. This section here, it speaks of the sons of the moon who have lost their ancestral lands. Here it talks of the brothers of the serpent, whose sacred groves have been burned. She was weaving a story from the symbols, twisting their meaning from a list of assets into a litany of Roman crimes. It was a dangerous gamble. She looked at her own family's symbol, the eagle. And this, it mourns the daughter of the eagle, whose wisdom was stolen away. She presented her own capture not as a strategic loss for the rebels, but as another example of Roman brutality, a propaganda point for the new chieftain. She was hiding in plain sight, turning her identity into a piece of her deception. It is a call to arms, Dominus. She concluded, her heart pounding so hard she was sure he could hear it. It is designed to stir the anger of the clans, to remind them what they are fighting for. There are no troop numbers, no locations. It is poetry, propaganda. The senator was silent for a long time, his eyes fixed on her face, searching for any sign of deceit. Lyra held her breath, bracing herself for the accusation, for the rage, for the summons to the cellar. This lie was an act of supreme defiance, far greater than refusing to answer a question about a mountain path. She was actively feeding false intelligence to a Roman senator. Finally, he took the animal hide from her hands and placed it back on the desk. He looked from it to the governor's grand offensive plan on the map, propaganda. He murmured, a thoughtful, almost chillingly calm expression on his face. Yes, that is a scalpel, not a hammer. He is not a fool, this Drusus. He seemed to accept her translation. The sheer audacity of it perhaps had been its greatest defense. He saw the new chieftain not just as a military leader, but as a political one, a user of words and symbols, something a man like the senator could understand and respect, even in an enemy. He had believed her. For now, he dismissed her with a curt wave of his hand. Lyra stumbled back to her small, isolated cell, her entire body trembling with the aftermath of her gamble. She closed the door and leaned against it, her legs weak with relief and terror. She had survived. She had protected the names on the list. She had hidden her own significance. But the price of this knowledge and this lie was a terrible one. She was no longer a passive victim, a reluctant cog in the machine. She had become an active player in the war for her homeland, fighting a secret battle from within the very heart of the enemy's fortress. The gilded leash around her neck suddenly felt tighter, more suffocating than ever before. She was trapped not just by her master's power, but by the terrible weight of the secrets she now carried. A month passed, then another. The seasons in Rome began to turn, the brutal heat of summer mellowing into a golden autumn. Lyra's life fell into a grueling, monotonous rhythm. Her days were a blur of aching muscles and the sting of lie, her nights a brief, dreamless oblivion in her dark cell. The welts on her back had faded to pale silvery lines, a permanent reminder of her place in the household. She learned to be invisible, to anticipate orders before they were given, to move through the house like a ghost. Her silence and efficiency became her armor. She saw Cassia in the kitchens, and they would exchange a brief, silent glance of acknowledgement, a shared understanding that was too dangerous to be put into words. She avoided Lucius with a desperate animal cunning, learning his routines, the sound of his footsteps, and melting into side corridors or service rooms whenever he was near. The senator remained a distant, formidable presence, a god in his own universe, whom she glimpsed only occasionally. Her world was the world of the service corridors, the laundry, the kitchens, the cellars. It was a world of stone steam and shadows. Then one afternoon, the rhythm was broken. Lyra was on her hands and knees, scrubbing the mosaic floor of a minor passageway, when a pair of immaculate leather sandals stopped directly in front of her. She froze, her gaze fixed on the floor. She did not need to look up to know who it was. The air itself seemed to grow colder more still. It was Marcus, the senator's arrogant body slave. "Get up, Dacian," he said, his voice laced with the usual contempt, but with a new undercurrent of something else, annoyance perhaps, or even jealousy. Lyra slowly rose to her feet, her eyes downcast, her hands clutching her wet rag. "Leave that," he commanded, gesturing at the bucket and brush with a flick of his wrist. "Vipsania sent me. The master wants you. Now." The word struck Lyra like a physical blow. "The master wants you." The other slaves within earshot stopped what they were doing, their faces a mixture of shock and fear. To be personally summoned by the senator was an exceedingly rare and usually terrible event. It meant either a punishment for some grave offense, or a fate even more unpredictable. Where am I to go?" Lyra stammered, her voice barely a whisper. "To the tablinum." Marcus sneered, clearly enjoying her terror. "His private study, and you're to go looking like that." He eyed her tunic damp with scrub water and the grime on her hands. He said, "Now, not after you've beautified yourself." The walk behind Marcus, through the opulent main corridors of the domus, was the longest of Lyra's life. Her damp, coarse tunic felt like a beggar's rag against the backdrop of polished marble and fine art. Her bare feet, calloused and dirty, seemed to profane the intricate mosaics. Every slave she passed stared, their eyes following her, with a mixture of morbid curiosity and undisguised fear. She was a condemned woman, walking to her execution, and the entire household had turned out to watch. Marcus stopped before a pair of heavy curtained doors, flanked by busts of grim-faced philosophers. This was a part of the house she had never seen, the very heart of the senator's power. "He is in there," Marcus said, his duty done. He gave her one last look of disdain and turned, striding away, leaving her alone before the threshold. Lyra stood for a long moment, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The summons had finally come. The purpose her master had spoken of was waiting for her behind that curtain. With a trembling hand, she reached out and pushed aside the heavy linen drapery, stepping from the familiar world of physical misery into a new and terrifying realm of the mind. The senator's study was a room that smelled of old papyrus leather and power. It was nothing like the rest of the house, which was designed for display and comfort. This room was a fortress of intellect, a workshop of strategy. The walls were not covered in frescoes, but were lined from floor to ceiling with wooden cubbyholes, each one filled with dozens of scrolls. Lyra stared in awe. She had never seen so many books in one place. It was more knowledge than the priestesses of her entire tribe had possessed. A large table carved from a single slab of dark, polished wood dominated the center of the room. It was covered with yet more scrolls, some open, revealing dense lines of Greek and Latin. A set of wax tablets, a bronze stylus, and several inkpots were arranged with geometric precision. On one corner of the table, a detailed map of the province of Dacia was laid out, held flat by polished stones. Red and blue markers were dotted across it, indicating she assumed the positions of Roman garrisons and rebellious tribes. The sight of her homeland reduced to lines and symbols on a conqueror's table sent a fresh pang of grief through her. Sunlight, softened by a screen of yellowing linen over the window, illuminated the room with a warm, scholarly glow. It was a quiet, intimidating space, the nerve center from which an empire was managed and from which her own life had been casually shattered. Senator Gaius Valerius Corvinus was standing by the window, his back to her, looking out over the city. He did not turn when she entered. He simply spoke his voice, calm and measured. "Close the curtain." Lyra's hands shook as she pulled the heavy drapery shut, plunging the room into a more intimate, shadowy light. The sound of the household, the distant clatter and chatter, was completely cut off. There was only silence, thick and absolute. She stood by the door, her head bowed, waiting. The silence stretched on a deliberate tool of intimidation. He was forcing her to stand in the heart of his power, to feel her own insignificance, to let the weight of the room and its contents press down on her. She could hear the faint scratching of a bird's claws on the roof tiles outside, the sound of her own ragged breathing. Finally, he turned. His eyes, those dark, unreadable pools, swept over her, taking in her damp tunic, her bare feet, her frightened posture. He showed no sign of approval or disapproval. His expression was, as always, one of pure, detached analysis. "You were told at the market that you were literate?" He began, his voice a low rumble. "You confirmed this. You read Greek." "A little dominus," she whispered. "From a traveling scholar." "I am not interested in your Greek," he said, dismissing the foundation of Western literature with a wave of his hand. He walked to the great table and picked up an object. "I am interested in this." He held it out. It was a fragment of a bronze helmet, clearly of Dacian make, with intricate swirling patterns etched into its surface. But it was not the patterns he was interested in. Along the rim, a series of strange rune-like symbols had been crudely scratched. It was a script Lyra knew. It was the sacred writing of the Dacian priests, a secret language used for recording histories and rituals. This was taken from a chieftain killed at Sarmizegetusa. The senator said, his eyes never leaving her face. "My intelligence officers believe it is more than decoration. They believe it is a message, but none of them can read it. Can you?" He held the helmet fragment out to her. It was a test, and Lyra knew with a certainty that chilled her to the bone that her answer would change everything. Lyra took the helmet fragment from the senator's hand. The bronze was cold and heavy, its familiar weight a shock to her system. She had seen helmets like this her entire life, worn by the warriors and chieftains of her people. To hold a broken piece of one here in the heart of her enemy's home felt like holding the bone of a dead kinsman. She forced her gaze onto the scratched markings. Her heart pounded. Her mother, the high priestess, had begun to teach her the sacred script, the symbols that held the soul of their people. It was forbidden for most to learn it, a knowledge passed down through their clerical line. She had only been a novice, but she recognized the characters. They were clumsy, scratched by a soldier's hand, not a priest's, but they were legible. Her mind raced. What should she do? To admit she could read it would be to confirm her value to him, to become the tool he wanted her to be. It would mean helping him, her conqueror, decipher the secrets of her own people. It felt like the ultimate betrayal. But to deny it, to lie to this man, a man who seemed to see through flesh and bone. He had likely already tested her in some way she didn't understand. A lie would be perceived as defiance, and she knew from the scars on her back what defiance earned in this house. She looked at the runes again, her finger tracing the cold lines. It was not a grand message of war. It was something far more personal, more tragic. "Dominus." She began, her voice barely a whisper. "It is not a military order." The senator's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then what is it?" "It is a name." She set her throat tight. "And a prayer." "This name." She pointed to the first set of symbols, is Decebalus, not the great king, but another, a common name. She looked at the second set of symbols. And this says, Son, guide my son home. The room was silent for a long moment. The senator took the helmet fragment back from her, his gaze resting on the scratched prayer of a dead Dacian chieftain for his son. His face remained impassive, but Lyra thought she saw a flicker of something in his eyes, not pity, but the satisfaction of a hypothesis confirmed. And the map, he said, his voice sharp, gesturing to the table. Come here. Hesitantly, Lyra approached the table, her eyes falling upon the dissected body of her homeland. The reports say the last pocket of resistance is in the Oresti Mountains, near the old fortresses. He said, his finger tapping a location on the map. But my legions find nothing. The rebels vanish like smoke. They are using hidden paths, old ways the Romans do not know. You grew up in those mountains. You were the daughter of a priestess. You would know of such paths. It was not a question. It was a statement. He was testing the breadth of her knowledge. He was not just interested in her literacy. He was interested in her memory, her culture, her very essence. He wanted to mine her for every last piece of actionable intelligence. Lyra looked at the map at the area he indicated. It was less than a day's walk from her village. She knew those paths. She had walked them as a child, gathering herbs with her mother. She knew the Whispering Pass, which was invisible from the valley below. She knew the cave system that ran beneath the Serpent's Ridge. To reveal them would be to guide Roman swords to the throats of the last free Dacians. She looked up from the map and met his gaze for a fraction of a second before dropping her eyes. The mountains keep their secrets well, Dominus, she said, her voice carefully neutral. It was a non-answer, an evasion, a spark of defiance, but one cloaked in submission. She had proven she could read the script. She had not yet proven she would betray her people. The senator stared at her, his expression unreadable. Indeed they do, he said softly. But secrets have a way of being extracted. He let the threat hang in the air, a cold promise. He had what he needed for now. The test was over. Senator Corvinus turned away from the map and walked to his chair behind the great table. He sat, the leather groaning under his weight, and steepled his fingers regarding Lyra as a craftsman might regard a newly acquired tool. Your duties in the laundry and kitchens are at an end. He stated, his voice leaving no room for discussion. Vipsania will be so informed. From this day forward, you will work here, in this room. For me. The words hung in the silent study. Lyra felt a dizzying mix of emotions. Relief, sharp and immediate, at the thought of escaping the back-breaking labor, the endless scrubbing, the heat of the laundry. But it was followed by a wave of cold dread. To work here in this room meant being in constant proximity to this man. It meant isolation from the other slaves, from the fragile, unspoken solidarity of the service quarters. It meant being utterly and completely under his control. You will be my amanuensis for all matters pertaining to the Dacian territories. He continued, laying out the terms of her new servitude. You will read and translate any captured documents that arrive. You will transcribe my notes from reports sent by the provincial governor. You will assist me with the maps. Your knowledge, which you will share freely and completely, will be put to the service of bringing order to your former homeland. The phrase bringing order was a chilling euphemism. She knew what it meant. It meant crushing dissent, punishing rebels, and solidifying the grip of Roman power. Her job was to be the native informant, the key that would help Rome unlock the last secrets of Dacia. It was a monstrous, impossible position. You will require a better grasp of Latin. The senator went on, as if discussing the training of a horse. You will be provided with tablets and a stylus. You will practice. You will learn. Cassia, the Greek kitchen slave, was once a scholar's wife. She still remembers her letters. She will be your tutor for 1 hour each evening. It will be her new duty. Lyra's mind reeled. He knew about Cassia. Of course he knew. He knew everything that happened in his house. He was not just promoting Lyra. He was reassigning Cassia, weaving them both into his plan, creating a dependency between them. It was a move of calculated genius, granting Lyra a teacher while reminding her that even acts of kindness were subject to his will. You will speak only when I ask you a question. He concluded, his gaze hardening. You will reveal nothing of what you see or hear in this room to anyone. Your loyalty, your obedience, your very thoughts now belong to this office. If you perform this duty to my satisfaction, you will be treated well. If you fail me or deceive me. He did not need to finish the sentence. The memory of Vipsania's rod was eloquent enough. Do you understand your new purpose? There was no choice. To refuse was to invite a punishment far worse than the last one. To refuse was death, or a life so miserable it would make her long for it. Yes, Dominus. She whispered the words, tasting of ash. I understand. Good, he said, picking up a stylus and turning his attention to a wax tablet, a clear dismissal. Go to Vipsania. She will give you your new instructions. Lyra bowed her head and backed out of the room, pulling the curtain closed behind her. She had been given a new life, a reprieve from the drudgery. But as she stood in the corridor, her heart cold with dread, she knew she had not escaped her cage. She had merely been moved from the common pen into a smaller, more gilded, and infinitely more dangerous enclosure where she was no longer just a beast of burden, but a songbird, and her master expected her to sing the secrets of her home. News of Lyra's new position spread through the slave quarters with the speed of a dropped torch in a dry stable. When she found Vipsania to report the master's orders, the Vilica's face was a mask of cold fury. The senator had countermanded her authority, removing a slave from her direct control without consultation. It was a slight, and Vipsania was not a woman who suffered slights gladly. So, Vipsania said, her voice dangerously soft, the master finds a new pet. You are to work in the tablinum. She looked Lyra up and down, her eyes lingering on Lyra's still grimy hands. You think this makes you special. You think this elevates you. Do not be a fool. You are still a slave with a collar around your neck. The leash is simply held by a different hand now, and it is a much shorter leash. Her words were a clear warning. Lyra had not gained a promotion. She had been marked. Vipsania would be watching, waiting for her to fail. The reaction from the other slaves was immediate and visceral. As Lyra walked back toward the kitchens, she was met with a wall of hostile silence. Faces that had previously shown her indifference were now filled with suspicion and naked jealousy. Helena, the sharp-faced assistant, glared at her with open hatred. Amelia, her once frightened guide, looked at her with a new kind of fear, as if Lyra were now a creature from a different, more dangerous world. When Lyra entered her cell to gather her single spare tunic, Livia was there. Her roommate's face was twisted in a sneer of pure contempt. The whisperer. Livia spat the first time she had initiated a conversation. going to whisper our secrets to the master now as well as your own. I have done nothing, Lyra said, her voice shaking slightly. You have done everything, Livia hissed, rising to her feet. You come here with the face of our people, and you climb into his bed of secrets. You are a traitor to the memory of everyone who died fighting them. My brother died fighting them. The accusation, born of Livia's own deep grief, struck Lyra with the force of a physical blow. It was the very fear that was taking root in her own heart. Was she a traitor? By surviving, by using the skills her mother had taught her, was she betraying everything she had ever loved? Even the privileged slaves viewed her with distrust. Marcus, the senator's body slave, saw her as a direct threat. He had been the master's most trusted servant, the gatekeeper to his presence. Now this foreign girl had been granted access to the senator's most private sanctum. He passed her in a corridor and deliberately bumped her shoulder hard. Watch where you are going, barbarian. He muttered, his eyes full of menace. She was utterly alone. She had been lifted out of the communal misery of the lower slaves, but she was not accepted by the household elite. She was an anomaly, an outsider, a tool of the master whose purpose was unknown and therefore feared. The other slaves no longer saw her as one of them. They saw her as an extension of the master's will, a spy in their midst. The invisible walls that separated her from her fellow captives were now as real and as cold as the stone of the domus. As Vipsania had been instructed, Lyra's station in the household was formally changed. The transformation was swift and ruthlessly efficient, designed to physically and psychologically separate her from her former existence. First, she was taken from the cramped, airless cell she shared with Livia. Her new quarters were a small, windowless room, not much larger than her previous one, but it was private. It was located in a quiet corridor near the tablinum, far from the noise and squalor of the main slave barracks. The bed was still a simple cot with a straw mattress, but the blanket was newer, less threadbare. A small stool and a shelf were provided for her use. It was a profound luxury, the ability to close a door and be alone. But its isolation was also a form of imprisonment. Next, her clothes were changed. The coarse, undyed tunic of a common drudge was taken away. In its place, she was given 2 new tunics of a finer, softer wool dyed a muted gray. They were still the simple garments of a slave, but the quality of the fabric was a clear marker of her elevated status. When she put one on, the soft material felt strange against her skin, which had grown accustomed to the constant chafe of rough wool. Her diet was improved as well. She no longer ate the thin barley stew with the other low-ranking slaves in the noisy kitchen. Her meals, simple but wholesome fare of bread, cheese, olives, and sometimes a piece of cooked meat, were brought to her small room by a sullen kitchen girl who would leave the tray outside her door without a word. These changes were not kindnesses. Lyra understood this with perfect clarity. They were investments. The senator needed his new tool to be healthy, clean, and focused. He was isolating her from the physical hardships and social dynamics of the other slaves to ensure her complete attention was on her work. She was being groomed for her purpose, just as a prized hawk is kept in a quiet mews, fed well, and trained for the hunt. And every change served as a stark reminder of her dependency. Her new room, her new clothes, her better food. All of it came directly from the master's hand and could be taken away in an instant. Her entire existence was contingent on his satisfaction with her work. The most potent symbol of this truth remained cold and heavy around her neck. Her bronze collar was not removed. It was polished. One afternoon, Vipsania summoned her, and with a chillingly impersonal efficiency, used a cloth and abrasive powder to polish the metal until it shone. The engraved words Gaius Valerius Corvinus me possidet gleamed in the lamplight. The message was unmistakable. Her cage was now gilded. Her food was better, her clothes softer, her bed private. But the leash was still there, polished and bright, a constant chilling reminder that no matter how high her master raised her, she was and would always be his property. Lyra's new proximity to the senator's private quarters had an immediate and unwelcome consequence: more frequent encounters with his son Lucius. When she had been a laundry drudge, she could avoid him by staying within the service warrens. But now her duties required her to be in the main part of the domus. The corridor outside the tablinum was a path Lucius often took to his own opulent rooms. His attention, which had been one of casual, arrogant cruelty, now sharpened into something more focused and predatory. He seemed to take a perverse pleasure in her new elevated status. It made her a more interesting target. The first time he found her alone in the corridor, she was waiting to be summoned into the study. He came upon her silently, his fine leather shoes making little sound on the mosaic floor. The little barbarian scholar. He said, his voice a low drawl. He leaned against the wall, blocking her path, his body uncomfortably close. I hear you are my father's new pet. Reading him bedtime stories from your savage little homeland. Lyra kept her eyes on the floor, her body rigid. The master has given me work to do, Dominus Lucius. Oh, I'm sure he has. Lucius purred, his eyes raking over her. Her new finer tunic, while still modest, did little to hide the shape of her body. My father always did have an eye for useful assets. Tell me, does he find your other talents as literate? The insinuation was vile, unmistakable. Lyra's stomach churned with a mixture of fear and revulsion. I only do the work the master commands, she said, her voice tight. Of course you do. He chuckled, pushing himself off the wall. All of his slaves do exactly as he commands, for now. He let his fingers brush against her arm as he passed a touch that felt like the trail of a slug on her skin. She flinched, and he smiled, pleased with her reaction. These encounters became a new form of torture. He would seek her out, appearing in doorways, his presence a constant low-grade threat. He never did anything overtly violent, nothing she could report to Vipsania or the senator, even if she had dared to. It was a campaign of psychological warfare. It was in his lingering gaze, the way he would say her name, drawing out the syllables, the knowing, cruel smile that played on his lips. He was the serpent in her new small garden. The senator was a cold, impersonal danger, a hawk circling high above. Lucius was a more immediate poison, a snake hiding in the grass at her feet, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lyra learned a new kind of vigilance. Her senses became acutely attuned to his presence. She could distinguish the sound of his footsteps from a dozen others, the scent of his perfumed oil. Her gilded cage, which already felt so small, was shrinking with every encounter. The threat of the senator's displeasure was a distant storm cloud. The threat of his son was the humid, oppressive air before the lightning strike. Lyra's work in the tablinum began in earnest. The senator was a demanding, methodical master. Her days were spent in the silent, papyrus-scented room, a ghost at a small table set in the corner, while he worked at his great desk. Couriers would arrive from the north, bringing leather pouches sealed with the governor of Dacia's mark. Inside were reports, captured documents, and hastily drawn maps. It was Lyra's job to sort through them. The Latin reports from Roman officers she would set aside for the senator. But anything written in the Dacian script, any scrap of parchment or piece of inscribed pottery was hers to decipher. The first time she unrolled a captured Dacian scroll, her hands trembled so much she could barely hold it. The familiar symbols, the words of her own people, felt like a sacred violation under her eyes. The scroll contained a list of grain stores hidden in the mountains meant for the rebels. With a sick feeling in her gut, she translated the locations onto a Latin tablet, her stylus scratching against the wax. She was handing a map of her people's sustenance to the man who starved them into submission. Each translation was an act of betrayal. She read missives between rebel leaders, messages of hope and defiance that she then rendered into the cold, clinical language of her masters. She transcribed the senator's own notes as he dictated them, his voice, a dispassionate drone, as he outlined strategies for pacification, for rooting out resistance, for imposing taxes that would break the back of the Dacian farmers. She learned of the destruction of her own world through the detached, bureaucratic prose of its destroyers. An entry might read, Zone 7, Iron Gate Pass region resistance, neutralized. 200 combatants eliminated, 450 captured for labor allocation. Local shrine to Zalmoxis dismantled. The shrine to Zalmoxis. That was her shrine. The grove where her mother had prayed, where she had been captured. It had been dismantled, erased. The words were like a hammer blow to her soul. She kept her face impassive, her hands steady as she wrote, while inside she was screaming. Her evenings were spent with Cassia. The sad-eyed Greek woman was a patient teacher. In the quiet of Lyra's small cell, Cassia would guide her through the complexities of Latin grammar, using an old copy of Virgil's Aeneid as their text. They rarely spoke of anything but their lessons, but a deep unspoken bond formed between them. Cassia knew, without asking, the torment Lyra's new job inflicted upon her. Sometimes, when Lyra's hand would falter while reading a particularly patriotic passage about the founding of Rome, Cassia would place a gentle hand on her arm. It was enough. The work was changing Lyra. The physical exhaustion of the laundry was gone, replaced by a profound mental and spiritual weariness. The words she was forced to process, to translate, were a poison seeping into her soul. She was becoming intimately acquainted with the machinery of oppression, and she was one of its cogs. She was a weapon being used against her own people, and the weight of every word she translated, every secret she revealed, was crushing her. Several weeks into her new duties, a special courier arrived. He was a legionary, not a regular messenger, his armor caked with the dust of a hard ride. He delivered a sealed wooden cylinder to the senator, who dismissed Lyra for a short time while he read it. The air in the study was tense when she was called back in. The senator was standing over the map of Dacia, his face grim. The cylinder lay open on his desk. It had contained a rolled sheet of high-quality vellum, which was now spread out beside the map. "The governor is a fool," the senator muttered, more to himself than to her. "He uses a hammer where a scalpel is needed." He looked at Lyra, his eyes sharp and penetrating. "Another chieftain has risen, a man named Drusus, though he is Dacian by blood. He has united several of the northern clans. He is charismatic, cunning, and he is becoming a serious problem." He gestured for her to approach the table. "The governor plans a major offensive. He wants to march 3 cohorts into the Apusini range to burn them out." He tapped a mountainous region on the map. He will lose half his men in the ambushes and accomplish nothing. The Dacians will melt into the hills. He then pushed a smaller, cruder document toward her. It was a piece of scraped animal hide captured from one of the rebels. It was covered in the familiar secret script of the Dacian priests. This was found on a scout. I need to know what it says. Every word. Lyra picked up the hide, her hands cold. The script was precise, clearly written by a trained hand. As she began to read, the blood drained from her face. It was not a battle plan. It was a list of names. Beside each name was a symbol. A moon, a star, a river, a serpent. Her mind raced back to the lessons her mother had taught her. These were not just symbols. They were the secret signs of the most powerful priestly families, the keepers of the old ways. And then she saw it, near the bottom of the list, the symbol of the soaring eagle. It was the sign of her own family line. Beside it was a name, Lyra. She felt a wave of vertigo, as if the floor had dropped away from beneath her. They knew she was alive. The rebels, this new leader Drusus, knew that a daughter of the Eagle clan had been taken to Rome. The list wasn't just a list of families. It was a list of assets. A list of people who held the old knowledge, people who might be useful to the rebellion. They were looking for her. Or at least, they were accounting for her. What is it? The senator's voice cut through her shock. Does it detail his forces? Lyra stared at the hide, at her own name, written by an unknown friendly hand. This document, if she translated it truthfully, would be a death sentence for every family on it. It was a map to the very heart of the Dacian resistance, the spiritual leadership that gave the rebellion its strength. And it would identify her, Lyra, as a person of significance to them. It would make her infinitely more valuable to the senator, but also infinitely more dangerous. He would never trust her. He would seek to extract every last drop of information from her by any means necessary. She had to make a choice, and she had to make it now, under the unwavering analytical gaze of the man who owned her life. Lyra's mind worked faster than it ever had before, fueled by sheer terror and a desperate instinct for self-preservation. She could not reveal the true nature of the list. To do so would be to betray the last hope of her people and to sign her own death warrant. She had to lie. But the lie had to be convincing, something that fit the context of the rebellion, something that would satisfy the senator's strategic mind. She took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing her face into a mask of concentration, as if the text were difficult to decipher. She stalled for time, her finger tracing the symbols, her eyes scanning the hide again and again. Dominus. She began her voice, a carefully controlled whisper. It is not a list of warriors. It is a list of grievances, a kind of proclamation. The senator's posture did not change, but she could feel the intensity of his focus. Grievances explain. This chieftain Drusus, he is rallying the clans by reminding them of their losses. Lyra improvised the words, feeling clumsy and false on her tongue. She pointed to the symbols for the families. This section here, it speaks of the sons of the moon who have lost their ancestral lands. Here it talks of the brothers of the serpent whose sacred groves have been burned. She was weaving a story from the symbols, twisting their meaning from a list of assets into a litany of Roman crimes. It was a dangerous gamble. She looked at her own family's symbol, the eagle. And this, it mourns the daughter of the eagle, whose wisdom was stolen away. She presented her own capture, not as a strategic loss for the rebels, but as another example of Roman brutality, a propaganda point for the new chieftain. She was hiding in plain sight, turning her identity into a piece of her deception. It is a call to arms, Dominus. She concluded, her heart pounding so hard she was sure he could hear it. It is designed to stir the anger of the clans to remind them what they are fighting for. There are no troop numbers, no locations. It is poetry, propaganda. The senator was silent for a long time, his eyes fixed on her face, searching for any sign of deceit. Lyra held her breath, bracing herself for the accusation, for the rage, for the summons to the cellar. This lie was an act of supreme defiance far greater than refusing to answer a question about a mountain path. She was actively feeding false intelligence to a Roman senator. Finally, he took the animal hide from her hands and placed it back on the desk. He looked from it to the governor's grand offensive plan on the map. Propaganda. He murmured, a thoughtful, almost chillingly calm expression on his face. Yes, that is a scalpel, not a hammer. He is not a fool, this Drusus. He seemed to accept her translation. The sheer audacity of it perhaps had been its greatest defense. He saw the new chieftain not just as a military leader, but as a political one, a user of words and symbols, something a man like the senator could understand and respect, even in an enemy. He had believed her. For now, he dismissed her with a curt wave of his hand. Lyra stumbled back to her small, isolated cell, her entire body trembling with the aftermath of her gamble. She closed the door and leaned against it, her legs weak with relief and terror. She had survived. She had protected the names on the list. She had hidden her own significance. But the price of this knowledge and this lie was a terrible one. She was no longer a passive victim, a reluctant cog in the machine. She had become an active player in the war for her homeland, fighting a secret battle from within the very heart of the enemy's fortress. The gilded leash around her neck suddenly felt tighter, more suffocating than ever before. She was trapped not just by her master's power, but by the terrible weight of the secrets she now carried. In the days following her great deception, Lyra lived on a knife's edge. Every summons to the tablinum felt like a final sentencing. She expected to see the truth in the senator's eyes, to hear the accusation in his voice. But Senator Corvinus gave no sign of suspicion. He was, if anything, more focused, more intellectually engaged with her than before. Her lie had inadvertently made her more valuable to him. He had accepted her interpretation that the Dacian chieftain Drusus was a propagandist, a unifier of hearts and minds. This theory clearly intrigued the senator far more than a simple list of enemy combatants would have. He now saw his opponent as a man like himself, a strategist who understood that wars are won not just with swords, but with ideas. This Drusus the senator mused one afternoon, gesturing for Lyra to bring him a scroll on Dacian mythology. He invokes the sons of the moon and the brothers of the serpent. He understands the power of these old symbols. Explain them to me. What is their significance to a mountain clan? Lyra, trapped in the web of her own making, was forced to elaborate. She drew on the deepest reserves of her childhood knowledge, on the sacred stories her mother had told her. She explained the lunar cycle's importance to Dacian planting and harvesting, making the sons of the moon a symbol of the displaced farmers. She spoke of the serpent as a chthonic deity of wisdom and defense, turning the brothers of the serpent into a metaphor for the guardians of the old ways. She was building an entire false narrative for him, brick by painful brick. Each story she told, each piece of cultural insight she offered, was a careful mixture of truth and fabrication designed to support her initial lie. It was mentally exhausting and spiritually corrosive. She was giving him the cultural weapons he needed to understand and ultimately to dismantle her people's morale. The senator would listen, his steepled fingers resting against his lips, his eyes dark and analytical. He was a scholar of power, and she was his living textbook. He seemed to have no interest in her as a person, only as a source. Her fear, her grief, her inner turmoil were irrelevant to him. They were simply the unfortunate but necessary byproduct of accessing the data he required. She lived in a state of constant humming terror. Her lie was a living thing, a creature she had to feed and protect every day. If it ever starved, if she ever made a mistake or contradicted herself, she knew it would turn and devour her without a second thought. The senator's continued trust was not a comfort. It was a suspended sentence, her only respite from the crushing tension of the tablinum, and the hostile isolation of the household were her evening Latin lessons with Cassia. In the quiet solitude of Lyra's small cell, the world of the domus would fall away, replaced by the rhythm and structure of a foreign tongue. Cassia was a gifted teacher. She saw that Lyra's mind was sharp and hungry, a tool that had been left to rust in the laundry. She guided Lyra through the epic verses of Virgil, explaining not just the words, but the concepts behind them. Pietas, duty; gravitas, seriousness, the foundational myths of the people who had enslaved them both. It was a bitter curriculum, but Cassia taught it with a sad scholarly detachment. One evening, they were reading a passage describing Aeneas's visit to the underworld, where he sees the ghosts of his fallen Trojan comrades. Lyra's voice, usually steady, faltered and broke. The image of a hero mourning his lost home, his dead friends, was too much to bear. A single hot tear escaped and splashed onto the papyrus. She quickly wiped it away, ashamed of her weakness. "My apologies," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the scroll. "My eyes are tired." Cassia placed a gentle hand on Lyra's arm. Her touch was warm and steady. "The eyes may be tired," she said softly, her Greek accent coloring her Latin. "But it is the heart that weeps. I know that passage well." The simple act of acknowledgement, the validation of her pain, opened a crack in the dam of Lyra's composure. "How do you bear it?" Lyra asked the question, escaping in a choked whisper. "Reading the words of the men who did this to us." Cassia's gaze grew distant, her eyes filled with a grief so old it had worn itself smooth. "My husband was a philosopher in Corinth," she said, her voice barely audible. "He believed that words were the pathway to truth. He taught that even in the language of an enemy, one could find echoes of a shared humanity. He was a brilliant man." She paused. "The Romans killed him when he refused to give them his library. They said his books contained subversive ideas." She looked at Lyra, her eyes holding a profound and sorrowful wisdom. "They took my husband, my home, my freedom. They brought me here and put me in a kitchen. For 30 years, I have served them the food that gives them the strength to conquer others. And every day, I remember my husband's words. I read their poets. I study their laws. Not to forgive them, but to understand them, to know them. It is all the resistance I have left." She squeezed Lyra's arm gently. "Your work in the study, it is a terrible burden. You are forced to handle the daggers that are aimed at your own people. But you are also in the room where the daggers are chosen. That is a place of great danger, but it is also a place of great knowledge. Do not let the sorrow of it blind you. In that moment, a fragile bridge was built between them. Cassia was not just her teacher. She was a fellow survivor, a scholar of her own grief. She had given Lyra a new perspective. That knowledge, even when it served the enemy, was a form of power. It was a lesson Lyra would cling to in the dark days to come. The senator, in his quest to understand the Dacian martial spirit, had begun asking Lyra about the training of her people's warriors. To better illustrate a point about Roman discipline versus Dacian ferocity, he sent her on an errand to fetch a specific type of practice shield from the armamentarium, the small armory where the household guards stored their equipment. The armory was located across the main peristyle garden near the dusty training grounds at the back of the estate. It was a part of the domus Lyra rarely saw. As she walked along the colonnaded path, the scent of roses and lavender filling the air, she heard the rhythmic thud of wooden swords on shields and the harsh shouts of a training master. Curiosity piqued, she glanced towards the training grounds. A dozen or so men stripped to the waist and gleaming with sweat were running through combat drills under the watchful eye of a grizzled ex-legionary. Most were the household's permanent guards, but 3 of them were different. They were bigger, more powerfully built, their bodies a roadmap of old scars. They were hired muscle rented from a neighboring estate to supplement the senator's security, and one of them was Kalen. Lyra stopped dead, her heart lurching in her chest. It was him, the mountain of a Celt from the death march from the auction block. He was thinner, his face harder, a new scar tracing a line from his temple to his jaw. But there was no mistaking the fiery red of his hair or the sheer formidable power of his frame. He moved with a brutal economy, his practice sword a blur, his shield absorbing blows that would have felled a smaller man. Her mind reeled. The lanista, the gladiator trainer who had bought him, he must have sold him on. Or perhaps he rented out his gladiators for guard work. Whatever the reason, Kalen was here. Not miles away in some bloody arena, but here a few hundred feet from where she stood, breathing the same air, imprisoned under the same Roman sky. For a moment, she was overwhelmed by a dizzying rush of emotions, shock, a wild, improbable joy at seeing a familiar face from her past, and a profound, aching sorrow for what they had both become. He was a trained beast, forced to practice the art of violence for his masters. She was a gilded tool forced to use her mind for hers. They were 2 sides of the same debased coin. She clutched the senator's written order in her hand, her knuckles white. She had to get the shield. She had to walk past the training ground. She had to walk past him. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she forced her feet to move, her gaze fixed on the armory door, trying desperately not to look at the ghost who had just risen from her past. As Lyra forced herself to walk along the edge of the training ground, she felt Kalen's eyes on her. It was an intense magnetic pull she could not resist. Her own gaze lifted against all her better judgment, and for a fleeting, heart-stopping second, their eyes met across the dusty field. Recognition dawned in his stormy gray eyes, followed by a flicker of disbelief, then something harder, more complex. His rhythm faltered for a half-beat, and his opponent, one of the regular house guards, seized the opportunity to land a clumsy blow on his shield. The training master barked a curse at Kalen for his inattention. Kalen ignored him. His focus was entirely on Lyra. He took in her appearance, the fine gray tunic, her clean hands, and faced the way she carried a wax tablet. This was not the half-starved, terrified girl in a slave's rag he had last seen on the auction block. This was something else. A privileged slave, an indoor servant, a creature of the master's world. Lyra saw the questions in his eyes, the flicker of what might have been suspicion or even contempt. Did he think she had bought her comfort at a vile price? Did he see her as a collaborator? The gulf between their two realities was suddenly vast and terrifying. He was a man of the sword and the dust. She was a woman of the stylus and the scroll. She gave a barely perceptible shake of her head, a silent, desperate plea for him to understand that things were not as they seemed. Her eyes tried to convey the truth of her situation. The collar was still there. The cage was still locked. It was merely decorated differently. Kalen's expression hardened, but the suspicion seemed to fade, replaced by a grim understanding. He knew the ways of the Romans. He knew that survival took many forms. He gave a single curt nod, so small that only she would have noticed it. It was an acknowledgement. "I see you." And then with a ferocious roar, he turned his full attention back to the drill, disarming his opponent with a brutal, efficient move that sent the man's wooden sword spinning into the dust. The moment was over. It had lasted no more than 5 seconds, but an entire conversation had taken place within it. They had recognized each other, assessed the changes in their circumstances, and forged a fragile, unspoken connection across the chasm of their servitude. Lyra hurried into the armory, her hands trembling. Seeing him alive had been a shock, but the silent, intense communication they had just shared was something more. It was a spark, and in the suffocating darkness of her life, even the smallest spark felt like a blazing fire. Lyra was not the only one who had noticed the charged, silent exchange in the garden. Lounging in the shade of a cypress tree, a cup of wine in his hand, Lucius had observed the entire scene with a lazy reptilian amusement. He had seen the way the big red-headed barbarian had faltered. He had seen the look that passed between him and his father's new pet scribe. It was to him a delicious new complication, an intrigue, a weakness he could exploit. Later that day, he cornered Lyra in the corridor outside the library. He had been waiting for her. "I saw you in the garden today, little scholar," he said, his voice a silky threat. "You seem to have an admirer among the hired brutes. A big one, too. Is he from your village? A former lover, perhaps? I know no one here, Dominus Lucius." Lyra said, her voice low and steady, though her heart had begun to hammer against her ribs. "Oh, don't lie," Lucius sneered, stepping closer. "It's unbecoming. I saw the way you looked at each other. A secret right here in my father's house. How exciting." He took a sip of his wine, his eyes never leaving her face. "You should be careful. My father values order above all things. He would not be pleased to learn that his private scribe is having assignations with a hired guard." "There was no assignation," Lyra said firmly, a spark of defiance in her voice. "There was nothing." There was a look. Lucius countered, his smile widening. "And a look is enough. It tells me things." He reached out and traced the line of her collar with a single finger, his touch both cold and possessive. "It tells me you have something you care about, something that can be hurt." He leaned in closer, his breath smelling of sour wine. "He's a fine-looking animal. Strong. It would be a shame if he were to have a training accident, a slipped blade, a fall. Things happen, especially to slaves who displease their masters, or to slaves who are associated with other slaves who displease me." The threat was clear cold and utterly terrifying. Lucius had found her weak point. He had seen her connection to Kalen, and he was now using it as a weapon against her. Kaylin's life was now a hostage to her obedience. The serpent had not just shown its fangs, it had delivered its first chilling drop of venom. Lyra felt a cold dread spread through her. Her brief moment of connection with Kaylin had not brought hope. It had brought a new and terrible danger upon them both. Lucius's threat settled like a shard of ice in Lyra's soul. She was now trapped between two fears, the fear for her own safety and the much sharper, more terrible fear for Kaylin's. She had to warn him. She had to find a way to speak to him, to tell him that they were being watched, that he was in danger because of her, but how their worlds were separate. He was confined to the training grounds and the barracks for hired guards. She was confined to the senator's study and the main house. Any attempt to communicate would be seen and noted. She spent a sleepless night turning the problem over in her mind. By dawn, she had a desperate, risky idea. The slaves who trained on the grounds were brought water at midday by the lowest-ranking kitchen drudges. It was a hot, heavy, thankless task, a job far beneath her new station as the senator's scribe. Volunteering for it would be an act of social suicide within the household. It would be seen as a bizarre, inexplicable step backward. That morning, she sought out Helena Vipsania's sharp-faced lieutenant in the main laundry. "I wish to assist with the water-bearing for the training grounds today," Lyra said, keeping her voice respectful and her eyes downcast. Helena stopped her work, a look of utter disbelief on her face. "You," she scoffed, "the master's little scholar. You want to haul water like a common drudge. Have you lost your mind?" The study is confining, Lyra lied, trying to sound plausible. "The master has me reading for many hours. The fresh air, the physical work. It would clear my head. It would help me serve him better." The excuse was flimsy, but it was the best she could devise. Helena's eyes narrowed with suspicion. She could not comprehend why anyone would willingly give up a privileged position even for an afternoon. But the idea of Lyra humbling herself, of seeing the senator's pet sweating under the sun, clearly appealed to her sense of schadenfreude. "Fine," Helena sneered. "Go. But do not think this earns you any favors. You will report to the kitchens after your morning's work with the master is done, and Vipsania will hear of this." The scorn of Helena and the inevitable wrath of Vipsania were prices Lyra was willing to pay. That afternoon, she changed from her fine gray tunic back into a rough common one. She joined two other sullen slave girls in the kitchen, and together they lifted the heavy wooden yoke that held two large clay amphorae of water. The yoke bit into her shoulders, and the weight of the water was staggering. Her muscles, softened by weeks of scholarly work, screamed in protest. The sun beat down on her head. The other girls ignored her, their silence a testament to her strange outcast status. But as she trudged across the peristyle and toward the dusty training field, every aching step felt like a victory. She was no longer a scholar or a scribe. She was a water-bearer. And she was going to speak to Kaylin. The training session was in full fury when the water-bearers arrived. The men, their bodies caked in sweat and dust, broke from their drills and swarmed toward them, grabbing wooden dippers and drinking greedily from the amphorae. The overseer watched them with a bored expression, taking a long drink himself. It was a moment of chaos, of brief sanctioned disorder. It was the moment Lyra had been waiting for. She moved to the amphora closest to Kaylin, her back to the overseer, pretending to adjust the yoke on her shoulders. Kaylin came toward her, his face a mask of indifference, but his eyes were sharp and alert. As he reached for the dipper, he leaned close, his head bent, as if to drink. Lucius Lyra whispered, her voice so low it was lost in the noise of the other men. He saw us. He is watching. Kalen's body went still for a fraction of a second. He took the dipper, drank deeply, and then spoke, as he handed it back, his voice a low rumble. The master's son, the one with the eyes of a snake. What did he say? He threatened you. To control me, she breathed, her heart pounding. He spoke of accidents. Kalen's hand tightened around the dipper, his knuckles turning white. A low, dangerous sound rumbled in his chest, the growl of a wolf. Let him try. He murmured, his eyes turning to ice. He looked past her at the opulent domus, at the guards, at the whole machinery of their enslavement. The rage in his eyes was a pure and terrible thing. My life is a long list of accidents, he went on, his voice still a whisper. The Romans burning my village. That was an accident. Being sold to a lanista who broke my bones for sport. An accident. Being sold again to a man who rents me out like an ox. Every day is an accident waiting to happen. He met her eyes, and she saw not just rage, but a profound, bottomless grief that mirrored her own. What have they done to you, Lyra? They dress you in fine clothes, but your eyes look like the ones I see in the fighting pits. The ones that have seen too much death. They are using my mind. She whispered back, the confession tearing from her. They are using my knowledge of my home, to help them hold it. I read the names of the dead in their reports. The admission hung between them, a shared confession of their defilement. He was used for his body. She was used for her mind. Both were weapons turned against their own kind. In that moment, the bond forged on the death march was not just renewed. It was tempered in the fire of their shared rage and grief. They were not just survivors. They were witnesses. The overseer shouted for the men to return to their drills. The moment was over. Kalen gave her one last look, a look that said he understood everything. It was a look of grim, unwavering solidarity. Then he turned and walked back to the field, the dipper still clenched in his fist like a weapon. Lyra's act of becoming a water-bearer did not go unnoticed. Vipsania summoned her that evening. The Vilica did not shout. She was far more terrifying than that. She was quiet, her voice cold and precise. You are the master's scribe. Vipsania said, her eyes like chips of obsidian. You have been given duties, privileges. And today you chose to lower yourself to haul water with the kitchen filth. Why? I told Helena my head was clouded. Lyra repeated her flimsy excuse. Do not lie to me, Vipsania hissed. Lies are for the masters. Between us, there is only the truth of our condition. I have kept order in this house for 30 years. I know when something is out of place. You are out of place. You are planning something. What is it? Lyra stood her ground, her face a blank mask. I am planning nothing, Vilica. I am only a slave. Vipsania stared at her for a long time, then dismissed her with a wave of her hand. Go. But know that I am watching you. Every move you make. The warning chilled Lyra, but it did not deter her. The connection with Kalen was now a lifeline. She continued her duties as a water-bearer whenever she could, enduring the scorn and suspicion. The brief, whispered conversations at the water amphora became their clandestine meeting place. During one of these meetings, Kalen's whispers took a new turn. He was no longer just speaking of rage and survival. He was speaking of action. I am not going to die in this place. He murmured, his eyes scanning the walls of the estate. I am a warrior, not a dog on a chain. I watch the guards. I know their rotations. The night watch is lazy. The wall near the western stables is poorly lit. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. He was talking about escape. The word itself was a terrifying, forbidden thing. Slaves who were caught trying to escape were crucified along the Appian Way, their bodies left to rot as a warning to others. It was a suicidal dream. "It's impossible," she whispered. "The city, the patrols, nothing is impossible." Kalen countered, his voice fierce. "Difficult, dangerous, but not impossible. To die trying to be free is better than to live as this." He looked down at the collar. He wore a leather band studded with bronze, different from her own, but carrying the same meaning. "I would rather my body feed the crows on the road home than be buried in a slave pit in this cursed city." His words, his absolute certainty, were both terrifying and electrifying. He was not just dreaming of freedom. He was planning for it. He was a warrior, and his mind was mapping out a campaign. For the first time since the legions had destroyed her village, Lyra felt a flicker of something she had thought long dead, a wild, dangerous, impossible hope. The idea was planted. A seed of rebellion dropped into the fertile soil of their shared despair. The seed of escape, once planted, began to take root in Lyra's mind. It was a terrifying thought, a path that would almost certainly lead to a brutal death. But Kalen's defiance had awakened her own. What was she doing? She was helping the senator tighten the chains on her homeland. Was it not better to die fighting back, even in a futile attempt, than to continue as an instrument of her people's oppression? During their next hurried conversation by the water jars, she looked at him with new eyes. He had the strength, the courage, the warrior's instinct. But he was fighting blind. He knew the physical layout of the estate, but he knew nothing of the world outside it, or the plans of the men who ruled it. "You see the walls and the guards," she whispered, her voice urgent. "But you don't see the master's plans." Kalen's eyes narrowed. "What plans?" "I work in his study," she said, making a decision that would change the course of her life. "I see the correspondence. I know when he expects troop movements on the roads. I know when the city watch is on high alert because of a festival or a political event. I know which nights he entertains guests, and the household security is focused on the front of the domus." The realization dawned on Kalen's face. He stared at her, at this slender girl in a slave's tunic, and saw not a privileged scribe, but a weapon. "Your mind," he breathed. "It can be a map, and your strength," she replied, "can be the key to the gate." It was not a formal agreement. It was a moment of profound, unspoken understanding. An alliance was forged. She would be his eyes and ears on the inside, the spy master in the senator's own study. He would be the sword arm, the instrument of their potential liberation. Their whispered conversations changed. She began to feed him scraps of information, details she gleaned from the senator's papers, encoded in simple language. The master worries about the festival of Saturnalia might mean that security would be lax during the week of the festival. A new shipment of wine arrives from Gaul. On the next new moon could signal a night when the guards at the service entrance would be busy and possibly drunk. Kalen, in turn, would give her reports on the physical world. The new guard on the west wall sleeps on his watch. The lock on the stable gate is rusted. They were two halves of a single desperate plan. A scholar and a warrior, a mind and a sword, united in a secret whispered conspiracy. The risk was immense, the chance of success infinitesimally small. But for the first time, they were no longer just enduring. They were fighting back. Their fragile alliance began to operate in the shadows of the Valerius household, a secret current running beneath the surface of the rigidly ordered days. Lyra's life became a terrifying duality. In the tablinum, she was the quiet, obedient scribe, her face a mask of subservience as she translated the documents that broke her heart. In the garden, she was the humble water-bearer, her mind racing as she passed on vital intelligence in whispers. But they were not alone in their universe. They were surrounded by watchful eyes. Vipsania saw everything. She saw Lyra's repeated inexplicable trips to the training grounds. She saw the change in the girl's demeanor. The fear was still there, but it was now overlaid with a new steely resolve. The Vilica said nothing, but her gaze followed Lyra everywhere, cold and calculating. She did not know what was happening, but she knew it was a disruption to her order, and she was waiting for the moment to crush it. Lucius also watched. His reptilian gaze followed Lyra constantly. He saw her speaking to the Celtic brute, and his possessive rage grew. He began to set petty traps for Kaelin, complaining to the training master that the Celt was insubordinate, trying to get him whipped or punished. He saw their connection as a challenge to his own perceived ownership of Lyra, and he was determined to break it and them. And then there was the senator. Cold, remote, and brilliant Gaius Valerius Corvinus saw more than anyone suspected. He noticed the slight change in the quality of Lyra's translations, a subtle shift in the emphasis she gave certain words. He noticed the new tension in his household, the ripples of discord emanating from his son and his Dacian slave. He was a master strategist, a man who had commanded legions and governed provinces. He understood that small, seemingly insignificant details could often foreshadow the greatest upheavals. He did not act. He simply watched, gathered information, and waited. The rhythm of the household and of Lyra's work shifted abruptly. The flow of couriers from the Dacian front slowed to a trickle as winter began to set in, choking the northern passes with snow and bringing military campaigns to a halt. The senator's strategic focus by necessity turned from the frontiers of the empire to its very heart, the serpentine politics of Rome. One of his chief political rivals, a wealthy and influential senator named Marcus Licinius Crassus Frugi, died suddenly of a fever. As a leading member of the Senate and a man known for his meticulous nature, Corvinus was appointed by the Emperor Trajan himself to oversee the dead man's vast and complex estate. It was a sign of great trust, but also a monumental and politically sensitive task. One morning, slaves arrived at the domus bearing several large iron-bound chests sealed with the insignia of the House of Licinius. They were brought directly to the tablinum. My work on the Dacian campaign is paused for the moment. The senator informed Lyra, his tone as dispassionate as ever. He gestured to the chests. These contain the private papers of the late Senator Crassus, his financial records, his political correspondence, his personal letters. They must be sorted, cataloged, and archived. It is a tedious but necessary task. He looked at her, his eyes appraising her progress. Your Latin has become sufficient. You will undertake the preliminary sorting. You will separate the documents into 3 categories: financial, political, and personal. You will create a summary of the contents of each scroll or tablet on a separate piece of papyrus. Bring anything of an urgent or sensitive nature to my immediate attention. The rest I will review at my leisure. Lyra felt a jolt of apprehension. She had become accustomed to the grim work of translating Dacian secrets. This was something new. She was being tasked with sifting through the very soul of a powerful Roman, a man her master had considered a rival. It was a position of immense, terrifying trust. To the senator, it was a simple matter of logistics. He needed a literate confidential clerk, and she was the one he had trained. To Lyra, it was a journey into the dark, tangled heart of the society that had enslaved her. "Yes, Dominus," she said, bowing her head. Her new task began. She sat at her small table, the great chests of a dead man's life beside her, and began to unseal the first of 100 scrolls. For days, Lyra was immersed in the life of a man she had never met. She read his business dealings, his complaints about the price of Egyptian grain, his instructions to his estate managers. She read his political letters full of coded language, veiled threats, and flattery aimed at men in power. She pieced together the life of a typical Roman aristocrat, a man of immense wealth ambition, and a network of alliances and enmities. Most of it was dry, repetitive, and mundane. But as she worked, she began to notice a recurring theme in the more personal letters, especially in the correspondence from 15 or 20 years prior. The letters spoke of a different time, a darker time. They mentioned the Emperor Domitian, and the name was always accompanied by words like the Terror, the Purges, or the Shadow. Lyra knew little of Roman history, but from Cassia's lessons and the whispers of the household, she knew Domitian's reign had been a time of paranoia and bloodshed, when many senators had been executed on trumped-up charges of treason. It was a period the Roman elite preferred not to speak of an old wound they had tried to cover with the gold and glory of Trajan's new age. The late Senator Crassus, it seemed, had been deeply affected by this era. He wrote of friends who had vanished in the night, of the constant fear of spies, of the terrible choices men had to make to survive. In a letter to his brother, he wrote, "Domitian makes us all into either martyrs or monsters. There is no ground left in between." Lyra felt like a ghost sifting through the ashes of another age. The political rivalries and anxieties of these powerful men were a world away from her own suffering, yet she recognized the scent that rose from the old papyrus, the universal timeless stench of fear. The senator, her master, had been a young, ambitious military commander during Domitian's reign. He would have been a part of this world. He too would have had to choose between martyrdom and monstrosity. Looking at the cold, controlled man working across the room, a man who had built his life on order and discipline, she had no doubt which path he would have chosen. The question was what and who he had sacrificed along the way. At the bottom of the third and final chest, beneath stacks of financial ledgers, Lyra found it. It was not a chest for documents, but a smaller, intricately carved casket of dark citron wood. It was not sealed with an official mark, but was simply latched. Her instructions were to catalog everything. With a sense of trepidation, she opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded silk, was a collection of personal letters written not on common papyrus, but on expensive, creamy vellum. The handwriting was delicate feminine. These were not the letters of Senator Crassus, but of his wife Fabia to her sister. They were intensely personal, filled with gossip family news and raw, uncensored emotion. Lyra knew she was trespassing on a private grief, but her orders were absolute. The early letters were full of youthful joy, speaking of her betrothal to a rising young politician named Crassus and the brilliant career of her father, the powerful and respected Senator Aulus Platorius Nepos. She wrote of her father's protege, a young military tribune just returned from the German frontier, a man of intense ambition and talent whom her father adored. The name was mentioned several times, Gaius Valerius Corvinus. Lyra's blood ran cold. She was reading about her own master as a young man seen through the innocent eyes of a woman who would later become his rival's wife. Then the tone of the letters changed. They were now dated from the height of Domitian's terror. The joyful script became jagged, stained with what could have been tears. Fabia wrote of her father's sudden arrest, charged with treason and conspiracy against the emperor. She wrote of the farcical trial, the false witnesses, the foregone conclusion. They have taken him. She wrote to her sister, the ink bleeding into the vellum. Father, who was the most loyal man in Rome. They say he plotted against the emperor. A lie, a monstrous lie. The whole Senate knows it, but they sit in silence, terrified that the shadow will fall on them next. And then came the letter that stopped Lyra's heart. It described the trial itself, the final day. Fabia wrote of the parade of witnesses, men who had been her father's friends, now lining up to condemn him to save their own skins. But it was the final witness that had broken her. And then they brought in the last one the letter read, his own protege, the one father called his second son. He walked to the stand, his face like stone, and he did not look at us. He spoke the words they gave him. He confirmed the lies. He put the knife in father's back and twisted it to save himself, to secure his own promotion. Father had promised me to him, did you know we were to be wed? Now he will have his career built upon the bones of the man who loved him. I pray to the gods that I never have to see his face again. May his name be cursed and forgotten. The letter was filled with a young woman's raw, absolute heartbreak and rage. She had written the name of the betrayer, the man who had been her fiancé, the man who had condemned her father to death. But someone, Fabia herself, or perhaps her husband Crassus, years later, had taken a stylus and viciously scratched the name out, smearing the ink trying to erase it from history. But the erasure was not perfect. Lyra, whose eyes were trained to decipher faded, difficult scripts, leaned close, her breath held tight in her chest. She could see the faint traces of the letters, the ghost of a name impressed into the vellum. C. Valerius Corvinus. The world tilted. The silent scholarly room seemed to buzz with the echoes of a 20-year-old betrayal. Lyra stared at the faint, scratched-out letters, her mind struggling to process the enormity of her discovery. Her master, Senator Gaius Valerius Corvinus, the man of ice and order, the man who lectured her on the absolute necessity of discipline and loyalty. His entire career, his wealth, his position, his very life had been purchased with a single act of supreme treachery. He had sent his mentor, the man who had treated him like a son, the father of the woman he was to marry, to his death to save his own skin. Suddenly, everything about him made a terrible, chilling sense. His obsessive need for control was the frantic effort of a man trying to wall off a past built on chaos and betrayal. His cold, dispassionate demeanor was not a sign of inner peace, but a mask carefully constructed and maintained for 2 decades to hide the face of the frightened, ambitious young man who had sold his soul to a paranoid emperor. The ghost of Aulus Platorius, Nepos, and of the woman Corvinus was supposed to marry, haunted this house, this study, this man. This was the source of the rivalry with the late Senator Crassus. It had not been merely political. It was personal. Crassus had married the woman Corvinus had betrayed. Every time they met in the Senate, Crassus would have looked at Corvinus and seen the man who murdered his father-in-law. And Corvinus would have looked at Crassus and seen the man living the life with the woman that should have been his had he possessed a shred of honor. Lyra carefully placed the letter back in the citron wood box. Her hands were shaking. This knowledge felt dangerous, radioactive. It was a secret that had been buried for 20 years, a truth so toxic it had been physically scraped from the page. And now, she, a Dacian slave girl, held it in her mind. She looked across the room at the senator. He was writing his stylus, moving with its usual calm precision across a wax tablet. He was completely unaware that the ghost of his greatest sin had just been resurrected in his own study by the very slave he had chosen for her literacy. The mask was still perfectly in place, but now Lyra could see the rot beneath it. The discovery changed the atmosphere of the tablinum for Lyra. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was heavy with unspoken truth. The senator's every gesture, every calm, measured word now seemed like a performance. She was watching a man who had been acting a part for 20 years. Later that week, another courier arrived, this one from the city praetor's office. He brought a message that clearly agitated the senator. After reading the scroll, Corvinus stood and paced the room for a long time, a rare sign of disquiet. He was so lost in thought that he seemed to forget Lyra was even there. She kept her head down, pretending to be absorbed in her cataloging, but she watched him from under her lashes. "Fools," he muttered to himself. "They are picking at the old scabs. Crassus's faction will not let it lie." Lyra surmised that the death of his rival had not ended their political battle. Instead, Crassus's allies in the Senate were likely using the settling of his estate as an excuse to scrutinize his past dealings, perhaps hoping to find something to tarnish Corvinus's reputation. They were digging into the past, getting closer to the events surrounding the treason trials of Domitian's reign. The senator stopped pacing and stood before a marble bust of the Emperor Trajan. He stared at it for a long moment, his shoulders rigid. And in that unguarded moment, when he believed no one was truly watching him, Lyra saw it. The mask of icy control slipped. Just for a second. It was not a grand theatrical gesture. It was a flicker in his eyes, a brief tightening of the muscles around his mouth. In that instant, she did not see the powerful, formidable Roman senator. She saw a glimpse of the ambitious young man at the trial, the terrified tribune who had made a terrible choice. She saw a flash of old cold fear. The moment passed as quickly as it came. He seemed to feel her gaze on him, and when he turned, his face was once again an impassive shield. But it was too late. She had seen it. The mask had cracked, and she had peeked into the abyss of his soul. The knowledge was a terrifying burden, but it also fundamentally changed their dynamic. Before, she had been a mouse under the gaze of a hawk. Now she was a mouse that knew where the hawk's nest was hidden and knew it was built on a crumbling ledge. She was still powerless, but she was no longer completely ignorant. And in a world of secrets and shadows, that was a dangerous, volatile thing to be. Days later, Lyra was presenting her translations of the latest sparse reports from the Dacian frontier. The rebel leader Drusus was still at large, and the reports mentioned that one of his lieutenants had been captured after being betrayed by a rival chieftain who had been bribed by the Romans. The senator listened, nodding slowly. "Loyalty is a commodity like any other," he commented, his voice devoid of judgment. "The Romans understand this. This Drusus, for all his propaganda, does not seem to." An idea cold and audacious formed in Lyra's mind. It was an incredible risk, a gamble that could cost her everything. But the knowledge she possessed was a fire in her belly, demanding to be acknowledged even in the most oblique way. She had to know how he would react. She had to probe the crack in the mask. She kept her eyes deferentially on the report in her hands. Dominus, she began, her voice a model of scholarly humility. This talk of betrayal leads me to a question of Roman philosophy, which I have been studying with Cassia. The senator raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her initiative. Proceed. In a difficult situation, in a time of war or political turmoil, she said, choosing her words with extreme care. If a junior officer sees that his commander is on a path that will lead to destruction for them all, is it the soldier's duty to remain loyal to his commander or to the legion? Is it an act of treason to sacrifice one man to save the many and oneself? She had not mentioned Domitian or trials or mentors, but she had perfectly encapsulated the moral dilemma he must have faced, the very justification he had likely constructed for himself 20 years ago. She had taken his secret and dressed it in the philosophical garb of a hypothetical question. The room went utterly still. The air grew thick and cold. Lyra did not dare to look up, but she could feel the full crushing weight of his attention on her. The silence stretched for an unbearable length of time. She had not just asked a question. She had knocked on the door of his tomb. The senator did not move for a full minute. When he finally spoke, his voice was different. The detached scholarly tone was gone. It was replaced by a quiet, lethal softness that was infinitely more frightening. You have been studying philosophy. He said the words, perfectly articulated. An interesting pastime. He rose from his chair and walked slowly around the great table until he was standing directly behind her. Lyra could feel his presence looming over her, a cold shadow. Her every instinct screamed at her to run, but she remained frozen, her eyes fixed on the scroll. Let me tell you a story. He continued, his voice now a low murmur right beside her ear. Not from a scroll, but from life. I once saw a wolf on the German frontier, a great gray beast. It had stepped into a hunter's iron trap, and the jaws had closed on its foreleg. The hunters were approaching. The wolf could hear them. His voice was hypnotic, terrifying. Lyra's heart was a frantic bird beating against the cage of her ribs. The wolf did not howl, the senator whispered. It did not struggle against the iron jaws. That would have been pointless. It did something else. It turned, and with its own teeth, it began to chew through the bone and sinew of its own trapped leg. He paused, letting the brutal image sink in. It took a long time. The pain must have been unimaginable. But the wolf made no sound. When the hunters arrived, all they found was the trap, the iron jaws bloody, and a severed paw. The wolf, three-legged but alive, was gone. It had survived. He fell silent. Lyra was trembling, unable to speak. He placed a hand on her shoulder. His touch was not violent. It was heavy, possessive, a gesture of absolute ownership. The wolf does not think of the leg it lost. He concluded, his voice dropping to a near inaudible whisper. It does not feel guilt or sorrow for the price of its freedom. It thinks only of the trap. It does what is necessary to escape. That is not philosophy. That is survival. You would do well to remember that. He took his hand away and walked back to his chair. You may go, he said, his voice returning to its normal cold tone. Your work is done for today. Lyra fled the room, her mind reeling. He knew. He didn't know how she knew, but he knew that she knew something. Her calculated question had been met with a chilling allegorical confession and a veiled threat. He had told her, in no uncertain terms, that he was the wolf. He had admitted his ruthlessness, his willingness to sacrifice anything and anyone to survive. And he had warned her that he was still that wolf. The game had changed. They both now knew that the mask was a mask, and he knew that she had seen behind it. Lyra stumbled back to the solitude of her cell, the senator's chilling parable echoing in her mind. The wolf does not think of the leg it lost. She had gambled, and in a terrifying way, she had won. She had confirmed his secret, and in doing so, had fundamentally altered the balance of power between them, if only in the most subtle, dangerous way. Fear was still her constant companion, but it was a different kind of fear now. It was no longer the passive, helpless terror of a victim. It was the sharp, adrenalized fear of a knife fighter in a dark room. She was no match for him in strength or authority, but she now possessed a weapon that could, if used correctly, wound him deeply. The knowledge was a poison, but it was also a shield. Her master's control over her had always been absolute, because he was an unreadable, untouchable monolith of power. Now, he was readable. She knew the source of his coldness, the ghost that haunted him. When he looked at her now, he would not just see a slave, a tool. He would see a repository of his shame, a living reminder of the betrayal that had made him. She had a power over him that no other slave possessed, the power of judgment. She sat on her cot, her mind racing. How could this weapon be used? To reveal his secret openly would be suicide. He would kill her without a moment's hesitation to silence her. To use it to blackmail him for her freedom was equally unthinkable. The wolf would chew off another leg hers before submitting to such a threat. No, the weapon was not a sword to be wielded in a direct attack. It was a subtle poison, a tool of psychological warfare. It was leverage. The threat was not in what she would say, but in the fact that she could say it. Her continued silence, her continued obedience was now a conscious choice, not just a slave's automatic response. And he would know it. Her plan with Kaelin, the desperate dream of escape, suddenly seemed both more dangerous and more possible. Before, it was a slave's flight from a powerful master. Now, it was a strategic move against a compromised opponent. The senator's attention would be divided. He would be watching his political enemies in the Senate, the ghosts of the past, and now he would be watching her. A man with so many fronts to defend is a man who can make a mistake. She felt a grim, cold resolve settle over her. The senator had taught her a lesson about survival. The wolf does what is necessary. She too was in a trap. And she too would do what was necessary. A few days later, Lucius cornered her again. He had been drinking heavily, and his usual sneering arrogance was amplified by a vicious, slurring cruelty. He trapped her in a poorly lit corridor near the kitchens, pressing her back against the cold stone wall. "My little scribe," he hissed, his face uncomfortably close. "You've been avoiding me, and you spend too much time watching that red-headed ox in the garden. Do you think I don't see? Do you think I don't know?" Before this would have sent Lyra into a spiral of pure terror. She was still afraid Lucius was a physical immediate threat. But now her fear was overlaid with a new chilling clarity. She looked at this preening drunken man, the heir to the Valerius name, and saw not just a predator, but an ignorant fool. He was posturing, threatening her with his father's power, completely unaware of the rotten foundation upon which that power was built. He saw his father as a god, an untouchable pillar of Roman virtue. He had no idea he was the son of a traitor, a man who had sacrificed honor and love for the very ambition Lucius now so arrogantly displayed. Your pet brute has been clumsy lately. Lucius continued, his hand gripping her arm, his fingers digging into her flesh. It would be so easy for him to be sold to the mines. The life expectancy there is what, 6 months a year for a strong one. I could arrange it with a word. Lyra met his gaze. She did not flinch. She thought of his father, the wolf chewing off its own leg. She saw the same ruthlessness in the son, but without any of the father's intelligence or control. Lucius was all of his father's monstrosity, with none of his discipline. Her silence, her lack of the usual terrified reaction, seemed to infuriate him. "Are you deaf, slave? I am talking to you. I hear you, Dominus Lucius," she said, her voice quiet and even. Her calm was a weapon he did not understand. He had expected tears pleading. He was left with nothing to feed his cruelty. Frustrated, he shoved her against the wall one last time. "Remember who you belong to," he spat, before turning and striding away down the corridor. Lyra leaned against the wall, her arm throbbing where he had gripped it. She was still afraid of him. He was a snake, and his bite was lethal. But her discovery had given her a new perspective. She saw the whole rotten family tree, from the poisoned root to this venomous branch, and she knew that her true battle was not with this ignorant serpent, but with the old wolf who ruled the forest. Lyra retreated to her room, the sanctuary that had become her cell, her fortress, and her prison. She lit a small oil lamp and looked at her faint reflection in a small, polished bronze mirror. Vipsania had issued her a tool for her new, more presentable role. The face that looked back at her was changed. The roundness of youth was gone, replaced by sharper angles. The fear was still there in the depths of her eyes, but it was a different fear now. It was the fear of a hunted animal that had decided to become a hunter. The secret she carried was a physical weight. It isolated her completely. She could not share it with Cassia. To do so would be to place the kind old woman in mortal danger, to burden her with a truth that could get her killed. She could not share it with Kalen. His reaction would be immediate, explosive. He was a man of action, and he would see the secret only as a justification for a direct suicidal assault. He would not understand the subtle, dangerous game of leverage that she was now forced to play. She was utterly alone with this knowledge. She was the sole keeper of the truth that lay behind the master's mask. The irony was immense. In the heart of Rome, in the house of a powerful senator, the single greatest threat to his carefully constructed life was not a political rival, not an assassin, but a Dacian slave girl whom he had bought for her ability to read. He had sought to use her knowledge as a weapon against her people, and in doing so had inadvertently armed her with a weapon that could be used against him. She touched the cold bronze collar at her neck. It was still the symbol of her enslavement. But her new knowledge was a second invisible collar, one that she had placed around the neck of her master. They were bound together now, not just by the chains of ownership, but by the chains of a shared, terrible secret. Her path forward was unclear and fraught with peril at every step. But as she blew out the lamp and lay down in the darkness, she knew one thing with absolute certainty. The game had changed, and she, Lyra the girl who had once watched the sunset in Dacia, was no longer just a pawn. Lyra's newfound composure was to Lucius like a red flag to a bull. Her fear had been a source of amusement, a validation of his power. Her quiet, unnerving calm was an insult. He saw it as defiance, and he could not tolerate defiance from a slave, especially one who seemed to have a connection to the barbarian guard he now viewed with a toxic mix of jealousy and contempt. He decided to reassert his dominance in the most brutal way possible. He chose a blistering afternoon during the peak of the training drills. Lyra was at the edge of the peristyle, ostensibly tending to a planter of herbs for the kitchens, a task she had taken on to maintain her vantage point. Lucius strode onto the training ground, flanked by two of his sycophantic friends. He was drunk. His movements exaggerated his voice, loud and slurring. He watched the drills for a moment, a sneer on his face. Then his eyes locked on Kalen. "You!" he shouted, pointing at the Celt. "You move like a clumsy bear. Are all your people so graceless?" Kalen stopped his practice sword held at his side. He said nothing, his face a mask of stone, but his eyes were embers of pure hatred. The training master, seeing the senator's son, immediately grew nervous. "The barbarian is slow, master," the trainer said, trying to placate Lucius. "He needs more discipline." "Discipline." Lucius echoed, savoring the word. "An excellent idea." He turned to the training master. "He has disrespected me with his insolent silence. 10 lashes. Here. Now." The order was a gross abuse of his authority. Kalen was not his slave. He was rented property. To whip him was to damage another man's asset. The training master hesitated. "Dominus Lucius, perhaps. Are you questioning me?" Lucius hissed, his hand dropping to the hilt of the ornamental dagger he wore. The trainer paled and immediately acquiesced. 2 house guards were summoned. They seized Kalen, who did not resist. To fight back would mean immediate death. They stripped his tunic from his back and forced him to his knees, his hands bound to a wooden post. Lyra watched in frozen horror, her hands clenched so tightly in the soil of the planter that her knuckles were white. This was for her. Every slave on the training ground, every servant watching from the colonnades knew it. Lucius was making a spectacle of his power, using Kalen's back as a canvas to paint a message of terror for Lyra. The whip, a long, thick leather strap, was brought out. Lucius took it from the guard. "I will administer this discipline myself," he announced with a cruel grin. The first blow landed with a sickening crack, leaving a bright red line across the landscape of Kalen's scarred back. Kalen's entire body went rigid, but he made no sound. The second, the third, the fourth. Lucius was not precise like Vipsania. His blows were wild, fueled by wine and malice. He was not just punishing. He was trying to break the man's spirit, to force a cry of pain from him. Kalen did not give him the satisfaction. He remained silent, his head bowed, his massive frame absorbing the punishment. But with every lash, Lyra felt the blow in her own soul. This was her fault. Her connection with Kalen, her defiance of Lucius, had brought this upon him. She was the cause of his agony. The sight of his blood bright against his skin under the hot Roman sun seared itself into her mind. When it was over, Lucius tossed the whip aside, his face flushed with exertion and wine. Kalen was cut down his back, a mangled ruin. He staggered to his feet, refusing the help of the other guards, and with immense agonizing effort walked from the training ground, his pride a shattered but still visible shield. Lucius watched him go. Then his eyes found Lyra's across the garden. He smiled, a triumphant, venomous expression that clearly said, "This is what happens." This is your future. Something inside Lyra broke. The quiet long-term strategy of gathering information for a distant, improbable escape was incinerated in the fire of her guilt and rage. Her plans with Kalen were useless if he was dead or sold to the mines as Lucius had threatened. The serpent was no longer a future threat. He was an immediate lethal poison. He had to be stopped. That night, she did not sleep. She paced the confines of her tiny cell like a caged wolf. The image of Kalen's bloody back burned into her vision. The senator's secret, the weapon she had been too afraid to use, now felt like her only option. She had to take the ultimate gamble. She couldn't expose the senator. That was suicide. But perhaps she could manipulate him. Perhaps she could use his deepest fear to solve her most immediate problem. The wolf had chewed off its own leg to escape a trap. Her master was a man who understood sacrifice, a man who would cut away anything that threatened his survival. And Lucius, with his drunken carelessness, his gambling debts, and his public displays of cruelty, was a profound threat. If the senator believed his enemies were closing in, that they were looking for a weakness to exploit his own son, would be the most glaring liability he had. A plan began to form in her mind, a plan of terrible audacity. It was a scheme woven from ink and lies, a gamble that would either save them or get them all killed. She would not use her knowledge to attack the senator directly. She would use it to make him believe his enemies were attacking him, and she would aim their phantom assault directly at his son. She would create a ghost from the late Senator Crassus's papers. She would put a weapon in that ghost's hand, and she would point it at Lucius. She stopped pacing, her decision made. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was now overlaid with a desperate, icy resolve. Lucius had chosen a battle of blood. She would answer with a battle of ink. The plan required three things: the perfect medium, the perfect script, and the perfect opportunity. Lyra began to work with a feverish, clandestine energy. The medium was the most difficult. The forged letter had to appear authentic, a genuine piece of the late Senator Crassus's correspondence. It couldn't be written on fresh papyrus from the household stores. It had to be old. She remembered the citron wood box, the cache of personal letters from Crassus's wife written on expensive vellum. At the very bottom of the box, beneath the letters, were two blank unused sheets of the same vellum saved for a letter never written. They were aged, slightly yellowed, perfect. During her next session in the tablinum, while the senator was occupied with a visitor, her trembling hands retrieved one of the sheets, hiding it within the folds of her tunic. The theft of a single piece of vellum felt as dangerous as stealing the emperor's jewels. Next was the script. She couldn't write it in her own hand, or even in the careful scribal Latin Cassia had taught her. It had to be in the hand of Senator Crassus himself. For days, she dedicated herself to studying his letters, not just for their content, but for their form. She analyzed the way he shaped his R, the flourish he gave his S, the spacing between his words. His handwriting was that of an arrogant, impatient man, sharp, angular, and slightly slanted. In the dead of night, in her locked cell, by the light of a single sputtering oil lamp, she began to practice. Using a piece of charcoal on a broken bit of slate, she copied his words, his phrases, his signature over and over again. She forced her hand to forget its own habits, to adopt the flourishes and quirks of a dead man. Her cell became a forger's workshop, the floor covered in chalky, ghost-like letters. She practiced until her fingers ached, and her eyes burned until she could mimic his hand with a confidence that terrified her. The content of the letter was the final piece. It had to be subtle, a web of insinuation, not a blatant accusation. It would be a letter from Crassus to a known political ally, dated a few months before his death. She planned the words carefully. "My dear Chilo," it would begin, "I write to you on the old familiar business. The wolf, as we call him, grows ever more powerful, yet he has not forgotten the rock upon which his house is built. I have been sorting through my father-in-law's papers and have found something, a contemporary account of the trial that might prove most illuminating. Proof Silo, the kind of proof that could finally remove the mask. But we must be cautious. The wolf is a cornered animal, and his son is a fool and a drunkard, an easy source of leverage for our enemies as much as for us. We must time this perfectly." Every word was a carefully chosen poison dart. The wolf was a name that would resonate with the senator's own parable. Proof was the word that would ignite his deepest fears, and the mention of his son as a fool and a liability was the master stroke designed to turn the senator's fear and fury directly upon Lucius. With the medium chosen and the script perfected, the final most perilous component was the ink. The household had a large supply of standard iron gall ink, a dark black liquid used for everyday accounts and correspondence. But Lyra had noticed in her study of Crassus's papers that for his more personal letters he used a different ink. It was a deep, rich brown, the color of dried blood, a sepia ink made from the ink sacs of cuttlefish. It was a luxury, a sign of status. To use the common black ink would be an immediate giveaway. She had to acquire the sepia ink, a substance kept under lock and key by Decimus the Villicus, and used only by the senator himself. The task seemed impossible. Her lessons with Cassia provided the desperate, dangerous opportunity. One evening, while they were reviewing a text, Lyra feigned frustration with the quality of the practice ink she'd been given. "This black ink is so thin, Cassia," she said, letting a note of artistic complaint enter her voice. "It does not flow well. In the master's study, I see he sometimes uses a beautiful brown ink. It makes the letter seem so much more permanent." Cassia looked up from the scroll, her sad eyes full of a sudden, sharp concern. She had noticed Lyra's growing tension, the dark circles under her eyes. She did not know the details, but she knew Lyra was walking a dangerous path. "The master's ink is not for us, child. It is a luxury." "I know," Lyra said, pressing her gamble. "But my hand feels clumsy. If I could just practice with a proper ink, I feel I could learn the letter forms more truly. I could serve the senator better." She used the logic of servitude, the language of the house, to cloak her true intent. Cassia was silent for a long time. She looked at Lyra's intense, desperate face, and a silent, sorrowful debate seemed to take place in her mind. To help Lyra was to become an accomplice in something she did not understand, but which she knew was dangerous. To refuse was to abandon the girl who had become, in a way, her only student, her only true connection in this house of ghosts. Finally, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 30 years of servitude, Cassia rose. "The cook sometimes gets a small amount of it for marking the amphorae of prized Spanish fish sauce," she whispered. "He is a vain man. He likes the fancy script. Perhaps a pot has been misplaced." The next day, as Lyra ate her solitary meal, a kitchen boy delivered her tray. Tucked beneath the chunk of bread was a small sealed clay pot. It was heavy, and when Lyra opened it in the privacy of her room, the dark, rich, oceanic scent of sepia ink filled the air. Cassia had taken the risk. She had become a conspirator. The knowledge that she had drawn the kind old woman into her dangerous game filled Lyra with a profound sense of guilt, but also a grim determination. There could be no turning back now. That night, with the authentic vellum, the perfected script, and the correct ink, Lyra performed her act of high treason. With a hand that was surprisingly steady, she forged the letter that was designed to bring the house of Valerius to the brink of implosion. The forged letter felt like a burning coal in Lyra's hands. Now that it was created, she had to deliver it to its target. She could not simply hand it to the senator. It had to be discovered. Its appearance needed to be a complete and believable surprise. Her opportunity came 2 days later. The senator instructed her to finish the cataloging of the final chest, the one from which she had stolen the vellum. It was filled mostly with old financial records, things he would only glance at. But she knew that inside was the citrone wood box containing Fabia's letters, a collection he would certainly inspect with more care given its personal and volatile nature. That was the perfect place. A letter from Crassus, found tucked away with his wife's most private correspondence about the very same subject, would seem entirely plausible. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she approached the task. The senator was in the tablinum working at his desk, but his back was to her. She had to be quick, silent, and natural. She carried the chest to her small table and began the work of sorting her movements, deliberately slow and methodical, a portrait of the diligent scribe. She laid out the scrolls and tablets, creating the summary notes as she had been taught. Then she reached the citron wood box. Her hands were slick with nervous sweat. She opened the lid and pretended to sort through Fabia's tragic letters. With her body shielding her actions from the senator, she slipped the forged letter from the folds of her tunic and slid it into the middle of the bundle of authentic correspondence. It was done. She finished her cataloging for the day, creating a separate note for the citrone wood box, a small casket containing personal letters, seemingly from the wife of the late Senator Crassus. The contents are of a highly sensitive and personal nature. She had baited the hook. "I have finished the final chest, Dominus," she announced, her voice trembling only slightly. "The summaries are here." The senator grunted in acknowledgement, not looking up from his work. "Leave them. I will review the source material this evening." Lyra bowed and left the study, her legs feeling weak and unsteady. The trap was set. The seed of her deception was planted in the most fertile soil she could find, the senator's own paranoia and guilt. All she could do now was wait and pray to the gods she no longer believed in that the bait would be taken. Lyra was not dismissed for the evening. The senator, wanting to finish the business of the Crassus estate, commanded her to remain in the study to file the documents as he finished with them. She was forced to sit at her small desk, a silent witness, as he began his review. The tension in the room was a palpable living thing. He worked through the financial ledgers quickly, his eyes scanning the columns of figures, his expression bored. Lyra's hands were clenched in her lap, her knuckles white. She tried to regulate her breathing to appear calm, a simple slave waiting for her next task. Then he reached for the citron wood box. He picked up her summary note and read it, his eyebrow raising slightly at her mention of highly sensitive contents. He opened the casket and lifted out the bundle of Fabia's letters. He began to read through them, his face impassive, though Lyra knew the words must be dredging up ghosts he had long tried to keep buried. And then he found it. She saw the moment he touched the forged letter. His fingers would have registered the slightly different texture of the vellum. She saw him pull it from the bundle, his eyes narrowing at the sharp masculine script of his dead rival amidst the feminine hand of the other letters. He began to read. Lyra kept her eyes fixed on the floor, but she could feel the change in the room. The air grew cold heavy. The quiet scratching of his stylus stopped. An absolute, profound silence descended. She dared to lift her gaze for a fraction of a second. Senator Corvinus was unnaturally still. The blood had drained from his face, leaving his skin the color of old parchment. His eyes were fixed on the letter, but they were not just reading. They were seeing a chasm of ruin open up before him. He read it once, his lips moving slightly, then a second time his knuckles white where he gripped the vellum. The mask was not just cracked, it was gone. In its place was the face of the wolf when it first hears the snap of the trap. It was a face of pure chilling dread, quickly being overtaken by a cold, calculating fury. He looked up, his eyes sweeping the room as if searching for spies in the shadows, and for a terrifying instant his gaze passed over Lyra. But he did not truly see her. He was looking past her, at the faces of his political enemies, at the ghost of Crassus, at the impending collapse of the world he had so carefully, so ruthlessly constructed. He carefully, deliberately folded the forged letter and tucked it into a pouch inside his toga. The bait had not just been taken. It had been swallowed whole. The senator's reaction was not one of panic, but of chilling, terrifying speed. Lyra had expected him to become cautious, to investigate. She had underestimated the depth of his paranoia and the ferocity of his instinct for survival. Believing that Crassus's faction possessed tangible proof and were on the verge of exposing him, he did not seek to defend himself. He sought to attack, to cauterize the wound before it could fester. He moved to eliminate all his weaknesses, to seal every crack in his armor. His first and most glaring weakness was his own son. Lucius was a walking liability. His gambling debts made him susceptible to bribery. His drunken indiscretions made him a source of information. His arrogance made him blind to manipulation. In the senator's terrified strategic mind, Lucius was no longer his heir. He was a loose thread that, if pulled by his enemies, could unravel everything. He was the leg caught in the trap. The senator immediately sent for his son. He also dispatched Marcus, his body slave, with a series of sealed messages to men Lyra knew to be his most ruthless political fixers and informants. The atmosphere in the domus shifted from one of ordered tranquility to one of humming, suppressed crisis. The guards at the gate were doubled. No visitors were to be admitted without the senator's personal approval. The house was going into lockdown. Lyra, dismissed from the study amidst this sudden flurry of activity, felt a thrill of terror and success. Her plan was working. The senator was rattled. He was moving to contain Lucius. She had hoped he would restrain his son, perhaps send him away to a remote country villa. She thought she was protecting Kaelin by getting Lucius out of the way. She had failed to comprehend the true nature of the wolf she had provoked. She had gambled that a father's love for his son would temper his reaction. She had forgotten that for a man like Corvinus, survival trumped everything, even blood. She had set a fire to smoke out a snake, not realizing she had lit it in a powder keg. The consequences were about to spiral far beyond her control and become far more horrific than she could have ever imagined. Lucius arrived at the tablinum in a foul mood, clearly annoyed at being summoned from his afternoon pleasures. Lyra was in the corridor outside, tasked with waiting for any further commands from the senator. The heavy curtain to the study was drawn, but the fury contained within could not be silenced. The argument that erupted was not a discussion. It was a detonation. "You are a fool and a disgrace," The senator's voice roared, stripped of its usual calm, now the raw, brutal bark of a military commander. Do you have any idea what you have done? Who you have been speaking with? I've done nothing. Lucius's voice shrill and defensive. I go to the baths, I dine with friends. What concern is it of yours? Your friends. The senator's voice was laced with contempt. The sons of my enemies. You drink with them. You gamble with them. You run up debts to them. Do you think they enjoy your company? You useless fop. They are using you. They are pumping you for information about my affairs, searching for a weakness. That's insane. You're paranoid. There was the sharp sound of a slap, followed by a stunned silence. Do not ever speak to me of paranoia. The senator's voice dropped to a lethal hiss. You have no idea what it takes to survive in this city. You, who have lived your entire life in the shadow of my protection. That protection is now at an end. From this moment, you are confined to this house. Your allowance is cut off. Your friends will not be admitted. You will speak to no one outside this family. You are a vulnerability, and I am neutralizing you. You can't do this. Lucius shrieked, his voice cracking with humiliation and rage. I am your son, your heir. You are a spoiled, witless child who is about to cost me everything I have ever built. The senator thundered back. You will learn obedience, or by the gods, I will send you to a military outpost on the German frontier, so bleak it will make you beg for the luxuries of this prison. Now get out of my sight. The curtain was ripped aside, and Lucius stumbled out into the corridor, his face pale, a livid red handprint blooming on his cheek. He was shaking with a furious, impotent rage. He saw Lyra standing there, a witness to his ultimate humiliation. His eyes full of venom and hate locked onto hers. He saw her not just as a slave, but as a symbol of the household that was now his prison, a part of the father who had just broken him. He said nothing. He simply stared at her, his expression one of pure murderous fury, before turning and storming away towards his rooms. Lyra's blood ran cold. She had succeeded in having Lucius caged. But she had just created a far more dangerous creature, a wounded, cornered, and enraged monster who now had nothing to lose. Humiliated, disinherited, and trapped, Lucius was a storm of pure rage seeking a target. He could not strike at his father, the source of his pain. His political friends were now barred from the house. All his frustration, all his viciousness, all the poison in his soul needed an outlet. And his hate-filled mind settled on the one person he blamed for the beginning of his troubles, the barbarian slave who had defied him. And by extension, the girl who had shown him favor. That evening, Lucius did not go to his rooms. He went to the wine cellar. He drank until his rage was a raw, screaming thing. And then, with two of the household guards who were more loyal to his whims than to the senator's orders, he went hunting. Lyra heard the commotion from her cell. Shouts from the direction of the service barracks. The crash of something breaking. A raw, guttural cry of pain that was horribly familiar. She threw her door open and ran, her heart seizing with a terrible premonition. She found them in the small, dusty courtyard behind the kitchens. Lucius, his face contorted in a drunken snarl, was standing over a crumpled figure on the ground. The two guards stood by, blocking anyone from interfering. It was Kalen. He was a mess of blood and broken limbs. Lucius had not used a whip this time. He had used a heavy wooden cudgel from the guard's post. Kalen's arm was bent at an unnatural angle. His face was a swollen, bloody mask. He had clearly fought back as one of the guards had a split lip, But one man, even one as strong as Kalen, was no match for three. "This is what happens to animals who forget their place," Lucius screamed, kicking Kalen viciously in the ribs. "This is what happens to scum who look at what is mine." Vipsania arrived, her face a thundercloud, but even she seemed hesitant to intervene with the master's son in such a state. Other slaves huddled in the doorways, their faces pale with terror. Lyra could only stand and watch a silent scream trapped in her throat. This was her doing. Her clever plan, her gamble of ink, her manipulation of the father had led directly to this. She had tried to protect Kalen by caging the serpent, but in her ignorance, she had only enraged him and trapped him inside with his chosen prey. Lucius delivered one last kick, then threw the cudgel down. It landed with a wet, sickening thud. "Throw him in the street," he spat at the guards. "He has damaged goods. His master can collect him from the gutter." He turned and saw Lyra. He walked straight up to her, his face inches from hers, his breath a foul wave of wine and hate. "You see," he whispered, a triumphant, insane light in his eyes. "You see what happens. This is your fault. All of it." He shoved her aside and staggered back toward the main house, his vengeance sated. Lyra rushed forward and fell to her knees beside Kalen's broken body. He was unconscious, his breathing shallow and ragged. His blood was on the stones on her hands, on her tunic. Her gamble of ink had ended in a deluge of blood. The courtyard fell into a horrified silence, broken only by Kalen's ragged breaths. Vipsania finally moved, her face set like granite. "Get him to the infirmary," she commanded two of the older male slaves. Her voice was cold, but Lyra saw a flicker of something in her eyes, not pity, but a cold fury at the disruption, at the destruction of valuable property, at the chaos Lucius had unleashed in her ordered world. Lyra tried to help, but Vipsania blocked her path. "You," the Vilica said, her voice low and dangerous, "have done enough. Go to your room. Do not leave it." Numb with shock and consumed by a tidal wave of guilt, Lyra obeyed. She stumbled back to her cell, the world a blur, her hands and tunic stained with Kalen's blood. She had done this. Her cleverness, her ambition to play the game of her masters, had led to this catastrophe. She had thought she could control the wolf, but she had only pointed him toward a new victim. She had wanted to save Kalen, and she had destroyed him. She sat on her cot in the darkness, shaking uncontrollably. The feel of his blood on her hands was a physical torment. Every ragged breath he had taken was a testament to her failure. She had wielded power, the power of a secret, the power of a forged word, and it had blown up in her face, maiming the one person she had sought to protect. The price of her gamble was now terrifyingly clear. She had successfully manipulated the most powerful man in the house. She had neutralized his dangerous son. And in doing so, she had unleashed a monster and sacrificed her friend. The door to her gilded cage felt colder and harder than ever before. But it was no longer just a prison of servitude. It was now a prison of guilt. She had gambled with ink and blood, and she had lost in the most horrific way imaginable. The weight of it threatened to crush her completely. The morning after the attack was unnaturally quiet. A pall of fear and uncertainty hung over the entire household. Lucius was confined to his rooms. Kalen had been taken to the infirmary, and the other slaves moved with a hushed, fearful energy, their eyes darting, their whispers silenced. Lyra was summoned, not by Marcus, but by Bassus, the grim aide who had first brought her to the domus. The walk to the tablinum felt different this time. It was not a walk of trepidation and mystery, but a death march of grim certainty. She knew what was coming. When she entered the study, the senator was not at his desk. He was standing by the window, looking out at the city, just as he had been on the first day she entered this room. The forged letter was on his desk, next to a small brazier of hot coals. He turned to face her. His expression was not one of rage. It was far worse. It was one of cold, absolute disappointment, the look a master gives to a tool that has proven flawed and unreliable. "I bought you for your mind," he began, his voice devoid of any emotion. "I believed it to be a sharp, precise instrument. I was mistaken. Your mind is clouded by sentiment, by passion. It is a flaw I cannot afford in my household." He knew. He did not know about the forgery, perhaps, but he knew that she was at the heart of the chaos that had erupted. He knew that her connection to the Celt, her conflict with his son, had led to the bloody spectacle in his courtyard. "You have provoked my son," he continued. "You have formed an attachment to a hired guard. You have been a catalyst for a disgraceful and costly disruption of the order of this house. An expensive piece of property has been damaged. My son has been made a public spectacle of his own lack of discipline. And you are the common denominator." He paused, his eyes like ice. "I had a purpose for you. That purpose is now at an end. Your proximity to my work has become a liability. Your presence in my study is no longer required." He picked up the forged letter from his desk. For a heart-stopping moment, Lyra thought he would confront her with it. Instead, he held it over the brazier. The vellum curled, blackened, and was consumed by the flames, its ink and blood purpose turning to ash. He was erasing the evidence, erasing the entire affair. "You have failed your duty as a scribe," he said, as the last of the letter vanished. "You will now return to the duties for which your station is more suited." He walked to the door and clapped his hands. Vipsania entered, her face a stony mask of triumph. "She is yours again, Vipsania," the senator said, his voice flatly dismissing Lyra's entire existence. "Her experiment in the intellectual arts is over. See to it that she remembers the fundamental lesson of this house: obedience. Absolute, unquestioning obedience." He turned and walked back to his desk, picking up a scroll. The reckoning was over. She was not to be killed. She was to be erased. The transition was immediate and brutal. Vipsania's hand clamped onto Lyra's arm, her fingers digging in like talons, and she was pulled from the tablinum. The curtain fell shut behind her, sealing off the world of scrolls and secrets forever. So the little scholar returns to the fold. Vipsania hissed, her voice dripping with satisfied venom. "I told you the leash was short. You have displeased the master. Now you will learn the consequences." She was not taken to the cellars for a whipping. Her punishment was to be a slow, living degradation. Vipsania led her first to her small private room. Without a word, she gestured for Lyra to pick up her few, meager belongings, her spare tunic, the small bronze mirror, the scrolls Cassia had given her for practice. Then she was marched back to the service warrens, back to the foul, airless corridor where she had first been brought. Vipsania threw open the door to the cell Lyra had once shared with Livia. Livia was inside mending a cloth, and she looked up with a slow, cruel smile of pure triumph on her face. She had won. The foreign traitor had been brought low. "This is your place now," Vipsania announced to Lyra, "where you belong." She was forced to hand over her fine gray tunics. In return, she was given the coarsest, most threadbare rags from the laundry pile garments that were little more than rough sacks. The soft wool was gone, replaced by the familiar, painful chafe of the lowest slave's uniform. Her mirror and her practice scrolls were taken from her. "You will have no need for these," Vipsania sneered. She was cast down. Every privilege, every small comfort she had been granted was stripped away in a methodical, humiliating ritual. She was no longer the senator's scribe. She was less than she had been when she first arrived. Then she had been a blank slate. Now she was a fallen favorite, a disgraced object, a public example of failure. That night, as she climbed into the hard, lumpy bunk above the hostile, triumphant Livia, the full weight of her downfall crushed her. The gilded leash was gone, yes, but it had been replaced by the heaviest and most hopeless of chains, the knowledge that she had flown too close to the sun and had been cast back into a darkness deeper and more profound than the one from which she had emerged. In the suffocating grip of her own despair, one thought burned through the fog, Kaelin. She had to know what had become of him. For 2 days, she heard nothing toiling at the most degrading tasks Vipsania could devise. Her every inquiry met with a stony silence or a sneering threat. On the 3rd day, she found out. She was hauling a basket of refuse to the dumping site at the back of the estate when she saw a small, grim procession leaving through a service gate. It was Kaelin's owner, the Lannista's man, his face a mask of cold fury. With him were 2 of his own slaves, and between them they carried a crude litter. On the litter, covered by a thin, stained blanket, was Kaelin. Lyra dropped her basket and hid behind a stack of wine amphorae, her heart seizing in her chest. She could only see a fraction of him. He was frighteningly still. His right arm was bound tightly to his chest in a crude splint, and his head was wrapped in bloody bandages. He was alive, but only just. He looked broken, a fallen giant, a wounded lion being dragged from the field. She overheard a fragment of conversation between the Lannista's man and Decimus the Villicus, who was formally handing over the damaged property. An utter disgrace, the Lannista's man was saying, his voice tight with anger. The senator will be paying for this. A prime specimen ruined by his drunken whelp of a son. He may never fight again. If he even lives. The senator has already sent his regrets and a generous compensation. Decimus replied, his voice smooth and bureaucratic. Regrets do not win matches in the arena, the man spat. He gestured to his slaves. Take him away. We'll see if he can be salvaged. If not, the mines are always looking for strong backs, even crooked ones. They carried him out the gate. The gate closed. He was gone. Lyra sagged against the amphorae, a wave of nausea and grief washing over her. He was alive, but his life as a warrior, the only life he had known, was over. He was a broken thing, and if he couldn't be salvaged, he would be sent to the living death of the mines. And it was her fault. Her gamble, her cleverness, had cost him everything. She would never see him again. The thought was a certainty, a cold, hard stone in the pit of her stomach. The last flicker of connection to her past, the only ally she had in this world, had been carried away on a bloody litter because of her. The guilt was no longer a shadow. It was a physical entity, a hand squeezing her heart, a voice that whispered in her ear day and night, "You did this." Her return to the bottom of the household hierarchy was a brutal public humiliation. The slaves, who had once envied and feared her, now saw an opportunity for petty revenge. Her fall from grace was a source of entertainment, a cautionary tale that reinforced the wisdom of keeping one's head down. Marcus, the senator's body slave, took particular pleasure in her downfall. He would go out of his way to assign her the most repulsive tasks, his voice dripping with condescending satisfaction. "The scholar seems to have misplaced her stylus," he would say, with a smirk to the other slaves. "Perhaps she can find it at the bottom of the latrine pits." And so she was sent to clean the latrines, a foul, stomach-turning job that left a stench on her skin and clothes that soap could not wash away. She was assigned to the kitchens not to chop vegetables, but to scour the great cauldrons, her arms submerged to the elbows in greasy black water, her hands rubbed raw by the abrasive sand. Helena Vipsania's lieutenant devised her own torments. She put Lyra to work in the dye vats, a place of noxious choking fumes and scalding water, where a moment's inattention could lead to a serious burn. Her hands, once stained with the elderberry juice of her homeland, were now perpetually stained the dull purple and murky brown of Roman wool. Every task was a punishment, every ache in her body a reminder of how far she had fallen. The other slaves, taking their cue from their superiors, shunned her. They would leave a wide space around her at the miserable evening meals. If she reached for the bread, another hand would snatch it away. Livia, her roommate, would make a point of loudly recounting the story of Lyra's disgrace to anyone who would listen, her voice full of triumphant scorn. Lyra endured it all in a haze of silent misery. She did her work without complaint. She accepted the insults without reply. Her silence was not strength. It was numbness. The vibrant thinking part of her, the part that had schemed and gambled, had retreated deep inside, leaving only a shell that could follow orders and endure pain. Cassia's lessons were over. The salt in this festering wound was the loss of her only friend. She would sometimes see the old Greek woman in the kitchens, and Cassia's eyes would meet hers for a fleeting second. They were filled with a deep, helpless sorrow, the eyes of a person who wanted to offer comfort, but was too afraid, too beaten down by her own long servitude to risk it. That look of pity was almost harder to bear than the open contempt of the others. It was a reminder of the kindness she had lost, of the trust she had perhaps betrayed by drawing Cassia into her disastrous plan. The loss of her lessons with Cassia was a blow more profound than any physical hardship. The nightly ritual in her small cell had been more than just a lesson in Latin. It had been an anchor, a quiet space where she was treated not as a slave, but as a student, a mind worthy of cultivation. It was the only time she felt a flicker of her former self, the priestess's daughter who loved to learn. Now that too was gone. Her attempts to speak to Cassia were met with a gentle, sorrowful refusal. Once in a quiet corner of the kitchen, Lyra approached her as the old woman was kneading dough. "Cassia." She began, her voice a desperate whisper. Cassia did not look up, her hands continuing their rhythmic work, her knuckles white. "It is not wise," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the kitchen noise. "Vipsania is watching. Everyone is watching. To be your friend now is to be the master's enemy." Her voice was not cold, but it was filled with a deep, weary resignation. It was the pragmatism of a long-term survivor. Lyra understood. She was a contamination, a disease, and the other slaves were right to keep their distance. To associate with her was to invite the wrath of Vipsania and the displeasure of the masters. Cassia had already risked so much by providing the ink. She could not ask for more. The silence of her only friend was the final nail in the coffin of her isolation. Before, she had been set apart by privilege. Now she was cast out by disgrace. She toiled through her days surrounded by people, but was utterly, completely alone. The absence of their lessons left a void that was quickly filled by the ghosts of her failure. Without the discipline of studying Virgil's verses, her mind was left to replay her mistakes, to see Caelen's broken body, to hear the senator's chilling parable of the wolf. The words and knowledge she had so prized had become instruments of her own torture. The education that had lifted her from the muck had ultimately been the cause of her being thrown back into it, covered in a filth far worse than any kitchen grease. It was the filth of guilt, and there was no lie strong enough to scrub it away. Vipsania saw the blank, numb obedience in Lyra's eyes and mistook it for a lack of repentance. The Vilica was a creature of order, and the chaos Lyra had unleashed was an offense against her deepest principles. She was determined to restore that order by grinding the girl who had disrupted it into dust. She would not just punish Lyra, she would break her. The campaign was relentless. Lyra's food portions were cut, leaving her in a state of constant gnawing hunger. She was assigned double duties, forced to work late into the night, and then woken before dawn until exhaustion became a permanent state of being. The work was always the hardest, the filthiest, designed not just for utility, but for humiliation. One day, a large vat of fermenting fish sauce, the prized garum, tipped over in the cellar, flooding the floor with a thick, putrid liquid. It was an accident, but Vipsania blamed Lyra. She was locked in the dark, stinking cellar with a bucket and a sponge and told not to come out until every trace of the spill and its foul odor was gone. She worked for a day and a night in the nauseating stench, her stomach heaving, her head swimming. She grew thin, her skin pale and translucent. The fire of her intelligence, which had so impressed the senator, was banked to a single stubborn ember. Her thoughts grew sluggish, her world narrowing to the next task, the next meal, the next moment of pain. She was being systematically dismantled, her body and her spirit worn down by 1,000 calculated cruelties. This was the true purpose of the whip's shadow, not just the memory of pain, but the slow, grinding pressure that was meant to crush a person's will to even exist. And Lyra was getting perilously close to that breaking point. The memory of the sun over the Carpathians, the image she had clung to for so long, was growing faint, a pale watercolor washed out by the relentless gray of her present reality. To hope for anything, for escape, for kindness, for a life beyond this, seemed like a form of madness. It was easier to feel nothing. It was easier to become the empty shell they wanted her to be. Lyra reached her nadir, late one night, scrubbing the great mosaic floor of the atrium. Vipsania had found a smudge and had ordered her to clean the entire vast space again on her hands and knees. The house was silent. The marble ancestors stared down at her from their pedestals, their faces cold and judgmental. She was exhausted, hungry, and hollowed out by despair. Her arms trembled with fatigue. The wet rag felt as heavy as a stone. She stopped, resting her forehead on the cold, damp marble, and for the first time since her capture, she felt the absolute crushing desire to simply give up. To lie down on the floor and not get up again, no matter what they did to her. The ember of her will was about to be extinguished by a wave of pure, hopeless exhaustion. A soft sound made her look up. It was Amelia, the timid slave girl who had first shown her to her cell. She was supposed to be asleep. She crept into the atrium, her bare feet making no sound, her eyes wide with fear. She clutched something in her hand. She looked around nervously, then darted to Lyra's side. Without a word, she pressed the object into Lyra's hand and then scurried away, disappearing back into the shadows of the service corridors. Lyra opened her hand It was a small, crudely carved wooden bird. It took her a moment to understand. It was not the bird her father had given her. That was lost forever in the forests of Dacia. This was a new one. Amelia must have seen her once, long ago, weeping over the lost trinket, or perhaps heard her murmur about it in a fevered sleep. And she had taken the time and the risk to carve her a new one. It was a clumsy carving, the work of an unskilled hand. But it was an act of pure, unalloyed kindness, an act of solidarity from the most frightened, lowest-ranking slave in the household. It was a message delivered in the dark that said, "You are not entirely alone. I see you." Lyra closed her hand around the small bird, its rough edges digging into her palm. A single hot tear, the first she had shed in weeks, slid down her cheek and splashed onto the marble floor. It was not a tear of sorrow. It was a tear of profound, aching gratitude. The gesture was so small, so insignificant in the grand scheme of her suffering, but it was enough. It was a glimmer of light in an absolute darkness. It was the breath of air that fanned the dying ember of her spirit back into a tiny, defiant flame. She would not give up. She would not break. Life remained a landscape of drudgery. But the small wooden bird, which Lyra now kept hidden in a crack in her bunk, was a secret source of strength. She began to observe the world around her again, her mind slowly emerging from its protective numbness. And she observed Lucius. Her plan had in its own terrible way worked perfectly. The senator's son was a prisoner in his own home. He was a ghost, haunting the peristyle and the gardens, his fine clothes looking rumpled, his face pale and sullen. He was always accompanied, at a discreet distance, by one of two large, grim-faced guards who were utterly loyal to his father. His friends no longer called. His drinking was curtailed. His power within the household was utterly broken. The other slaves who had once feared him now treated him with a subtle, cautious contempt. They obeyed his orders, but the terror was gone from their eyes. They knew he was a caged animal, declawed by his own father. Seeing him brought Lyra no satisfaction. There was no triumph in his defeat, no pleasure in his humiliation. His downfall had cost too much. When she looked at him, she saw only the architect of Kalen's ruin. She saw the embodiment of the careless, brutal power that had destroyed so many lives, including her own. His suffering was a pale, insignificant thing compared to the suffering he had inflicted. One afternoon, she passed him in a corridor. He was alone for a rare moment. He stopped and looked at her. His eyes filled not with the familiar fire of his rage, but with a flat, dead hatred. "You," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "This is all because of you. The barbarian whore and her brute. My father. He will grow tired of this, and when he does, I will personally see you both flayed alive." The threat was still there, but it was impotent. He was a snake in a glass box, hissing and striking at a world he could no longer touch. Lyra simply looked at him, her face impassive, and then continued on her way, leaving him alone in the corridor with his empty threats and his consuming hatred. He was no longer a danger. He was just a pathetic, broken part of the wreckage. Weeks turned into months. Lyra's hands became calloused, her body lean and hard from constant labor. She had fully reassumed the role of a drudge, her brief time as a scholar, feeling like a strange, feverish dream. One morning, she was on her hands and knees in the great atrium polishing the marble floor until it shone. It was the same task she had been performing the night Amelia had given her the bird. She was a fixture now, a part of the house's cleaning apparatus. The main doors opened, and the senator entered, accompanied by another man of his station, a visiting magistrate. They were deep in a discussion about provincial taxes. They walked across the floor. Lyra had just polished their sandals, silent on the gleaming surface. As they passed, the visiting senator glanced down at Lyra with the casual indifference of the elite. But Senator Corvinus looked at her directly. Their eyes met for a single brief second. His gaze was utterly chillingly empty. There was no anger, no disappointment, no recognition of the complex, dangerous game that had passed between them in his study. He looked at the girl in the filthy rag, her hair matted with sweat, her hands raw and red, and he saw nothing. She was a floor scrubber, a piece of furniture, an object that had once been useful for one purpose and was now used for another. The tool had been repurposed. The person was irrelevant. That single empty glance was more painful than Vipsania's rod, more humiliating than Lucius's insults. It was the ultimate expression of his power. He had not just beaten her. He had erased her. He had taken her mind, used it, and then discarded it, casting her back into the anonymous, faceless mass of servitude without a second thought. She was beneath his notice. She was nothing. He walked on his voice, a low murmur, as he continued his conversation. Lyra remained on her knees, the cold of the marble seeping into her bones. The wolf had not just survived the trap. It had forgotten the leg it had left behind. That night, in the dark, cramped silence of her cell, Lyra lay on her back, staring up at the bunk above her. Livia's hostile, sleeping breaths filled the small space. The events of the day swirled in her mind, the senator's empty gaze, the memory of Lucius's dead-eyed hatred, the phantom pain of Kaelin's wounds. She had lost. She had gambled and lost everything. Her position, her friend, her hope. She was lower now than she had ever been, buried under the weight of her failure and the crushing indifference of her master. It would be so easy to let the darkness swallow her, to let the ember of her spirit finally die, to become the mindless, soulless tool they wanted her to be. But as she lay there, on the brink of absolute despair, something shifted. The senator's indifference had been meant to crush her, but instead it had sparked a new kind of fire. If she was nothing to him, then she was also free of him. Free of his plans, his manipulations, his suffocating attention. In casting her down, he had inadvertently released her from the gilded cage of his purpose. She was no longer his prized scribe, his special project. She was just a slave. And a slave that no one is watching is a slave who can begin to move in the shadows. She thought of Amelia's small, brave act of kindness. She thought of Cassia's wisdom, the advice to guard the inner self. And she thought of Kaelin. Her guilt over what had happened to him was a burning coal in her chest. It was a pain she could not extinguish. But perhaps it could be reforged. It could be turned from a source of despair into a source of fuel. She would not let his sacrifice be for nothing. She would not let her own spirit die while he was out there somewhere fighting to live. A new resolve, hard and cold as winter iron, settled in her soul. It was not the desperate, arrogant resolve of the gambler. It was not the wild, fleeting hope of an escapee. It was something quieter, deeper, and far more durable. It was the vow of the survivor. She would endure. She would bear the shadow of the whip, the scorn of the household, the crushing weight of the drudgery. She would learn to be invisible again, to be the ghost in the machine. She would gather her strength. She would watch and she would wait. She did not know what she was waiting for, but she knew with a certainty that was as profound as her own grief, that her story in the house of Valerius was not yet over. Lyra Kalin and their silent confidant Cassia were now a tiny island of resistance in a sea of overwhelming power. They were bound by whispers, by shared grief, and by a desperate fledgling plan. But the tides of the household were swirling around them, and the great sharks were beginning to circle. The whispers in the peristyle had started a fire, but the walls of the gilded cage had ears, and the master of the house was listening. Time, the great grinder of all things, wore on. The harsh Roman winter, with its damp chill that seeped into the bones, slowly gave way to the tender green shoots of spring. With the changing of the seasons came a change in the rhythm of Lyra's life. She was no longer the focus of scorn and torment. Her spectacular fall from grace was old news, and the household had found new dramas, new resentments to occupy its attention. She had become what she had once tried to be invisible. She was a fixture of the service quarters, a pair of hands for scrubbing a back for hauling. She performed her duties with a silent, relentless efficiency that gave Vipsania and her lieutenants no cause for punishment. Her face became an impassive mask, her eyes revealing nothing of the thoughts that stirred behind them. She had learned the landscape of her new reality. She knew which floorboards creaked, which guards were lazy, which kitchen slave was likely to share a scrap of leftover bread. She moved through the house not as a frightened captive, but as a native of this bleak and hostile country. The despair of the first few months had receded. It had not vanished, but it had burned down from a raging inferno to a bed of hot, enduring coals. The guilt for what had happened to Kalin was the core of this heat, a constant deep ache that fueled her. She had abandoned the wild hope of escape. It was a dream that had cost too much. Her new purpose, forged in the darkness of the cellar and the silence of the atrium, was simpler and harder to endure. To survive, and to remember, she would be a silent witness to this world, and she would not let it crush the last remnants of the girl she had been. One evening, Lyra found Amelia weeping silently in a dark corner of the laundry. The girl's younger brother, who was a slave on a neighboring estate, had been sold to a silver mine in Iberia, a certain death sentence. Amelia was illiterate, unable to even read the bill of sale her master had shown her, unable to write a farewell message if she had been allowed to. She was cut off from her last living relative by a wall of incomprehensible symbols. Seeing Amelia's helpless grief, a new idea sparked in Lyra's mind. It was a defiant, dangerous thought, a rebellion not of swords or secrets, but of knowledge. A few nights later, in the cramped darkness of the corridor outside their cells, Lyra approached Amelia. She held up a small, flat piece of charcoal she had saved from a cooking fire. "This is a tool," she whispered. "More powerful than a whip." Amelia looked at her, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Lyra took the charcoal, and on a smooth, discarded piece of slate, she drew a simple shape, a circle with rays coming from it. "What is that?" Amelia whispered. "It is the sun," Lyra said. Then beside it, she drew a single angular letter from the Greek alphabet, one she knew was similar in Latin. "And this is the sound of the sun. S." And so it began, their secret school. In stolen moments, in the dead of night, using scraps of charcoal on broken pottery, Lyra began to teach Amelia her letters. It was an act of supreme defiance. It was forbidden for slaves of their rank to be literate. Knowledge was power. and their masters intended to keep all power for themselves. If they were discovered, the punishment would be severe for them both. But the risk felt different to Lyra now. This was not a gamble for personal gain. It was an act of quiet restoration. With every letter Amelia learned to form, Lyra felt she was pushing back against the darkness that had consumed her. She was not just teaching another slave to read. She was giving her a tool to reclaim a piece of her own humanity. She was taking the knowledge that the senator had tried to use as a weapon and turning it into a shield for someone else. The house had its own nervous system, and a secret as profound as a clandestine school could not go entirely unnoticed. Cassia, from her silent post in the kitchens, observed the change. She saw the new bond between Lyra and the timid Amelia. She saw the charcoal smudges on their fingers. She saw the way they would sometimes trace shapes on the dusty kitchen table when they thought no one was looking. She knew what Lyra was doing, and her heart was a mixture of terror and a fierce, sorrowful pride. She had been too afraid to offer Lyra comfort in her disgrace, a failure of courage that had weighed on her conscience. But this new form of quiet, constructive rebellion was something she could support. She could not join their lessons. It was too dangerous. But she could contribute. One morning, Lyra was tasked with cleaning out a small forgotten pantry where old damaged kitchen supplies were stored. Tucked away behind a stack of cracked amphorae, she found a scroll. It was old and slightly damaged, the edges frayed, but it was still legible. It was not a grand epic like the Aeneid. It was a simple collection of Aesop's fables, the kind used to teach children, their letters filled with stories of clever foxes and foolish crows. It had been left there for her to find. There was no other explanation. Cassia, the silent accomplice, had given their secret school its first textbook. That night, huddled close to Amelia by the light of a stolen candle stub, Lyra unrolled the scroll. She pointed to the first line. "Let me tell you a story," she whispered, her voice filled with an emotion she had not felt in a very long time. "It is about a lion and a mouse." As she helped Amelia painstakingly sound out the words, Lyra felt a sense of purpose she had thought lost forever. She was no longer just a survivor. She was a teacher. She was a keeper of stories. In the heart of her enemy's house, surrounded by the epic frescoes of Roman conquest, she was fighting back with the fable of a mouse who, through a small act of kindness, had managed to free a lion. As spring bloomed into a lush, vibrant summer, Lyra's duties often took her outdoors to the vast gardens and grounds of the estate. Here, away from the stifling hierarchy of the inner house, a different world existed. She worked alongside the agricultural slaves, the gardeners, and groundskeepers. They were an older, quieter group, men and women, from every corner of the empire, their skin weathered by the sun, their hands permanently stained with soil. At first, they ignored her, the disgraced house slave. But as they observed her silent, tireless work, their reserve slowly began to thaw. They were less fearful than the indoor slaves, their connection to the earth, giving them a stoicism that the house servants lacked. Lyra began to listen. They spoke in a pidgin of broken Latin and their native tongues. They didn't talk of escape or rebellion. They talked of the old ways. An old Iberian gardener would show her how to tell the time of day by the shadow of a cypress tree. A Syrian woman would whisper a prayer to her native gods of fertility as she planted seeds in the vegetable garden. A grizzled Gaul, his face a road map of wrinkles, would softly hum a melody from his homeland as he pruned the grapevines. It was a quiet, constant, and profound act of cultural preservation. The Romans had taken their lands, their freedom, their families. But here in the dirt and the sun, they kept their identities alive in whispered conversations and secret songs. They refused to let their pasts be erased. They carried their homes within them, nurturing them like secret seeds. Lyra realized that defiance had many faces. It was not always a forged letter or a plan of escape. Sometimes it was the simple, stubborn act of remembering who you were. It was humming an old song while you toiled for your masters. It was saying a prayer to a forgotten god. It was a refusal to be entirely assimilated, to be completely digested by the empire that had swallowed you. Inspired by the gardeners, Lyra felt a deep, aching longing for the scents and textures of her own lost world. The perfectly manicured Roman gardens, with their formal roses and ornamental laurels, felt sterile and alien to her. She missed the wild, chaotic beauty of the Dacian mountainsides, the smell of pine and wild thyme. One of the oldest gardeners, a stooped man from Cappadocia named Philemon, noticed the way she would sometimes touch the leaves of certain herbs, her expression distant and sorrowful. He was a man of few words, but his eyes held a deep, earthy wisdom. One afternoon, when they were working alone in a far corner of the estate, he pressed a small cloth-wrapped bundle into her hand. "Seeds!" He rasped his Latin thick and slow. "From the market. A trader from the north." Lyra opened the bundle. Inside were tiny dark seeds of wild thyme and the feathery seeds of chamomile. The scent that rose from them was the scent of home. It was a smell so poignant, so unexpected, that it brought tears to her eyes. She found a small, forgotten patch of earth behind the stables, hidden by a crumbling stone wall. It was a patch of ground no one cared about. And there she planted her seeds. Tending this tiny secret garden became her private ritual. She would visit it in the stolen moments of twilight, pulling weeds, watering the soil with a cracked clay pot. It was a seemingly pointless act, but for Lyra, it was everything. When the first shoots of thyme pushed through the Roman soil, she knelt and touched the tiny leaves, inhaling their sharp, familiar fragrance. She was planting Dacia in the heart of Rome. It was a secret living monument to her past. It was an act of hope, a belief that even in the most hostile ground, something of home could be made to grow. Summer turned to autumn. The senator was planning a series of lavish banquets to solidify his political standing after the unpleasantness with Crassus's faction had died down. The household was thrown into a frenzy of preparation. Extra servants were needed, especially security. A rumor carried on the anxious whispers of the kitchen staff spread through the service quarters. Decimus the Villicus had hired a contingent of guards from the same contractor as before, the one owned by the Lanista. Lyra's heart, which had settled into a slow, steady rhythm of endurance, began to pound with a wild, painful hope she had tried so hard to suppress. Was it possible? Could he have recovered? Or had he been sold to the mines after all, and this was just a new, faceless group of brutes? She had to know. On the day the new guards were scheduled to arrive, she arranged for her duties to place her near the rear service gate, mucking out the stables, a foul, unpleasant job no one else wanted. From the shadows of the stable, she could watch the gate without being seen. The guards arrived, a dozen grim-faced men, their armor dusty from the road. They were rough, hard-looking men, gladiators, and former soldiers who sold their strength for a few coins a day. Lyra scanned their faces, her breath held tight in her chest. and then she saw him. It was Kalen. He was standing. He was alive. He was thinner than she remembered, and he stood with his weight shifted slightly to one side. The arm Lucius had broken was not perfectly straight, and the side of his face was a web of pale scars. The explosive leonine power he had once possessed was diminished, replaced by a harder, more wiry strength. He was no longer a prime specimen for the arena. He was a guard, a lower, less glorious station. But he had survived. The sight of him scarred but standing sent a wave of relief so powerful through Lyra that her knees went weak. He had not been sent to the mines. He had not died of his wounds. He had endured. Her guilt did not vanish, but for the first time, it was touched by a profound, overwhelming sense of gratitude. The wounded lion had lived, and he was here. Their situation was more perilous than before. Kalen was just another guard constantly under the eye of a new overseer. Lyra was a disgraced drudge, and Lucius, though still caged, was a constant, resentful presence in the house. Any direct communication was impossible. A single misplaced glance could bring disaster down upon them both. But Lyra, forged in the fires of her failure, had learned a new language, the language of secrets, of quiet, unseen things. She needed to let him know she had seen him, that their silent alliance still held that she was still the same person inside. She went to the peristyle garden, to a large laurel tree that grew near the path the guards took to their barracks. She plucked a single perfect leaf. It was smooth and green, a perfect surface. With a sharp thorn from a rose bush, she carefully, meticulously scratched a single symbol onto the leaf's waxy surface. It was not a Latin letter. It was a Dacian rune, one of the first her mother had ever taught her. A single vertical line with two chevrons pointing up from its center. It meant endurance. It meant resilience. It meant to wait with strength. The problem was how to deliver it. She could not do it herself. But there was Amelia. Her secret student was still a water bearer for the grounds. She was terrified of the rough guards, but she was more terrified of disappointing Lyra, the person who had given her the gift of letters. With a trembling hand, Amelia took the leaf. "What is it?" she whispered. "It is a message for the red-haired guard," Lyra said softly. "Just a message of greeting. Do not let anyone see you. When you give him his water, just press it into his hand. That is all." Later that day, Lyra watched from a distance as Amelia approached the drinking station. She saw the girl's small, trembling hand pass the leaf to Kalen as he took the dipper. She saw him look down at it, his brow furrowed in confusion. He turned it over and saw the rune. He went completely still. He stared at the symbol, a message from a world he thought was lost, a secret language in the heart of Rome. He looked up his eyes, scanning the windows and colonnades of the house, searching for her. He did not see her, but he closed his large hand around the small leaf, and a new grim light of understanding dawned in his stormy eyes. The message had been received. Kalen was a warrior. He understood that a message received required a response. He could not write. He could not speak to her. But he could use the language they now shared, the language of secret symbols of things left in hidden places. 2 days later, Lyra went to her secret garden behind the stables to tend her small patch of dacia. Tucked into a crack in the crumbling stone wall, almost invisible unless you knew where to look, was a small, sharp-edged piece of black flint. She picked it up. It was rough and cold in her hand. For a moment, she did not understand. Then she realized what it was. It was a fire starter. the kind of tool a soldier or a captive stripped of all possessions would keep to make a spark in the wilderness. It was a piece of pure functional survival. The message was as clear as her own. The ember can become a fire. It was a promise. It was an acknowledgement of their alliance. But it was more than that. It was a testament to his own unbreakable will. They had beaten him, broken his bones, but they had not taken the flint from him. They had not extinguished his spark. The alliance was reborn. But it was different now. It was not the desperate, frantic pact of two new captives. It was the quiet, patient understanding of two seasoned survivors. Their communication would be slow, careful, conducted through runes on leaves and symbols left in the earth. Their goal was no longer a wild dash for freedom. It was something deeper. It was to endure, to resist in quiet ways, and to keep the embers of their respective spirits alive in the suffocating darkness, waiting for a wind that might one day, however improbably, fan them into a flame. The world, which had been a landscape of solitary misery for Lyra, began to change. Her isolation, once a crushing weight, was now a shield that allowed her to move in the shadows. And in those shadows, she was no longer alone. A secret, fragile network had begun to form, a family woven from disparate threads of quiet defiance. There was Amelia, her first and most loyal student. The girl was still timid, but the act of learning, of mastering the secret of the written word, had kindled a new confidence in her. She was no longer just a victim. She was a keeper of secrets, a messenger, a member of a conspiracy of two. There was Cassia, the silent benefactor. She never spoke of the lessons or of the scroll she had provided, but her eyes no longer held just pity for Lyra. They held a deep, shared understanding. Sometimes a bruised apple or a small piece of cheese would find its way into Lyra's meager rations, a silent gift of sustenance from the ghost of Corinth. There was Philemon, the old gardener from Cappadocia. He would leave bundles of herbs near Lyra's secret garden, mint sage things that smelled of freedom. He never spoke of it, but he knew what she was doing, and he approved. He was tending his own memories of home. It was only natural to help her tend hers. And there was Kaelin, a distant, powerful presence, a silent ally. The knowledge that he was out there, that he had survived and was now a part of her secret world, was a source of immense unspoken strength. He was the sword waiting patiently in its sheath. This was her new family. Not a family of blood, but one forged in the crucible of servitude. They were the dispossessed, the broken, the forgotten. But together, in their small, secret ways, they had created a community. They were the embers scattered throughout the great cold house, each glowing with a tiny hidden light. Alone, they were insignificant. But together, they generated a small, defiant warmth against the encroaching darkness. One evening, at dusk, Lyra knelt in her secret garden. The thyme she had planted was thriving its scent, sharp and wild in the cooling air. She crumbled a few leaves between her fingers, inhaling the fragrance of her lost homeland. She looked up at the great domus, which loomed over her like a cliff face. The windows of the tablinum were lit a warm golden rectangle against the twilight. Her master was in there, the wolf in his den, reading his scrolls, managing his empire, completely unaware of the world that was quietly growing in his own backyard. He had cast her down. He had erased her from his notice, relegated her to the filth and the shadows. He believed he had won, that he had broken the flawed tool and thrown it onto the scrap heap. He was wrong. In the shadows, where he had thrown her, she had found others. In the silence he had imposed, she had learned to speak a new language. In the despair he had inflicted, she had found a new, harder purpose. She was no longer the senator's scribe. She was Amelia's teacher. She was Cassia's accomplice. She was Philemon's fellow gardener. She was Caelen's ally. She held the piece of flint Caelen had left for her, its sharp edge cool against her palm. It was a simple, primitive thing, but in it she felt the promise of a spark. She was no longer plotting a grand, foolish gamble of ink and blood. She was tending the embers, patiently, quietly. She would protect her small secret fire and the others who shared its warmth. The senator, in all his power and wisdom, thought the fire was out. He could not see what was happening right at his feet. In the darkness of his own, making a new, unseen, and patient defiance was beginning to glow. The first signs of the coming storm were not a thunderclap, but a whisper. Rumors carried into the domus by delivery slaves and merchants began to speak of a sickness in the city. It was a lung fever, they said, that had taken root in the Subura, the crowded, squalid heart of Rome. It started with a cough, progressed to a debilitating fever, and often ended in a rattling, breathless death. In the rarefied air of the senator's estate, the news was received with the detached concern of gods observing the squabbles of mortals. Lyra, while serving watered wine to the senator and a guest in the peristyle, heard them discuss it. The grain shipments from Ostia are delayed. The guest, a corpulent shipping magnate, complained. Half my dock workers are sick or too frightened to work. This fever is a nuisance to commerce. It is always the poor who are most afflicted. The senator replied, his voice a model of dispassionate reason. Crowded conditions, poor sanitation. It is the price they pay for their way of life. The fever will burn itself out amongst them, as it always does. There was no pity in their voices, only a cold assessment of the logistical and economic disruption. To them, the plague was an abstract problem, a temporary dip in the city's efficiency. It was happening to other people far away on the social ladder and across the city. The high stone walls of the domus, they believed, were proof against such vulgar afflictions. Lyra listened in silence, a cold knot of dread tightening in her stomach. She knew from the stories of her own people that a plague does not respect social station. It is a fire that consumes whatever is in its path. The senator's calm assessment was wrong. The fever did not burn itself out. It leaped from the squalor of the tenements to the workshops of the artisans, from the market stalls to the homes of the merchant class. The daily death toll announced by the city prefect began to climb. The smell of wood smoke from the funeral pyres became a constant acrid presence in the Roman air. The mood of the city shifted from callous indifference to a growing palpable fear. People began to wear cloths soaked in vinegar over their faces. The bustling forums grew quiet, the temples filled with citizens making panicked offerings to the gods of health and deliverance. The shadow of the plague was now at the senator's gates. He could no longer dismiss it as a problem for the poor. With his typical, ruthless pragmatism, he acted. He placed the house of Valerius under a strict quarantine. The great bronze gates were barred to all but the most essential deliveries. No guests were to be entertained. No slaves were permitted to leave the estate for any reason. The domus, which had always been a prison for its inhabitants, now became a fortress sealed against the invisible enemy outside. For the slaves, the change was suffocating. The house, already a pressure cooker of tension and fear, was now hermetically sealed. The flow of news and gossip from the outside world was cut off. They were trapped inside, breathing the same recycled air, their world shrinking to the confines of the estate walls. Vipsania's rule, always iron-fisted, became even more draconian as she enforced the master's quarantine. Every cough, every sneeze was now viewed with suspicion. The fear from the city had seeped through the stone walls, and it was beginning to poison the atmosphere within. For a few weeks, the quarantine seemed to work. The domus remained an island of health in a sea of sickness. A fragile temporary sense of security settled over the household. Then the walls were breached. The first to fall was an elderly kitchen slave named Cato, a man who had worked in the house for 40 years, his entire life spent scrubbing pots and turning spits. He developed a dry hacking cough. At first, he tried to hide it, terrified of the consequences. But within 2 days, a raging fever took hold. He collapsed while carrying a cauldron of soup, his body shaking with violent chills. The reaction was immediate and merciless. Panic ripped through the kitchen staff. The senator's personal physician, a pompous and expensive Greek doctor named Demetrios, was summoned. He took one look at Cato. His face a mask of disgust, declared it to be the lung fever, and ordered him removed at once. Demetrios's only concern was the health of the senator and his family. The lives of the slaves were not his priority. Under Vipsania's cold direction, Cato was not taken to the infirmary. He was taken to a small, isolated storage shed at the farthest corner of the estate, a place normally used for storing broken tools. A pallet was thrown on the floor, a bucket of water left by the door, and he was sealed inside to die alone. His fate sent a wave of terror through the slave quarters. This was what awaited them. There would be no care, no medicine, no comfort. Sickness was a death sentence to be served in solitary confinement. The other slaves began to look at each other with a new kind of fear, each wondering who would be next. The carefully maintained order of the house began to fray at the edges, replaced by the primitive animal fear of contagion. The shadow was no longer at the gates. It was inside, and it was hunting. 2 more slaves fell sick within the week, a young laundry girl and one of the stable hands. They were immediately dragged to the same pest house as Cato, their fearful pleas ignored. The physician Demetrios refused to even examine them, declaring the service quarters a contaminated zone. The slaves were on their own. As the fear and helplessness grew, Lyra felt a different instinct rise within her. It was the memory of her mother. The priestess had also been the village healer. Her knowledge of mountain herbs and remedies passed down through generations. Lyra had been her apprentice, her hands and mind trained from childhood to recognize the properties of leaves, roots, and flowers. She went to her secret garden. The thyme and chamomile she had planted were thriving. She remembered her mother using both chamomile to soothe and bring rest, and a strong tea of thyme to ease the chest and break a fever. It was a simple remedy, perhaps useless against this terrible plague, but it was better than nothing. It was a tool, a piece of knowledge they did not have. With a new sense of purpose, she harvested her small crop. In the kitchens, she found Cassia, her face etched with worry. They are leaving them to die. Cassia whispered, her voice trembling. There is no one to care for them. In my homeland, we used herbs for the lung fever, Lyra said quietly, showing Cassia the bundle of thyme. It may not cure, but it can soothe. We can make a tea. Cassia looked from the herbs to Lyra's determined face. In this moment of crisis, Lyra was no longer a disgraced slave. She was the daughter of a priestess, a keeper of old knowledge. Hope, even a fragile one, was a powerful thing. The kitchen fires are always burning, Cassia said, her resolve hardening. "Tell me what you need." That night, they began their secret work. They brewed a strong aromatic tea. Under the cover of darkness, Lyra and a terrified but loyal Amelia crept to the pest house. They could not enter, but they left a large steaming pot of the tea outside the door, along with a dipper. It was a small gesture against a great darkness, an act of defiance against the plague and the masters who had abandoned them to it. Lyra's clandestine healing efforts did not remain secret for long. In the closed, paranoid environment of the domus, everything was noticed. A kitchen slave, eager to curry favor, reported Lyra's activities to Vipsania. Lyra was summoned, expecting to be whipped for her insolence for breaking the quarantine rules for daring to act on her own authority. She stood before the Vilica, her face calm, ready for the punishment. Vipsania stared at her, her dark eyes unreadable. "You are brewing barbarian potions in my kitchens," she stated, her voice flat. "You are trafficking with the sick. You are risking the health of the entire household. I am giving them a hot drink to ease their coughs," Lyra replied simply. "It is more than the physician is doing." The statement was a direct challenge, an act of insubordination that a month ago would have earned her the cellar. But the situation had changed. Vipsania was a pragmatist above all else. Her workforce was sickening. The carefully constructed machine of the household was grinding to a halt. The master's expensive Greek doctor was useless. She was losing control. Vipsania looked at Lyra, at the girl who had fallen so far, and yet now stood before her with a strange, quiet authority. She saw not a troublemaker, but a potential, if unorthodox, solution. "The fever is a disruption of order," Vipsania said, her voice low. "The health of the master's property must be maintained. Your activities are unauthorized." She paused, her gaze intense. "But the stores of thyme and honey in the main pantry are well stocked. It would be a waste if they were not used." It was not an order. It was not permission. It was an unspoken, deeply pragmatic bargain. Vipsania would not officially sanction Lyra's healing, but she would look the other way. She would ensure the supplies were available. Lyra would do the work, and Vipsania would maintain the pretense of control. Lyra bowed her head. "I understand, Vilica." A truce born of desperation was forged between the two most unlikely of allies. Lyra was no longer just a drudge. She was the household's secret healer. And Vipsania, the iron-willed enforcer of the rules, had just tacitly acknowledged that sometimes to maintain order, one must be willing to bend them. The fever, a great and indiscriminate leveler, continued its march through Rome. It did not confine itself to the slave pens. It climbed the Palatine Hill and began to strike at the heart of the Senate itself. And it found a target that would send a shockwave directly into the Valerius household. Senator Silo, the man to whom Lyra had addressed the forged letter, the political heir to Crassus's faction and her master's most persistent antagonist, fell gravely ill. His decline was rapid. Faced with his own mortality, something in him broke. Perhaps it was a fever-induced delirium, a desire to unburden his soul, or one last desperate act of political revenge against the man he hated. From his deathbed, he began to talk. He confessed to his family and his closest political allies that for years he and Crassus had been gathering evidence about the treason trials under Domitian. He spoke of the execution of the noble senator Aulus Platorius Nepos, and he named the man who had betrayed him, a young, ambitious Gaius Valerius Corvinus. He claimed in his fevered ramblings that Crassus had found a document, a contemporary account of the trial that proved Corvinus's perjury. The news spread through the closed circles of the Roman elite like fire through dry grass. It was a scandal of the highest order. The senator's old secret, the ghost Lyra had summoned with her forged letter, was now no longer a ghost. It had been given flesh and a voice. It was a public accusation emanating from the deathbed of his greatest enemy. The carefully constructed marble facade of Senator Corvinus's life was suddenly publicly cracking. The political firestorm erupted at the worst possible moment. Just as the rumors of Silo's deathbed confession began to circulate through the city, Domina Aurelia, the senator's wife, came down with the fever. Her illness shattered the last vestiges of calm within the domus. The senator was now fighting a war on two fronts. Outwardly, he was consumed by the political crisis, closeted in his study, with lawyers and allies, drafting denials and plotting his defense. Inwardly, his house was being consumed by the plague. Aurelia was not sent to the pest house. The physician, Demetrios, devoted his every waking moment to her, filling her rooms with expensive incense and useless arcane potions. Her delirious cries and terrified weeping could be heard echoing through the main corridors. The house, once a model of silent order, now felt like a tomb haunted by a dying woman. The twin crises pushed the senator to the brink. Lyra, passing his study, would see him pacing his face, a grim gray mask of stress. The man of ice was melting under the heat of a burning house, and in this chaos, Lucius saw a power vacuum. With his father distracted by politics and his mother incapacitated, the house was adrift. His confinement, which had been absolute, began to fray, as the guards loyal to his father were diverted to other more urgent tasks. The cage serpent, resentful and ambitious, saw that the bars of his cage were weakening. He looked at his father's political vulnerability, at the chaos of the plague, and saw not a family tragedy, but a personal opportunity to reclaim the power he had lost. The family, the foundation of the Roman state, was beginning to crumble from within. The household system, once a perfect, well-oiled machine, began to seize up. With Vipsania preoccupied with managing the sick, and the senator consumed by his crises, routines were abandoned. Security became lax. Kalen, from his post as a hired guard, observed it all with a warrior's keen eye. He was quartered with the other guards in a barracks near the stables, a part of the estate that was now rife with sickness and neglect. He saw that the night patrols were often cut short. He saw that certain gates were left unmanned for hours at a time. He saw that the house, so focused on the fires raging within, had grown careless about the integrity of its walls. The system was breaking down. Its weakest links were becoming exposed. He knew he had to get a message to Lyra. He used the same simple materials as before. He found a piece of slate, and with a sharp stone, he scratched two symbols. The first was a broken chain link. The second was a crudely drawn moon in its last quarter, the darkest part of the month. He gave the slate to one of the few people who moved between the worlds of the guards and the house slaves, an old half-deaf man who delivered their daily rations. He pressed a small, worthless coin he had managed to keep into the old man's hand and pointed him in Lyra's direction. "For the girl who brews the fever tea," he grunted. The old man, understanding a transaction, if not the meaning, found Lyra later that day. He gave her the slate. Lyra looked at the two symbols, and a jolt of adrenaline shot through her. A broken chain. A dark moon. It was a message of pure tactical intelligence. The system is weak. The time is coming. The embers, which had been glowing patiently, were suddenly hit by a strong gust of wind. While Lyra and Kalen were sensing an opportunity for freedom, Lucius was sensing an opportunity for power. He saw his father weakened and exposed by a decades-old scandal as a wounded lion ready to be replaced by a younger, more vigorous heir. His ambition, untempered by wisdom or loyalty, consumed him. He knew he needed allies. His own friends had abandoned him. So he decided to reach out to his father's enemies, the remnants of Senator Kilo's political faction. He believed he could make a deal. He would provide them with inside information, perhaps even fabricate evidence against his own father in exchange for their political support to have him declared the new head of the Valerius family. It was an act of patricide in all but name. To do this, he needed a messenger, someone who could slip out of the quarantined house without raising suspicion. He found his tool in Marcus the senator's ambitious body slave. Lucius, whose allowance had been cut, promised Marcus something far more valuable: his freedom and a position of power in the new household once he was in charge. Marcus, who had always resented the senator for never manumitting him despite his long service, and who saw his own position threatened by the household's chaos, agreed. The pact was sealed. One night, using a little-known service exit, Marcus slipped out of the domus, carrying a sealed message from Lucius to the leaders of the Kilo faction. The message was a declaration of treason, a son offering to help destroy his own father. The deepest crack in the marble was not the plague or the political scandal. It was this act of profound internal betrayal. The serpent so long caged had finally struck at the heart of the family itself. The house of Valerius was rotting from the inside out. The plague had decimated the slave quarters, creating an atmosphere of fear and grief. Domina Aurelia lay dying in her chambers, her fevered cries a constant unnerving lament. The senator, the master of the house, was a man besieged fighting a desperate political battle for his very survival. His authority undermined, his attention completely diverted. And his son, the heir, was actively plotting against him, a viper biting the hand that had caged him. The once impregnable fortress was cracking. Its foundations, built on an old betrayal, were being shaken. Its walls, breached by disease, were proving porous. Its inhabitants, from the highest family member to the lowest slave, were consumed by their own desperate struggles. Lyra, standing in the middle of this maelstrom, felt the shift. She held Kalen's message, the slate with the broken chain, in her hand. She looked at the chaos around her, at the sick, at the grieving, at the panicked plotting masters. The rigid, unbreakable order of her prison had dissolved into a desperate every-man-for-himself struggle. This chaos was terrifying. The structures that had governed her life, however brutal, were gone. But in that terror, there was a wild, breathtaking possibility. Kalen was right. The chains were breaking. The darkest part of the moon was approaching. The perfect storm of plague, political intrigue, and family treason was gathering directly over the house of Valerius, and for the first time since she had been dragged from her homeland, a real, tangible, and terrifyingly dangerous path to freedom was beginning to emerge from the ruins. The night of the new moon arrived, cloaking Rome in a profound, starless darkness. It was as if the sky itself was holding its breath. Within the Valerius estate, the atmosphere was funereal. The plague had reached its apex. The smoke from the household's own funeral pyre for the dead slaves mingled with the city's foul air, a constant grim reminder of their mortality. Domina Aurelia was fading. Her delirious cries had softened to weak, intermittent whimpers. The senator, a ghost in his own house, remained locked in his study. Messengers, their faces covered, came and went, bringing news of the political battle that raged outside the walls, a battle he was now losing. The house was adrift on a sea of fear. Vipsania, her authority stretched to the breaking point, struggled to maintain a semblance of order among the terrified, sickening slaves. The guards, depleted by sickness and demoralized, performed their duties with a sullen, careless lethargy. In the midst of this chaos, Lyra received the final signal. While gathering herbs from her secret garden in the fading twilight, she found it placed carefully on a stone. It was a single black feather from a crow, a simple message from Kaelin. Tonight, in the deepest dark, she closed her hand around the feather. Her heart did not pound with fear, but with a slow, heavy final beat of resolve. For months she had endured, she had waited. The moment she had been waiting for, born of plague and treason, had finally arrived. There would be no turning back. Tonight, she would either walk out of the gates a free woman, or her body would be thrown onto the next morning's pyre. Lyra moved through the darkening house, a ghost with a final desperate purpose. She had to gather her small, scattered family of embers. She found Amelia in the laundry folding linens with hands that trembled. Lyra drew her into the shadows. "Amelia," she whispered, her voice urgent. "The plan we spoke of, the possibility, it is for tonight." Amelia's face went pale, her eyes wide with terror. "Tonight? But how? What must I do?" "I need a diversion," Lyra explained, keeping her voice calm and steady. "A fire. Not a great one. A small one in the old linen storage room. Something that will create smoke panic. Something that will draw all the guards to the east wing away from the stables. Can you do it?" It was an enormous, terrifying thing to ask of the timid girl. Amelia looked as if she might faint. But then she looked at Lyra, the friend who had taught her to read, who had given her a sense of self-worth in this hopeless place. She thought of her brother, sold to the mines, a fate she now knew how to read, but was powerless to prevent. A spark of defiance kindled by Lyra's secret lessons caught fire in her eyes. "For my brother," she whispered, her voice shaking but firm. "Yes, I can do it." Next, Lyra went to the kitchens. Cassia was sitting alone at a table, her face a mask of sorrow. The sickness had taken 2 more of the kitchen staff that day. Lyra approached her, not to ask her to join them. Cassia was too old, her roots in this place too deep, even if they were roots of pain, but to say goodbye. She knelt by the old woman's side. She had no words. She simply took Cassia's frail, work-worn hand and held it. Cassia looked down at their joined hands, and she understood. Tears welled in her sad, wise eyes. So she whispered, "The mouse gnaws the rope." She reached into a fold of her stola and pressed a small, heavy leather pouch into Lyra's hand. It clinked softly. "For the road," Cassia said. "I have saved for 30 years for a freedom I knew would never come. Perhaps it can buy a day or a week of yours." She placed her other hand over Lyra's. "Go with the forgotten gods, child, and do not look back." It was a blessing and a transfer of a life's worth of defeated hope. Lyra clutched the coins, the weight of Cassia's sacrifice heavy in her palm, and slipped back into the shadows, her heart both breaking and soaring. As Lyra prepared for a desperate flight to freedom, Lucius prepared for a treacherous grab for power. Marcus, his messenger, returned under the cover of darkness, slipping back into the estate with news. The Silo faction, eager to destroy their rival, had agreed to Lucius's treasonous proposal. They would support his claim as the new head of the family, provided he deliver them the final damning proof of his father's crimes. Lucius, his mind inflamed by ambition and hatred, believed his moment had arrived. With his father weakened, his mother dying, and the house in chaos, he would stage his coup this very night. He gathered the few guards still loyal to him, men whose loyalties he had bought with promises of gold and power. His plan was brutally simple. While the household was at its weakest during the midnight changing of the guard, he and his men would storm the tablinum. They would seize his father and force him to sign a confession of his past crimes and a document handing control of the family to Lucius. He would then hand his own father over to the Silo faction, cementing his new position. He did not see it as betrayal. He saw it as succession. In the brutal world of Roman politics, power was a thing to be taken, and his father was no longer fit to hold it. He was merely accelerating the inevitable, proving himself a true son of the wolf who had once chewed off his own leg to survive. The serpent was no longer coiled in a cage. It was uncoiling for its final fatal strike. The midnight hour approached thick with plague conspiracy and the promise of violence. The house was a tinderbox, and two separate hands were reaching for the torch. In the west, near the stables, Calin made his final preparations. His plan, born of a warrior's pragmatism, relied on timing and brute force. He and the two hired guards he had recruited, a sullen Iberian and a giant German, who had nothing to lose, would make their move during the chaotic midnight shift change. The guards on the west wall were notoriously lazy and would be expecting their replacements. Calin and his men would be their replacement. They would overpower the guards, force the rusted gate, and vanish into the plague-stricken city under the cover of the new moon. In the east, in the main house, Lucius gathered his own small force. Their objective was the tablinum, the heart of the senator's power. Their timing was also the midnight shift change when the household was at its most disorganized. Neither plotter was aware of the other. The slaves seeking freedom and the son seeking power had by a grim twist of fate chosen the same hour to launch their desperate gambles. The house was about to be torn in two. Its corridors, a battleground for two different kinds of rebellion. Lyra, caught between the two plots, knew only her own part to get to the stable gate the moment the diversion began. At a few minutes before midnight, a thin tendril of smoke began to curl from under the door of the old linen storage room in the east wing. A moment later, a cry went up. Fire, Amelia, had done her work. With a courage that would have been unimaginable a year ago, she had lit a bundle of oil-soaked rags. It was not a large fire, but the old dry linen produced a prodigious amount of thick, acrid smoke that billowed out into the service corridors. Panic erupted. Slaves already on edge from the plague poured from their cells, choking and shouting. The alarm bell began to clang, its frantic, jarring rhythm shattering the night's quiet. Vipsania, her face a mask of fury, appeared and began barking orders, trying to form a bucket brigade, trying to impose her will on the chaos. "To the east wing," she commanded the household guards. "All of you." The diversion worked perfectly. The attention of the entire household guards, slaves and overseers, was drawn to the smoke and the clamor in the east. The corridors leading to the western stables were suddenly eerily empty. Lyra, her heart pounding, pulled her rough cloak over her head and began to run, a small, swift shadow moving against the tide of panic towards the rendezvous point, towards Calin, towards the hope of a world beyond these walls. While smoke and chaos consumed the east wing, Calin and his two allies moved through the darkness toward the western stable wall. They were armed with cudgels and knives they had stolen from the armory. The two guards at the gate were huddling by a small brazier, grumbling about the cold and the distant sound of the alarm bell. "Lazy pigs," the German guard with Calin muttered. They don't even care that the house is burning. There was no warning. Kalen and his men burst from the shadows. The fight was short, brutal, and almost silent. Kalen took one guard, the Iberian the other. There were a few grunts, the thud of cudgels on flesh and bone, and then silence. The two guards lay dead or unconscious on the ground. Now for the gate. It was old. Its iron hinges rusted, the lock heavy and stiff. The German, a man of immense strength, put his shoulder to it, while Kalen and the Iberian pried at the lock with a stolen iron bar. The wood groaned. The metal screeched in protest. It was taking too long. Every second was a lifetime. At that moment, from the main house, the sounds of shouting changed. It was no longer just panic about the fire. There were the sounds of fighting, the sharp clang of steel on steel. The second plot, Lucius's coup, had begun. The house had erupted into a full-blown civil war. Now! Kalen roared, putting his own massive strength beside the Germans. With a final shattering crack, the lock broke and the gate swung open, revealing the dark, narrow alleyway behind the estate. Freedom was a breath of foul city air away. Kalen looked back towards the house, scanning the shadows for a running figure for Lyra. Lyra ran through the deserted corridors, the sounds of the fire behind her, and the new terrifying sounds of combat ahead. She had to pass the entrance to the tablinum to get to the gardens that led to the stables. As she neared the curtained doorway, it was flung open, and the senator stepped out, a drawn sword in his hand. His face was pale, his eyes burning with a cold, clear fury. He had not been fooled by the fire. He had understood it was a diversion. And when he saw Lyra, the disgraced slave, running through his house with purpose, while all was chaos, the final pieces of the puzzle clicked into place in his mind. You, he said, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. He raised his sword, its point aimed at her heart. The forged letter, the chaos, the fire. It was all you, the little barbarian scribe, the mouse in my walls. Lyra froze, trapped. The path to Kalen was blocked by the wolf himself. I did what I had to do to survive, she said, her voice shaking but defiant. You have learned the lesson of the wolf too well? He replied, his eyes filled with a chilling final clarity. But you forgot the most important rule. I am the master of this forest. He took a step toward her, his sword raised to strike. This was it. This was the end. Before the senator could deliver the fatal blow, a new sound filled the corridor, the pounding of armed men running towards them. Lucius, flanked by Marcus, and 3 guards rounded the corner, their swords drawn. They stopped short, seeing the senator confronting Lyra. Father Lucius set a triumphant sneer on his face. Your rule is over. Senator Kilo's friends have all the proof they need. You will come with us quietly. The senator slowly turned his head, looking from the slave who had outwitted him to the son who had betrayed him. He was trapped. His political enemies at the door, his treacherous son before him, his house in flames, and a slave rebellion under his own roof. Every foundation of his world had crumbled in a single night. He looked at Lucius, at the weak, arrogant face of his only child, the rotten fruit of his own ambition. And then he looked at Lyra, the foreign girl, the slave who had met his ruthlessness with a desperate cunning of her own. A strange, terrible smile touched the senator's lips. You think you can take my house, boy? He whispered to Lucius. You, who could not even control a single slave girl. He made his final choice. He would not be taken prisoner. He would not be humiliated in a public trial. He was the wolf, and the wolf does not surrender. With a roar that was pure primal rage, he did not attack Lucius. He lunged at Marcus, the treacherous body slave, the symbol of the internal rot. The senator's blade, wielded with the deadly skill of a seasoned commander, ran Marcus through before Lucius's guards could even react. The corridor erupted into a maelstrom of violence. Lucius, seeing his plan fall apart, screamed at his guards to attack. The senator, a cornered lion, fought with a terrifying ferocity, his blade a blur of silver. It was not a battle. It was a bloody, tragic, and intimate family slaughter. In the instant that the senator turned to attack Marcus, Lyra saw her chance. She did not hesitate. She turned and fled, not looking back at the horrific tableau of father fighting son of the house of Valerius, consuming itself in a final act of ambition and betrayal. She ran through the peristyle garden, the scent of roses mingling with the smoke. She ran past her secret patch of Dacia, a final fleeting glimpse of home. She ran towards the groaning sound of the broken stable gate. Kalen saw her coming. He reached out, grabbed her hand, and pulled her through the opening. "Go!" he roared to his men. They plunged into the narrow, stinking alleyway, leaving the chaos and the screams behind them. They were free. But as they ran, a single agonized scream rose above the din of the fighting, a sound of profound loss that would haunt Lyra forever. It was Cassia. Lyra looked back for a fraction of a second and saw her framed in a lighted doorway, being dragged away by Vipsania, who had discovered her role in the knight's treason. They kept running. The price of their freedom was being paid by those they had left behind. Cassia, who had given her the coins and a life's worth of hope, would face the Vilica's terrible wrath. Emilia, the brave girl who had lit the fire, would almost certainly be caught and made an example of. Philemon, the old gardener, and the other slaves who had formed her secret family were left to face the bloody aftermath of a house that had devoured its masters. Freedom was not a clean, triumphant flight. It was a desperate escape, forever stained by the sacrifice of the friends who had made it possible. The price was bitter indeed. Weeks later, two figures walked north along a dusty, forgotten road that hugged the coastline of the Adriatic Sea. They were dressed in the rough, homespun clothes of peasants. The man was large and red-haired, with a scarred face and an arm that did not hang quite right. The woman was slender and dark-haired, her face thin, her eyes holding the ancient sorrow of a survivor. Lyra and Kalen. They were free. They had escaped Rome on that night of fire and blood melting into the chaos of the plague-stricken city. Cassia's coins had bought them passage on a merchant barge, bought them food, bought them silence. They had heard whispers of the aftermath, that Senator Corvinus and his son Lucius had both been found dead in the atrium, a grim tableau of patricide and suicide. The great house of Valerius was no more its remaining assets and slaves to be absorbed by the state. They were heading north towards the wild, unknown lands of Illyria and beyond, towards a home that no longer existed for either of them. They had nothing but the clothes on their backs, a few remaining coins, and the heavy shared memory of the price that had been paid for this single breath of free air. As the sun began to rise, casting a pale golden light over the sea, Lyra stopped and looked back in the direction of the city they had left behind. Rome was a distant smudge on the horizon, a bad dream. She reached into her tunic and pulled out the one thing she had managed to save, the small, crudely carved wooden bird Amelia had given her. She clutched it in her hand. "What now?" Kalen asked, his voice a low rumble beside her. "Now," Lyra said, turning her face to the north to the new sun. "We live. It was not a triumphant declaration. It was a simple, quiet vow. Freedom was not a destination. It was not a happy ending. It was a road, a long, hard, and uncertain road that stretched out before them into a new dawn. And for the first time in a lifetime, they were free to walk it together. Conclusion, an echo in the heart. And so our story ends. It ends not with the triumphant overthrow of an empire, but with two souls walking towards an uncertain sunrise. We have journeyed with Lyra from the blood and honey sunsets of Dacia into the deepest, darkest heart of Rome, a city of magnificent marble and even more magnificent cruelty. We have stood with her on the auction block, felt the cold weight of the collar, and navigated the treacherous corridors of power and servitude. Her story is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of systematic dehumanization. It is a story that asks what it means to be free. Is it the absence of chains? Or is it the refusal to let one's inner self, one's memories, one's culture, one's capacity for kindness and defiance be extinguished, even in the most profound darkness? Lyra's journey teaches us that the most powerful acts of rebellion are sometimes the quietest. The teaching of a forbidden letter, the planting of a secret seed, the sharing of a story, the whisper of a forgotten language. The characters we have met, the cold wolf senator Corvinus, the venomous serpent Lucius, the iron-willed Vipsania, are not simply villains. They are products of a system built on dominance and acquisition, their own humanity corroded by the absolute power they wielded over others. And those who helped Lyra, the wise and sorrowful Cassia, the brave Amelia, the indomitable Calin, remind us that even in the most brutal of systems, empathy and solidarity can survive like wild flowers growing in the cracks of a marble floor. The price of Lyra and Calin's freedom was bitter paid for by the sacrifice of the very community that made it possible. Their escape is not an uncomplicated victory, but a realistic one stained with guilt and loss. It reminds us that the struggle against oppression is never without cost, and that the scars of bondage, both physical and spiritual, are carried long after the chains are broken. Their story is an echo. It is the imagined voice of one of the millions of instrumentum vocale, the tools with voices upon whose backs the glory of Rome was built. It is a reminder to listen for the whispers of the forgotten, to seek out the stories of those who have been silenced by history. Their joys, their sorrows, their loves, and their unconquerable will to live are not just footnotes. They are the very heart of the human story. Thank you for listening.